Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, TheZenCorner Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What if Deku had Bloodborne gaming quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku's once emerald green hair had begun to shed its former vibrance. Loose strands of silvery white threaded through the dense curls, as if starlight had been woven into his scalp. At the ends, small streaks of deep, arterial red shimmered with each movement, like embers dancing along the edge of moonlight. His hair, once wild and unruly in its youthful disarray, had settled into soft curls that crowned his head like a lion's mane, regal, tired, and dangerous. He sat hunched over the weapon workbench, a scarred and time-worn slab of iron etched with the claw marks and oil stains of countless forgotten projects. One hand twirled a strand of his strange, shifting hair, while the other moved with delicate precision across a cracked sheet of parchment, sketching an intricate design. The ink shimmered like black blood under the flickering lantern light, casting shadows that crawled like living things over the blueprint. The weapon he envisioned was not a replication of anything he had seen. It was new, unique, born of trauma, instinct, and need. A gauntlet one cobbled together from relics and remains gathered in blood-soaked hours. Its foundation was the claw taken from the bagman, skinned, stretched taut over a narrow but sturdy metal frame. The bones, bleached by time and tougher than any dream-forged steel, served as skeletal scaffolding. Embedded into the upper guard, like a jewel in a crown, was the old hunter's bone. It pulsed with an ancient energy, a relic that had once sharpened his quickening, folded time for him, and now served double duty as a shield. Despite its small size, the artifact was virtually indestructible. Even a full-force blow from his scythe or cane had failed to scratch it. Still, something was missing. Too much empty space. Too little aggression. The gauntlet provided him with immense defense and heightened reflexes, a guttural roar that tore through his throat and scattered enemies like chaff. But it lacked a core offense. It needed to be more than a wall. It needed to be a weapon. Izuku stretched out his left hand, buckling the gauntlet on with his right. The inner lining was soft, insulating, a welcome comfort against Yharnam's eternal chill. Steel wires, hidden beneath the thick fur of the claw, gave the illusion of softness but braced the entire structure. Each finger of the claw had been refitted with razored metal talons, tools for rending flesh and breaching bone. The transformation was elegant, grotesque, and effective. As he inhaled, slow and deliberate, the latent energy within him bled outward and into the gauntlet. The weapon responded in kind, pulsing in harmony with the rhythm of his blood. That strange energy that gift his mother had cursed him with had been with him from the start. Only now did he truly recognize it. The arcane writhed beneath his skin, a second soul that stirred whenever he held certain tools. The mark on his arm would glow, burning brighter with each artifact it consumed. He had recently unearthed a forgotten tome one of the many Gehrman had allowed him to borrow in silence. A book on Carol runes. They were sigils whispered by the Great Ones themselves, etched into the minds of hunters with invisible knives. The runes he collected had been seared into his thoughts, devoured and rewritten by the dominant glyph his mother had bestowed upon him. Lake. Blood rapture. Moon. Communion. 3 weeks in the dream. 3 long, twilight-soaked weeks steeped in symbols older than language, surrounded by tomes that whispered when they thought he wasn't listening. Izuku had become a scholar of the impossible, a cartographer of madness. Pages became riddles. Shapes became hymns. Runes did not just reveal meanings, they shed skins, unveiled teeth. Lake. The rune was not just a symbol, but a philosophy. Endurance incarnate. A reflection of stillness deeper than fear. As the essence of it was devoured by Flora's rune, his rune, he felt it settle into him like a deep, still current. His bruises dulled. His cuts closed faster. Not invincibility, no, but resistance. The promise that no storm could erode the bedrock beneath. His flesh felt quieter, less susceptible to pain's claws. Something in him had stopped trying to be fragile. Blood rapture, already branded into his psyche, changed shape. Its charcoal form on paper had depth, bled a kind of inkless ichor. It taught not brutality, but necessity. A predator's grace. To take from the wound what was denied in life. With every kill, every twist of blade into belly, his body drank. Not just blood, but vitality. There was a thrill to it, yes, a dangerous joy. But beneath that joy was function, to survive. To be made whole through unmaking others. Moon was different. Not a rune he had to decode, but one that came to him, as if it had been waiting. Flora. The moon. Its meaning flowed into him without resistance, saturating him with truths he could not voice. It deepened his insight like water into dry wood. No immediate shift in power, but he felt more. A slow, creeping metamorphosis beneath the skin, the kind that only revealed itself when it was too late to reverse. Then came communion. The first rune on the page. but the last to yield its meaning. It was not about taking or enduring. It was about offering. Opening oneself like a wound and calling out to whatever listened beyond the veil. A ritual in vulnerability. Its sigil seemed to hum with a resonance that did not belong to this world. He felt it stretch thin the walls between here and there, tuning his very soul to the pitch of alien minds. A whisper asking, "Are you ready to be changed in ways you do not choose?" Each rune, once deciphered, was stitched into the gauntlet's lining with thread dipped in his blood. Hidden beneath the matted fur, they lived there now: lake, blood rapture, moon, communion. Not inscriptions. Declarations. Each one an echo of what he was slowly becoming: something more, something monstrous, something else. More than human. More than a hunter ought to be. His blood was no longer just his blood. His thoughts were no longer solely his own. His mind drifted to the rune carved into his very essence, the Coven of the Moon. A symbol that once rested innocuously on his arm as the hunter's mark had been twisted into something deeper, something hungrier. The once small moon had eclipsed its predecessor and swallowed the rune given to him by Valter. It hadn't merely overwritten it had consumed it, devoured the meaning and spit out something wholly new. Something irrevocably his. With every day that passed, he felt the changes accumulate like sediment. Not in great, terrifying leaps, but slow and inevitable shifts. His senses grew sharper. His reflexes faster. His thoughts stranger. He'd catch himself pondering things that once would have horrified him. Concepts of flesh and spirit, of communion and consumption. A voice that was not a voice whispering truths into his marrow. And then, there was Flora. Every time he thought of her, his patron, his guide, the watcher behind the dream, he felt something unplaceable curl around his heart. A warmth that defied the grim, chill dreamlands. A tenderness that clashed with her otherworldly nature. It reminded him of childhood. Of comfort. Of a presence that promised safety even as the world became unknowable. More than once, he'd found the word "mom" hanging at the edge of his tongue when he prayed to her. He didn't understand it. He couldn't explain it. But it felt right. Like a truth so old it had no need for justification. With a long breath, he pushed himself to his feet. The gauntlet on his hand pulsed gently, warm and alive, like it too had been listening. He had delayed his purpose long enough. His goal remained unchanged: return to the waking world, become the hero he had once idolized. And drag those who wore human faces but lived like beasts into the mud where they belonged. A giggle slipped from his throat, sharp, brittle, like cracked glass. The memory clung to the inside of his skull, gnawing with cold fangs. He had awoken once, unexpectedly. On a slab of cold, metal stone in the center of a vast dome. Shadows twisted like serpents above him, but that wasn't what froze him in place. It was a creature too large for comprehension hung from the dome's ceiling, gripping the smooth stone with clawed appendages that writhed like worms. Its body was a mass of twisting, sinewy limbs, arms and fingers with too many joints, too many digits, bending where no bones should bend. Its flesh was segmented like an insect's, but veined and rotten. Its head was a mangled slab of bone and folded skin, pocked with holes that teemed with blinking, unblinking eyes. They moved independently. They all stared at him. And the world welcomed it. Reality bent, curved in SBMSN, shaping itself around the thing's impossible form. It did not exist, it intruded. And yet the air made space for it. Its arm descended long and trembling with unnatural grace. Fingers opened slowly, and Izuku did the only thing he could do. He ran. Beneath the horror. Through a threshold that opened not like a door, but like a wound splitting open. Into a forgotten section of Yharnam, where the dead refused to die. Where the mob burned with red glowing eyes and endless wrath. They struck with speed that defied physics, attacked with no care for their wounds or deaths. He fought until his arms were heavy, until his blade stuck in bone. Until blood filled his mouth and lungs, not his own. But it wasn't enough. They rose again, screaming their fury. So he fled, teeth grit and vision hazy, until he found a lantern. A single point of safety. And returned. He hadn't left the hunter's dream since. 3 weeks behind closed doors. Silent hours at the forge. Quiet muttering to the messengers. Schematics. Runes. Whispered secrets. The pulse of blood in his ears. Now, he stood. His joints cracked with protest. Hips, knees, spine all voiced their resentment at sudden movement. The silence of the dream pressed against him like a heavy blanket. Gehrman watched from his usual place in the wheelchair, eyes ancient and unreadable, as if seeing past flesh and into intent. Izuku said nothing. He approached the messengers and nodded. Then vanished. Not long later Izuku's eyes stared out toward the secret sector of Yharnam, a forgotten city where the massive, twisted buildings loomed like monuments to madness, silent sentinels unaware or perhaps uncaring of the mind-bending horrors that skittered like parasites along their shadowed walls. Ching! The haunting toll of a bell echoed through the blood-soaked air, each chime peeling back the veil between life and something far worse. Izuku watched, unmoving, as the mutilated corpse of the huntsman he had just felled began to reform. Tendrils of stringy, pulsing flesh wound around each other, knitting bone and meat together with grotesque precision. Snapped bones pulled tight with sickening cracks, and dulled eyes reignited with hatred so raw and unnatural it made his spine crawl. With a single, sweeping slash, Izuku sent 7 half-formed corpses tumbling back into the yawning descent of the staircase behind him. There was no choice but to go down to go deeper. But far below, perched atop the colossal archway that framed his only path forward, clung a spider-like monstrosity so massive it seemed a living monument to fear itself. Its gangly limbs and bone-pale carapace made it look like a thing dredged from a scholar's worst opium-induced nightmare. Just like the one he had ran under, just like the many that clung to the buildings across this forgotten hell. He wondered aloud, voice low and hoarse, are they great ones? Do not be foolish, my child. Those are far too weak to carry such a name. The silken voice of Flora poured into his mind, calm and ancient, like a lullaby whispered by something long buried. Her words, my child, stirred that warmth in his heart. Then, what are they? They don't feel like beasts. They're too fathomless, she supplied, gentle but firm. Your words fail you, little green hunter. They always will. That is amygdala, one of the many, one in the same. A lesser-kin born from the aftermath of insight. They are not my siblings, though we share the same poison sea. They are the spawn of my sister, coast not by blood, but by consequence. Born from humanity's fear and the horrors that bloom in knowledge's shadow. Can I kill it, then? Or is it beyond me, he asked, eyes trailing to the crimson-slick blade of his scythe. Can you kill fear, my child? Can you overcome it, she mused. You have already slain many of your fears. What you cannot kill, you will define. Izuku exhaled shakily, his grip tightening. Thank you. You are very welcome, my green one. Be ready. What lies ahead will demand more of you than blood. The warmth of her presence faded like incense in winter air, leaving a tremble in his fingers and a hollow echo in his bones. He bit his tongue as she left, he had more to say, more to ask. It wasn't the time. Not yet. Another chime. He moved. Swift as breath, his scythe cleaved through the newly risen mob. Then, with a running start, he descended the great staircase, each step a slanted slab large enough to be its own platform. The scale of it all was wrong. The geometry rebelled against reason, buildings piled atop buildings, streets woven into spirals, towers rising on nothing but madness. What held this place up? What kept it from collapsing into the abyss? As he descended, the massive amygdala above remained eerily still, watching. Its bulbous eyes tracked him, unblinking and ancient. At the bottom, the blood-drenched mob turned to face him. They moved with purpose now. Unified in hatred. Izuku didn't hesitate. He surged his essence into the gauntlet. The fur lifted and shuddered, animate and aware. The hide flexed against his skin, the leather tightening, pulsing with a life it should not have. A smoky aura bled from his pores, curling like ink in water. He could feel the rune pulsing beneath his skin, an electric song threading through his veins. With a feral grin splitting his face, Izuku hurled himself into the horde like a comet. A streak of death wrapped in spectral fire. His impact collapsed a skull beneath his heel. The scythe followed, cleaving through meat and metal alike. The air filled with screams, some human, some far from it. Bones snapped. Blood painted the stones in rich arcs. Above, amygdala stirred. One titanic limb descended. Chime. The bell rang again. The dead rose. From the staircase, more charged forward. The bell was louder now. Closer. Almost within reach. Izuku let his throat burn. And he screamed. A shockwave of malevolence exploded from him. Bodies flew like dolls in a child's tantrum, slamming into stone and shattering against the wrought iron railings. Some fell into the void below, their cries lost to the darkness. The amygdala's massive hand reached lower. But instead of seizing him, it gripped one of the revived. The moment its claws closed, the figure dissolved into ash and whispers. Izuku didn't look back. His body steaming with a thick haze of steam, the gauntlet on his hand warm from its use. He could feel the flesh of the beast claw of its foundation twitch around his fingers. He rushed through the archway. His breath ragged. Beyond lay a forgotten place, a prison suspended in time. 3 cells stood on a raised walkway, rusted iron gates yawning open. And before them, hunched in ragged robes, stood a woman swaying gently to the rhythm of a bell. A bell that tolled again. Ching! The chime was cut short as a bullet exited the top of their skull, snapping the sound into silence as the bell fell from brittle fingers and onto the stone floor with a clatter. Izuku moved without pause. He darted through the only exit of the blood-soaked chamber as the undead behind him collapsed into stinking red soup. Izuku slipped into the night air, greeted not by freedom but by a locked gate. Yet fortune, twisted as it often was in Yharnam, offered him a broken hole in the wall. He didn't hesitate. Dust clung to his boots as he sprinted down the cramped hallway, each step cracking dried bloodstains into a powdery mist. At the corridor's end, he slid and twisted into a tight right turn, finding a small chamber blocked off by a rusted gate. Without slowing, Izuku brought his heel up and kicked the door open with a sharp clatter. Ching! Behind him, the congealed blood pooled in the hallway quivered. With a wet squelch and a low growl, it rose, pulling itself together in the shape of a massive, red-stained hunchback. Its limbs dragged behind it like wet meat. Izuku turned just long enough to let off a series of precise gunshots. The hunchback's face erupted in a blossom of gore and collapsed in the very filth it was birthed from. Further in, the grand room loomed. Corpses lay where the previous carnage had left them, but the quiet didn't last. The twitching limbs of the dead scraped against the floor as the bell tolled again. Their bloodied weapons clattered together, arms reassembling as if guided by hatred alone. The rune burned. Arcane red light flared from the mark on Izuku's arm, pulsing in time with the bell's unnatural chime. Around him, the bloodstains shivered and bulged, birthing skinless, sinew-wrapped mockeries of life. His gauntlet answered with its own response, a pale smoke pouring off it in slow coils, reacting to the energy, hungry for blood. Izuku threw himself into the fray. The edge of his scythe shimmered deep crimson as it carved through meat and gristle, severing torsos from limbs, decapitating mockmen mid-lunge. Gunfire punctuated the slaughter, each flash illuminating walls painted in generations of gore. The room seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat, a rhythm of violence and decay. Ching-ching. More bells. More dead rose. A clawed hand raked down his side. A bullet punched into his chest near the lung. He screamed through clenched teeth. Then came the massive hand. The hunchback, risen once more, wrapped a thick, gnarled fist around Izuku's head and hurled him bodily through the lake of clawing limbs and biting mouths. He struck stone with enough force to rattle bone. Spitting blood, he clawed for his satchel and jammed 3 high-concentration blood vials into his leg. The surge that followed burned through his veins and reawakened his limbs. He sprang up just in time to dodge a descending axe and a flailing chain. His scythe was gone, swallowed in the crush of bodies. His whip, freshly treated, was still back in the dream. Then the mark flared again. With a pained snarl, Izuku tore the gauntlet from his arm and poured every drop of vitality he could muster into the rune. His forearm split open like fruit, blood spilling in perfectly round orbs, each droplet vibrating before launching outward in all directions. Dozens of his enemies exploded where they stood, torn apart by arcane force. He ran. His body ached. His pulse roared in his ears. He dodged past twitching remnants and retrieved his scythe with a grunt. A few lumbering corpses stumbled toward him, but fell with gunshots shaky, but accurate enough. A glint between rusted bars caught his eye, the flash of silver. A bell. A silhouette. Izuku emptied 3 bullets through the grate. The silence was instant. He exhaled and pushed deeper through the ruin, blood squelching beneath his boots, his scythe leaving a trail of viscera behind. In the courtyard beyond, he found a gazebo-like structure bathed in moonlight. Another bell ringer waited. She did not get the chance to ring. Her body dropped as a bullet stitched her brow. Izuku swept the area for loot, a half-mad glint in his eye, the eerie shine of arcane fire dancing along his blade. He turned and stared out at the building ahead where a familiar shape lingered atop it. Amygdala. He approached the descending stairway cautiously. But the moment his foot landed on the first step, the creature reacted. Its skull rippled. Hundreds of unseen eyes bulged from the bone, splitting skin and spilling blood and pus. The sockets wept arcane energy, pale blue and volatile, swirling together into a condensed orb of pure destruction. It fired. The beam carved down the stairs with screaming force, Izuku diving away just in time. But the impact ignited the air, the beam's trail detonated, and the blast hurled him through the metal rail. He fell. And expected death. But instead of plummeting into oblivion, his body crunched onto an unseen balcony, cushioned only by scorched stone and luck. The skin of his cheek blistered, singed by the proximity to arcane annihilation. The night was still far from over. Izuku continued into the hidden passage, his footsteps echoing faintly off the damp stone. The darkness was suffocating, heavy and alive, as if it clung to him with unseen fingers. The air reeked of stale rot and the iron tang of dried blood, a silence so total it throbbed in his ears. Ching! He whispered, his breath misting in the cold air as the familiar toll of the bell rang out like a curse, sharp, invasive, resonating in the marrow of his bones. It was a sound that meant death refused to stay dead. A once inert blood puddle shimmered with malevolent light, glowing red and thick as congealed hatred. Without hesitation, Izuku crept deeper into the chamber, his senses honed razor-sharp. A flick of movement in the shadowed corner. 2 bullets. 2 bright flashes. The bell ringer dropped like a puppet with its strings cut, her blood sizzling where it hit the flagstones. But then the hunchback came. A blur of malformed muscle and manic aggression. Izuku twisted on his heel just as the beast lunged. He fired point blank. The recoil tore at his shoulder. A geyser of blood erupted from the creature's head, and it slammed against the far wall in a grotesque sprawl of twitching limbs. Alone again atop the rusted platform, Izuku took in the sour copper stink and leapt into the cage room below, boots thudding on rusted metal. He rifled through the butchered corpse of a long-dead hunter, collecting a twisted key and several blood-streaked items of interest. With a grinding creak, he opened the sealed door. Another blood pool pulsed to life, glowing between him and a large, promising chest. He didn't hesitate. Gun raised, eyes narrowed only for agony to explode in his back. 6 bullets slammed into him like a barrage of metal fists. He staggered forward, knees nearly giving out. But his body remembered. Quickening. The world fractured. Time stilled. When it rewove itself, Izuku was behind his attacker, a withered creature slumped in a grotesque wheelchair, its twisted frame adorned with a Gatling gun. Without mercy, Izuku pulled the trigger. 1 shot snapped the monster's head back. Another 3 tore through the hunchback lurching toward him. The room fell still once more. Blood seeped between the stones. Izuku turned his attention to the chest. Within it rested a curious item, a hammer-shaped tool, cold to the touch. Its silver head thrummed with static energy, and ancient runes shimmered faintly along its curved surface. The handle felt like fossilized bone. A new hunter's tool. He pocketed it with care, intrigued by the crackling hum it left in his hand. Eventually, he found his way back to the towering stairs. The amygdala still perched there, massive, horrid, a mockery of form and thought. From a distance, Izuku observed its every movement, its rhythm, the arc of its gaze. Every time it summoned its beam, he scribbled in his worn leather notebook. Over time, he'd compiled nearly 20 pages, each filled with sketches, theories, annotations, rituals, and dissection notes on beasts and great ones alike. This wasn't just curiosity. It was obsession. He had a theory. When the beast finished its last barrage, Izuku stepped forward to the foot of the stairs. He rolled up his sleeve, exposing the mark, his permanent connection to the dream and its arcane depths. He pushed vitality into the seal. The pain was muted now. Familiar. The cuts bloomed across his flesh like blooming roses, spiraling up his arm. Blood rose from the wounds in perfect globules, hovering in defiance of gravity. Each drop shimmered with power, vibrating softly. He gathered them. Compressed them. A single orb of blood, dense and seething, formed in front of his palm. Barbs began to sprout and recede like breath. The orb pulsed. The amygdala turned. It began charging its own spell. Energy twisted above it like a storm held in stasis, its own orb roaring to life with a harsh blue glare. Izuku didn't wait. He launched his spell. The blood orb streaked through the air like a comet of crimson. It hit. And all hell followed. The amygdala's spell detonated from where it formed. Lightning lashed out, beams of energy shredding through the stonework, gouging chunks out of its flesh. It howled, the sound rupturing the very air. Izuku's blood found every tear, every wound, and surged inward. Barbed spikes erupted from within, splitting flesh and bone alike. The beast spasmed, claws gouging deep into the building. Its skull split. One final barb jutted upward, slamming through its cranium and pinning it to the structure like a trophy. It flickered, and vanished. Izuku watched the spot where the amygdala had vanished, chest still rising and falling with shallow, uneven breaths. His heartbeat echoed in his ears, almost drowning out the whine of the arcane energy still retreating from his blood. A silence settled over him, not the peaceful kind, but the PRGNNT kind, as if the world itself was still trying to process what had happened. Then, with one last breath, he stepped into the hidden city beyond. His steps felt lighter than they should have, his body nearly trembling from the immense pressure he had just exerted. The raw power he had called forth still clung to his skin like a fever, but what overwhelmed him wasn't fear. It was laughter. Cracked and raw, it clawed up his throat and escaped like steam from a boiling pot. It had been so long since he'd felt something so close to joy, he almost didn't recognize it. But there it was, a flash of something lighter. A rare warmth. And that warmth, like so many things in Yharnam, unearthed a memory. Schoolwork had always been Izuku's escape. It wasn't. Fun never had been. But it was something he could succeed at, something with rules and structure, something that didn't demand a quirk or a fist to the ribs. It offered routine where life did not. In the silent churn of equations and textbook problems, he could vanish. He had learned early on to stop protesting when they handed him the wrong assignments sheets meant for upper-year students, passed off with half-hearted grins and remarks like, "You're smart enough, right, Midoriya?" The first time he complained, their laughter had told him everything he needed to know. He hadn't known the material back then. But now, he made sure he always did. And so he sat, alone at a battered desk. Its surface was a graveyard of ink, scratched so deeply it looked burned more than marked. Only a few fluorescent doodles peeked through the darkness, neon ghosts of happier students past. He barely noticed them. His hand moved automatically, writing with almost surgical precision. He was working from a physics textbook he had swiped from the school lab. He shouldn't understand this material, he shouldn't be able to apply it. But he did. He made sure of it. Because if he couldn't be a hero, he could at least be something useful. It was a Friday. Which meant home would be cold and quiet. Empty. His mother would be out late again entertaining work friends, laughing with strangers while he ate stale rice and tried not to count the bruises still healing across his ribs. If there was food at all. If he was lucky, maybe a half-rotten apple. So he wandered instead. When the final bell rang, Izuku stood, sliding his physics test given during pre-algebra class into the stack with the others. Miss Mocha, the teacher with a scent that matched her name, retrieved it with her quirk. Sheets of paper flew through the air like limp birds. No one looked at him. No one called him names. Bakugu wasn't there sick, suspended, or skipping, it didn't matter. Without him, the rest of the jackals kept their teeth sheathed. Izuku sighed, shouldered his fraying backpack, and stepped into the hallway. Today, no one stopped him. No one tried. Outside, the air was sharp and bitter. He chose the longer walk toward the train station, deciding he'd rather risk the shadows of alleys than the shadows at home. Being mugged was, frankly, less personal. He boarded a train headed nowhere in particular, just away. The rhythmic creaking of the subway car became a lullaby. The lights above flickered. He slid into a seat and rummaged through his bag. His fingers found them, his earbuds. They were old, beaten. One side crackled sometimes. The case, chipped and faded blue, had once belonged to a bully. Now it was his. One small victory. He clicked it open and smiled faintly as the familiar weight of the earbuds settled into his ears. His phone, scuffed and scarred, flickered to life. It held a single playlist around 100 songs. All hand-picked. Every one a fortress. Every lyric, a shield. He scrolled. Familiar titles passed by. Just the two of us. Deadly, deadly. Hold Me Tight or Don't, Sweater Beats Remix. Disease. He hovered for a moment, then tapped the last one. A favorite. Chaotic and raw, it matched his heartbeat. The beat had just begun to rise when he felt it. A tap. Light, but deliberate, on his shoulder. He froze. The reflexes of prey. Contact was never good. His muscles tensed before his brain could reason. Slowly, he turned. Pink. A finger, a shoulder, curls like spun candy. Black scara framed wide, vibrant gold eyes, gleaming like polished coins. A smile open, sheepish, amused. She practically radiated color in the muted world of metal and grime. Izuku blinked. Once. Twice. 3 times before his brain rebooted. She was close. Incredibly close. His cheeks flared with heat. He shuffled a few inches to the side. She followed. Still silent, she pointed at his earbud. He hesitated, then, wordless, removed it. She grinned, like a child given candy. Hey! Her voice was bright but careful. So, I noticed you were listening to music. And my earbuds died. Forgot to charge them. Her smile wobbled a little as a touch of lilac bloomed across her cheeks. This train takes forever, and I was kinda wondering, she held up her crossed fingers like a charm, if maybe I could borrow one? Just until either of us gets off? She bounced in place, the horns in her hair glinting faintly under the train's dim lights. Izuku blinked again. Then, almost without thinking, he held out the earbud for her to grab. And for the first time in a very long while, something warm and unfamiliar coiled in his chest and stayed there. Not like a sudden jolt of shock, but like an ember, quietly glowing where there had only been ash. Izuku's eyes blinked slowly, his mouth working around the words like they didn't quite belong to him. I guess? I have no reason not to, let you listen? Do you have any preferences for music? I really don't have much on my phone, he stuttered, the tips of his ears and cheeks turning a deep red as he offered her the earbud. Nope. Anything is better than that old man snoring over there like, seriously, it's the middle of the day. How is he even asleep? Her voice was a burst of color against the bleak palette of his day. Bright. Unafraid. Joyful in a way Izuku hadn't seen in real life before. She didn't just talk, she lit up the space around her. Then, with a dramatic gasp, she slapped her forehead. Oh my gosh. I forgot to tell you my name. Before he could respond, she snatched the earbud from his hand and slipped it in, then seized his right hand in both of hers like it was the most natural thing in the world. Her grip was warm and firm, like the rest of her animated, alive. "My name's Mina Ashido. But you can call me Mina." She beamed. "I Izuku Midoriya. And nice to meet you," he mumbled, his voice barely audible over the rumble of the train. He turned away quickly, his eyes darting down to the floor. She was stunning. A creature made of laughter and color, and he was the awkward smear in the corner of her canvas. A half-formed shadow too afraid to speak. Fumbling, he opened his music app, thumbed shuffle, and pulled out the thick physics textbook he used as a shield. Maybe, just maybe, if he focused hard enough on the equations, he could tune out the static in his chest. But then she leaned over. He felt it before he saw it, the warmth of her body close to his. Her chin hovered just beside his shoulder, her soft pink curls brushing the side of his neck. She smelled like something bright and citrusy, a stark contrast to the musty train car. She squinted at the page, a look of exaggerated confusion crossing her face. She whispered low and slow, barely audible over the music in her borrowed earbud, "What the F does any of that mean?" A laugh slipped out of Izuku's mouth before he could stop it. It was dry and surprised, but genuine. His lips tugged into a smile, unfamiliar and foreign on his face. Her presence was so at odds with everything he knew, so bold, so brash, so real that it was impossible to ignore. Another poke landed on his shoulder. He looked up. And froze. She was right there. Inches away. Her nose nearly brushed his. Her eyes, those vibrant gold eyes with their black sclera, locked onto his with an intensity that made his heart lurch into his throat. He turned to stone. His breath hitched. His cheeks turned volcanic. "You know, Midoriya," she said, her voice syrupy sweet with mischief, "you should let me see your phone for a sec. I promise I won't do anything bad." He was helpless. Utterly. Completely. Helpless. Without even thinking, he slid the cracked and dented phone from underneath the pages of his book and handed it to her. A few swift taps later, she returned it with a triumphant grin. Then he saw it. 3 contacts now stared up at him. Mom. A fake number. Or real. It didn't matter, she never answered. Miss Kayama. Mina. His jaw dropped. His brain crashed. His breath caught in his chest and refused to restart. He stared, wide-eyed, as if he had been handed something sacred and utterly impossible. Mina giggled, her sharp canines poking into her lip as her grin widened. "What? Not used to getting pretty girls' numbers?" He let out a tiny, helpless squeak. A noise so small it would have embarrassed him if he weren't already too overwhelmed to care. She only laughed harder, but not cruelly. Not like Bakugo. Not like the teachers. Not like anyone else he'd ever known. There was no poison in her joy. No trap in her teasing. "You know," she said, casually stretching with one arm behind her head, "I'm heading to the mall. You wanna tag along? It's gonna be pretty lonely walking around a big mall all by myself." Izuku coughed into his fist, trying in vain to compose himself. Sure," he managed, the word barely more than a breath. It might have been a trick. A joke. Some elaborate prank designed to humiliate him. But the way she beamed at his response. She didn't feel like she was joking. She felt like sunshine breaking through the storm clouds. And for someone who had spent his life under gray skies, that was enough. Even if it ended badly. He could handle disappointment. He always had. When Izuku returned later to Eden Chapel, the people he had gathered into its walls were unraveling. The old woman, once filled with venom and suspicion, was now floating on a cloud of sedatives. She smiled at him through half-lidded eyes, called him dear like a doting grandmother, all while pressing little vials of sleep into the trembling hands of strangers. It was jarring. The same woman who had once tried to take his head off with her cane now handed out mind-numbing drags like sweets. The skeptic man was twitchier than ever, staring at empty spaces like they whispered secrets only he could hear. His paranoia had grown roots, thick and unrelenting. Ariana, the woman he'd tried not to call aware in his mind, was hunched in a corner, her arms wrapped around herself. Something moved beneath her skin, pulsing, wrong. Her stomach cramps had worsened, her complexion was pallid, her lips dry. The church dweller, the anxious little man who once tried to help, had become a wreck. Every gust of wind made him flinch. Every creak in the distance was a demon arriving. The 2 young girls, sisters, curled together in the corner. The elder shielded the younger with trembling arms, her eyes vacant and wide, staring at nothing. But worst of all, Eileen was gone. Eileen the crow. The old hunter who drifted stood vigil just outside the chapel. Always distant. Always watching. And now? Gone without a trace. What was worse, no one could tell him where she went. Only the oldest of the 2 little girls could point a shaky finger to the grand cathedral. So Izuku ran. Through the cathedral ward, boots cracking against ancient stone, stomach tight with worry, dread curling through his spine like a serpent. a sour taste in the back of his throat growing more pronounced with every step. Worry gnawed at his insides, making every step feel heavier still. When he found her, she lay on the steps of the Grand Cathedral, slumped like a broken doll against the stone rail. Blood spilled from her side and painted the stairs like a crimson veil, pooling down each step in a slow, creeping spiral. Izuku was at her side before he realized he'd moved. Her head lolled up, and she smiled at him. "Oh, is that you again?" she said, as if they just met on a walk. "I'm afraid I've made a bit of a blunder. I'm just going to have a short rest. And no. I have vials, don't worry. Just hold still." His hands fumbled with the vial, the glass slippery from panic. "Oh, don't worry, kid. I've taken some blood. Enough to save an old woman." Her voice was breathy, weak. "No more dreams for me. This is my last chance. What a fool I am. I'll have to tread carefully." "DDMN right you will. I can't have you dying here," Izuku said, trying to laugh, trying to sound brave. He pressed the vial into her thigh, injecting the healing concoction despite her feeble protest. She hissed in pain, the wound sealing in moments as the vial's injector was pulled away. Her voice dropped, became serious. "My prey lies in wait this way. Turn back. This is my score to settle." Venom dripped with each word, but Izuku couldn't help but notice her daggers missing. "Oh okay." He lied. He lied easily, because she deserved the truth she wanted to hear, not the truth he would carry out. As she drifted off into a blood-induced sleep, her body exhausted by the healing, Izuku stood slowly. His gauntlet hummed softly with power. The runes stitched into it pulsed with pale light, reacting to the blood and fury building within him. He ascended the cathedral steps like a blade being drawn from a sheath. Inside, it was silent. Echoes clung to the air like ghosts. The vast cathedral stretched out like a forgotten grave, the windows casting crimson hues and skeletal shadows across the hazy emptiness. The smoothest stones glinted like organs with the blood moon's light, the rest, like hazy pools of blood. Then he heard it. A soft clink. A lazy whistle. The sway of a cloak and the whisper of air as a gun was being spun. At the far end of the cathedral stood a hunter in black feathered robes, their head covered by a helm of cruel metal. They spun Eileen's dagger through their fingers like a toy, as if mocking her legacy. The two hunters eyed each other across the stones, the moonlight bathing them both in a premonition of bloodshed. Izuku didn't think. He couldn't even bring himself to open his mouth. He erupted. The air cracked with blood and pale mist as his quickening surged. His body became a blur, his scythe singing death as crimson red enveloped the blade. The hunter didn't move fast enough. They were impaled, blood gushing from their side. Then they vanished. They reappeared across the hall and fired. The bullet tore through Izuku's shoulder, a searing line of molten agony. It ate his muscle, burrowed through his nerves. Was this what his enemies felt? Interesting. Izuku's gun fired back. The hunter dodged, but Izuku quickened again, reappearing beside them in a blossom of mist. He drove his hand into their gut, and with it, a vial that shattered on impact. Chemicals and glass flooded their insides. He yanked his hand free, organ matter clinging to his glove. His smile was wide and unkind. He really had gotten into chemistry lately. With a spin he swiped the scythe through the other hunter's side, a plume of red splattered the stones around them as he cut into them again. They attempted to quicken, but Izuku was already on them. His scythe bit into calf. The enemy hunter staggered. Izuku fired again. 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 Each shot precise, deliberate. The hunter dropped. One final shot to the skull. Silence. He retrieved Eileen's gear, her daggers hanging loosely from his belt as he proceeded to also snag what the other hunter owned as his own. He found out quickly that she had worn nothing beneath the feathered cloak, the material so alike Eileen's yet not. The realization hit him after the adrenaline faded that he was currently undressing a dead woman. His face ignited in red both in embarrassment and disgust of his actions, but couldn't feel regret. She had hurt his friend. He collected everything quickly and left. Eileen stirred as he approached. She cracked one eye open and let out a rough chuckle. "Don't you ever listen to your elders? No matter. You did save my life." She shifted, her joints popping as she sat up. "I don't seem apt for this life anymore. My glory days were long ago." Then she looked at him, truly looked at him. As if seeing something new. I know. Here, for you, little hunter." She handed him a necklace, 2 crows in a circle and a worn parchment. A rune, etched like a scar across time. "This too is hunter's work, young one," she said, her tone grave. "But it bears no honor. It's a burden you may choose to carry. The decision is yours alone." Izuku took it, his fingers closing around it. I'll do it. But where will you go?" "I'm thinking of that little chapel you keep dragging people into," she said with a smirk. He hesitated. "What if I brought you to the dream?" She barked a laugh. And how do you expect to do that? Asking, his voice came out softly, barely audible, but Eileen heard it. Another laugh. Richer this time. Deeper. If you can somehow speak to the Great One of that dream, and they somehow let me in, I'll teach you everything I know. He nodded. That wild, reckless hope in his chest grew teeth. Deal. Izuku paced the length of the workshop, boots scuffing softly against the warped wooden floor, each step echoing with nervous energy. He had returned not long ago after carrying the Hunter of Hunters to the chapel. He could feel his anxiety growing with each step. The soft whine of long unused tools, the quiet rustle of messengers from outside, and the creaking groan of the dream itself formed an unsettling backdrop to his thoughts. He rubbed the back of his neck, fingers brushing over old scars, and stared at the floorboards as if they'd offer him wisdom. Okay, he muttered to himself. So how do I ask my godmom? No, not that. My patron. Patron Moon Lady. Flora. Yeah. How do I ask Flora if I can adopt survivors? Wait, no, adopt is weird. That makes me sound like I'm collecting strays. Which I guess I am. He stopped, shook his head vigorously, then resumed pacing. His foot kicked a stray bolt, sending it skittering under a bench. Relocate? Sanctuary? Refugees? Ugh, why does every word I think of make me sound more like a cult leader? He groaned aloud and flopped against a support beam, arms crossed. But even with the uncertainty clawing at him, another idea floated to the surface. A bolder one. Wait. Why stop at just the chapel survivors? Why not all the non-beasts? The non-crazies? What if I could build something here? A little settlement? Like a sanctuary inside the dream. Away from the nightmare. A home. Just for a while. A place where they won't have to live in fear of bells or beasts or blood madness. It was idealistic. Naive, maybe. But the thought of them, of Ariana curled over in pain, of the young sisters clinging to each other, of the old woman drowning in sedation and confusion was unbearable. He took a shaky breath and called out. Flora. The world hushed. A cool weight swept over him, settling gently on his mind like a velvet nightfall. The air smelled faintly of moonflowers and grave dust. Yes, little green? The words exploded from him in a frantic, tangled breath. Can it kelthanon crazy anmonsters for me harnamen keep themen like so mekindofsatithingen the dream? Like a small place where ethadon thavto worry about dien guntel things get better out there. There was a long pause. A heartbeat. 2. Then Flora's amused voice trickled into his mind like silken moonlight. I'm sorry, my child. Could you try that again? Slowly? Izuku coughed into his hand and gathered his thoughts. I mean, can I bring the mentally stable-ish survivors from the chapel into the dream? You know. So they're safe. Until something gets better. So they don't get devoured or driven mad or worse. Just a little sanctuary. A warm, amused laugh tickled through the marrow of his bones. Sure, why not? It could be. Fascinating. A little mortal village beneath the stars. Old Gehrman does get terribly lonely when you're not around. And oh, I don't, came a shout from the distant garden, the wind carrying the stubbornness on gravelly chords. Izuku winced. That sounded like a yes. Indeed, Flora confirmed. I will begin weaving the dream anew. It will take time, but it shall be done. The relief that spilled from Izuku's chest nearly buckled his knees. It was happening. It could happen. Oh. Also I want to bring Eileen too. The Hunter of Hunters. She's good. Eileen. I know of her, she walks with wisdom. I shall welcome her. I've always liked the ones who carry burdens no one else wants. Izuku smiled. That was going smoother than expected. But then. Flora's tone shifted, sly and teasing. Oh, and next time, my dear. Ask the dying ladies before you take their clothes, won't you? Izuku froze. His face turned a deep, fiery red, blooming out from under his freckles like spilled wine. The doll, who had been quietly tending to a shelf of tinctures, turned her head toward him slowly, curiosity mixing with something cold and formal. Dear Hunter. You did what? It's not like that. Izuku stammered, waving his hands frantically. She attacked me. I mean, I had to win. And then look, I didn't know she was already dead when I. The doll calmly picked up a very large book. One with reinforced metal clasps. Truly, she asked, stepping closer. I was looting for supplies. And not like that. It's Hunter Protocol. Right? Field recovery? From the garden, Gehrman's booming laughter echoed like the toll of some cosmic bell. Izuku bolted toward the stairs, yelping as the doll gave chase with uncanny speed, swinging the book like a holy cudgel. I swear it was for the mission. Izuku found himself cursing under his breath, every syllable laced with frustration and exhaustion. His boots clacked and slipped against moss-covered stone slick with ancient blood, echoing in the suffocating quiet of the hidden village. Here, the dead didn't rest. They clawed their way back. The bell tolls were constant eerie chimes that sounded like dirges for sanity itself. Each one a death knell turned resurrection hymn. Yharnam refused to let him breathe. He had pried a rusted, arcane-etched key from the curled corpse of a long-dead hunter, tucked beneath their mangled arms like a warning left to rot. He took it back to the dream, to Gehrman, and asked if the old man could identify it. Gehrman had grumbled, groaned, then after an hour of rummaging and muttering announced its destination with a withered finger and a grim expression. Upper Cathedral Ward. Because of course there was an Upper Cathedral Ward. Because Yharnam was built like a nightmare architect's fever dream, layers upon layers of madness stacked like a rotting onion. It took Izuku 6 hours just to find the entrance. Not because it was hidden though it was, but because navigating Yharnam was like threading through a labyrinth made by lunatics. The church hunter's workshop, a place he hadn't revisited in ages, had been the key. The moment he stepped into the ward, he knew he'd made a mistake. The atmosphere changed. The air was thinner, sharper. Cold in a way that bit through leather and cloth and into his bones. The pale men of Cathedral Ward had been bad enough, with their gaunt limbs and void black eyes. But the ones here? They were worse. Taller. More twisted. Their limbs jerked unnaturally, their fingers twitching with arcane intent. Their robes were soaked in secrets. Their eyes gleamed with knowledge no man should bear. And then there were the babies. Malformed, squirming infantile things. Crawling across the stone floor like maggots dipped in shadow. They didn't cry. They didn't wail. They just were. And when he ended them, they exploded in silence. Inside the grand cathedral, a towering structure whose massive metal doors looked forged to hold back nightmares, he was greeted by something worse. A chandelier the size of a house gave way above him, crashing to the stone below and plunging the vast hall into blackness. And then the growls started. Low. Rumbling. Hungry. Lycanthropes. Izuku's hands trembled as he gripped his scythe tighter. He hated beasts. He doused the first he killed in alcohol and set it ablaze. Turned its charred remains into a grisly lantern that spat flickering firelight into the shadows. It worked. It worked well. He carved through the rest with grim, methodical precision, his strikes clean, brutal, merciless. Blood danced like mist through the cathedral's choking air. He found a hunter badge lodged in the hand of a corpse half consumed by the floor. Brainsuckers crept through the upper hallways, their heads pulsating with fluid and veins, their suckers twitching in anticipation. He split their skulls open and peered inside, not because he wanted to but because something in him had to know. One of them was just sitting. Legs crossed, spine straight. Waiting. And then came the garden. Under the pale moonlight, dozens of blue-skinned creatures wandered aimlessly. Their skin was smooth, wet. Their heads bulbous and their eyes too round, too wide. Harmless. At first. Until he hit one. It screamed. And grew. Its limbs cracked, bones lengthening and snapping into new configurations. 12 feet tall, its head ballooning as it loomed over him. The others followed. Oh good, Izuku muttered, tightening his grip on his scythe. Why not a small alien army? That's just what I needed today. He pulled out the tiny Tonitrus, his newest toy, and let loose its power. Lightning burst forth like divine fury, arcing from one grotesque form to another, reducing them to spasming heaps of smoldering flesh. It felt good. Cathartic. Then he noticed something. Through the tall window of the building adjacent to the garden, a familiar blue figure watched him. Unmoving. A silent sentinel. He shattered the window, vaulted through the frame, and cleaved the thing in half. Inside he found something strange, an alien object pulsing with an inner light, equal parts arcane and biological. He pocketed it. Then came the elevator. Guarded by more of the blue things, which he cut down in short order. The elevator descended. Deeper. Farther than any he'd ridden before. Into darkness so complete it seemed to drink the light from his lantern. And then. A cavern. Massive. Open. Cold. Something moved at its center. Something vast. Wrong. Ancient. His mind recoiled, his body froze, but he could not look away. It was a great one. His breath hitched. Sure, Izuku whispered, the madness tingling at the edges of his thoughts. Of course there's a great one here. Why wouldn't there be? His grip tightened on his scythe, knuckles bone white. I'll deal with you later. And with that, he turned away back toward the elevator, back toward the lantern. His shadow flickered behind him in the cold, eldritch light, warped, stretched, and strangely still. The air was heavy with unsaid truths and lingering dread. A shiver ran down his spine. Without warning, he stumbled, shoulder catching the edge of the stone wall as his vision tunneled. He barely reached the lantern, fingers just brushing the messengers as the cold of another world bled into him. He felt their tiny hands pulling at him gently, insistently. And then everything went dark. A younger Izuku stood shivering in the open dusk of a bitter winter. His shirt was too small, stretched tight across his ribs, exposing his arms to the icy air. No jacket. No scarf. No gloves. Nothing but a pair of shoes too thin for snow and a stubborn belief that maybe, just maybe, he'd make it home. Bakugo had taken his all-might jacket. Because I deserve it more, Deku, the words had echoed with cruel conviction. What had started as another day trying to make himself feel special had ended with that single sentence, ripping it all away. Izuku had scraped together the money for that hoodie himself, saving, bargaining, even lying. Aunt Mitsuki had even praised it when she'd seen it. So sweet of your mom to buy it for you, she'd said. He hadn't corrected her. Couldn't. Now, he was lost, wandering city blocks unfamiliar to him. He had followed a hero fight too far and gotten shoved too close. A villain grabbed him, used him as a shield, and then vanished into the chaos. Izuku had been thrown aside like garbage. Forgotten. Snow fell in thick sheets. The cold bit deeper. His feet dragged across the sidewalk. Every step felt heavier. His breath came in ragged, painful gasps, his lungs seared with every inhale. His arms were numb. His fingers, stiff. His ears rang with the wind. Eventually, his legs failed him. He collapsed against a building's doorway, knees folding beneath him. He could barely keep his eyes open. The world narrowed to a thin blur of white and black. Then the door opened. Warmth hit him like a slap. A tall silhouette loomed overhead, curvy, elegant, draped in layers of fur-lined leather. Her perfume and presence were unmistakable. What the hell? Her voice, sharp with concern. Midnight. He vaguely registered arms scooping him up, holding him tight against a warm body, as she rushed inside. The world faded. When he woke, it was to burning pain. His hands. His toes. They hurt. He groaned, blinking up at a ceiling too white and too clean. He was buried under a dozen blankets, the weight of them pressing into him like a leaden comfort. Each breath felt heavy, but warm. He moved slowly, shoving off a layer of purple fleece, only to find that even the act of sitting up sent waves of ache through his joints. The room was softly lit. The walls were covered in faint graffiti symbols and jokes and lewd scribbles. It should have felt out of place. But he was too tired to care. Then the door creaked open. Oh, you're awake already? That's incredible, Midnight said, stepping in with a smile that could bend shadows. She was radiant, familiar costume modified for warmth, her exposed shoulders peeking through the fluff-lined edges. Izuku stared, then let out an involuntary eep, ducking his head beneath the blanket. She chuckled. Miss Midnight is here to make you all better, little guy. He peeked out slowly, blushing to his ears. She came over, straightened his blanket, tucked a pillow behind his back. She moved like she knew how to care, like she wanted to. His mind, groggy as it was, reminded him that she was a pro-hero, it was her job to care. You look familiar, she said, tilting her head. Weren't you at my signing? A few months ago? He nodded. Why yeah, I was. Thought so. Did I sign everything you brought? Or did I miss your forehead? His eyes widened. And no. I mean you signed everything. I'm good. Really? She laughed, then reached over to grab a bowl. Steam curled from the soup she brought. All right then, soup first. But tell me, how'd you end up outside in that mess? Izuku's lips trembled. He told her. Every word like broken glass. Villain attack. Used as a human shield. Left behind. The snow. The fear. The cold. Tears welled in his eyes and slid down his cheeks. She didn't hesitate. She sat beside him and wrapped her arms around his small frame, holding him close. She didn't say anything. Didn't ask anything more. Just held him. He sobbed like he hadn't in months. His body shook, racked with every bottled-up scream that had festered in his chest. Eventually, she handed him water. He sipped it, still hiccuping. So, what's your name? I'm Kayama, by the way. But you can call me Miss Kayama. He swallowed hard. Izuku Midoriya. Miss Kayama. Nice to meet you, Izuku. Do you know your mom's number? He shook his head quickly. She frowned but softened it with a smile. That's okay. We'll figure it out. Can you breathe for me, sweetheart? His breath hitched. What if his mom got in trouble? What if someone found out? What if they blamed him? His chest heaved. His vision blurred. The panic exploded like a flare in his mind. Izuku? Too much. His vision grew even hazier, his mind working too fast, his body both too hot and too cold. His breathing was too quick. Izuku passed out. Miss Kayama caught him again, lowering him gently back against the cushions. She stroked his hair and whispered to herself. Poor thing. He had only ever wanted to be safe. And tonight, for once, maybe he was. A humid breeze drenched the cavern Izuku had wandered into, thick with rot and mildew. The heat clung to his skin like a damp shroud, crawling beneath his clothes and stinging his lungs with every breath. He loosened the top buttons of his overcoat with slow, deliberate movements, wincing as sweat slicked the inner fabric against his shoulders. The garment was damaged beyond salvation, one sleeve had torn loose at the seam and several buckles dangled uselessly. He made a mental note to either repair or replace it soon. The floor of the cavern glistened with puddles of questionable origin, their oily surfaces warping reflections into grotesque shapes. Izuku stepped carefully around them, each bootfall echoing like a hollow drum beat in the damp, endless dark. Every so often, he caught glimpses of twitching movement in the pools, as though the stone beneath the water itself breathed. It was a place where reality bent, where silence hummed louder than screams. Kneeling ahead, in a posture that mimicked reverence, was a great, shimmering being. It loomed in front of the twisted corpse of Ram, the vacuous spider or what remained of it. Its pallid, scale-glimmering skin caught the meager light and reflected it in distorted fractals across the cavern walls. Tentacles, long and writhing, spilled across the ground like rivers of meat and bone, too numerous to count. The sheer magnitude of it was hidden, its bulk compressed, restrained by self-imposed bounds of form and dimension. As Izuku drew closer, the creature stirred. Its body convulsed in slow, thunderous pulses, not unlike the breath of a dying god. The space around it twisted, folding in unnatural ways as it rose from its prostrate position. Pain struck Izuku like a lance to the brainstem. Not sound, not sight, but something deeper. An intruder, winding through his thoughts, anchoring itself in the bleeding center of his mind. Its face was monstrous, bisected vertically, splitting open like the bark of a rotting tree. Coral-like growths protruded from within, framing rows of lidless eyes that gazed from clusters of fleshy tubes and calcified veins. A glistening shimmer coated the growths, as if it wept stars. A low, musical resonance drifted into his skull like the mournful call of a flute filtered through water and bone. "Incredible," it said, without speaking. The voice rippled through his brain like oil across fire. A hunter so steeped in arcane potential that I could feel the approach, even in mind slumber. The beast's coralline face lifted, and it simulated a smile, its features cracking in grotesque parody. "Child of the moon, I am Ebrietas, daughter of the cosmos. We are kin, though distantly. I sense in thee the taint and blessing of a higher resonance." Izuku's mind staggered at the words, the feelings filling his head from the physically present Great One. His eyes catching the glimmering silver and deep red that now sliced through his verdant locks. Maybe. Child of the Moon was becoming more and more accurate. It slithered forward, tentacles dragging with a sound like wet flesh on stone. The very floor adjusted for its bulk, folding and smoothing like obedient cloth. Izuku stood rooted, unable to decide whether to raise his weapon or kneel. "I offer thee a pact," Ebrietas whispered, though her voice remained trapped in the walls of his skull. "Let this lesser Great One teach thee the truest truths, the breath of the stars, the pulse of the void, the secrets between the astral depths between solar bodies. In return, permit me to bask in the presence of the dream's full moon." It coiled upward, towering over him, then slowly bowed once more into the same posture it had held before Ram's remains. "O son of the moon, thou who hath pried secrets from death's cold grasp, accept me as thy servant, thy helot." Blood dripped from Izuku's nose, thick and hot. His ears rang. His head felt like it would split from the pressure. But his grin grew wider. His eyes, veined crimson and burning with emerald fire, locked with the beast's unblinking gaze. "Sure," he whispered, before collapsing. As his body crumpled, the mark on his arm, the rune bestowed by Flora, lit the cavern in pulses of pale, eldritch light. Ebrietas's eyes widened, transfixed by the glow. The dream would not allow its chosen to die here. Not yet. Not while the moon still watched. Arcane surged from the mark, flooding Izuku's failing mind. His body convulsed. Blood wept from every orifice, pooling beneath him. Nerve endings misfired, memories collapsed, and for a moment, his soul cracked under the pressure. He did not scream, for his throat had closed. His lungs refused breath. Every synapse fired at once, a brilliant funeral pyre of thought. Then, silence. Time unraveled and reformed. His body disappeared. And when it returned, restored in form if not insanity, he remained. The knowledge, the communion, was etched into the remnants of his mind. Carved like ancient runes into a bone too weathered to break. He would wake in the dream, with blood crusted under his nose and eyes that refused to close. Ebrietas would forget this meeting. Such was the cost of the pact. The knowledge she gave would leak from her mind like water through a cracked vessel. But Izuku would not. His mind might shatter 10,000 times before it adapted. But in the end, he would return. Izuku always returned. He always came back. Sometimes it was in a cold sweat, trembling and gasping like a man pulled from icy water. Other times, it was in writhing agony, his muscles seizing as if trying to reject his very soul. Then there were the days he awoke drenched in feverish heat, his hands twitching, alien and wrong, as if something else had moved them in his sleep. However, this time, Izuku felt like he was floating. Not falling, not flying, just drifting. Suspended between thoughts, between worlds, between breaths that didn't quite belong to him anymore. The absence of pain was almost terrifying in its unfamiliarity. No weight pressed down on him, no voices whispered behind his ear, no dream-slicked visions haunted the edge of his mind. There was only emptiness, pure, sterile, absolute. And yet, deep inside that void, something stirred. A memory. A presence. A truth waiting to bleed through the silence. There was no sound, no taste, no touch, no scent, and nothing to see. No pulse of danger to awaken that sixth sense. Just nothing. A void so complete it devoured even the idea of sensation. He was a ghost adrift, a thought without a mind, weightless and formless in an ocean of silence. And then, sensation returned. His eyes, crusted shut by something thick and congealed, struggled to peel themselves open. When the lids finally parted with a slow, wet crack, the beauty nearly broke him. The cosmos stretched endlessly in all directions. Stars glimmered like distant jewels, novas pulsed like the breath of some unseen god, and constellations danced slowly in the vastness of the void. Between them, darkness lingered, massive pools of inky nothing, voids so deep they seemed to devour the light itself. It was beautiful, in the same way death was beautiful, final, immutable, and wholly uncaring. This, he thought, is what lies behind the veil. Then came the sound. Drip, 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 drip. Endless, rhythmic. The repetition of something ancient, patient. Water falling into a pool, but no pool could be seen. No ground beneath his feet. Yet the sound was real. It echoed inside his skull, soft at first, but growing louder with each pulse, each beat of something that might once have been a heart. Then the scents arrived, each one jarring against the serenity of the stars. Aromatic florals, citrus, lavender, vanilla. Then chocolate. A hint of spice. Cotton and wood. His mother's detergent. The smell. Of comfort. Of home. And then the decay. Blood. Bile. Intestine. Rot. The sharp iron stench of brain matter smeared across his face. The copper sweetness of pain. He gagged on a sudden flood of tastes. Sourness, like the inside of an empty stomach. Blood, both fresh and old. Nitroglycerin-laced sweat. Ash. Dirt. Raw flesh. Bone. Bile. 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 Chocolate. Bubblegum. The childlike contrast between joy and gore nearly drove him mad. It struck him like a curse, each flavor a memory, each memory an injury. The joys and horrors of life clashing in his mouth, in his throat, in his soul. Then came the pain. All at once, his body screamed. Every scar he had ever earned ruptured open, seeping fresh agony. His limbs tore away from his torso, his head floated free of his neck, his bones shattered inward and his muscles convulsed with rot. It was not death. It was exposure. Flaying. Dissolution. An unmaking, down to his thoughts. He could feel everything. And yet, he could move. Slowly, like a puppet whose strings were weighted with stone, his head turned. The lights of infinity spun behind his eyes, blurring vision and sanity alike. But what lay behind him mattered more. He strained. Inch by inch. Every movement a rebellion against the broken logic of his body. And he saw it. A pool of red, viscous and infinite. Not flat like water, but churning, alive. With each drip. 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 It expanded. He was the source. The pool was his. And in the stillness of that lake of gore, a face. The spider. Rum. Its face was stony, impassive. Coral structures replaced expression. Its form was still, save for one detail. The black specks where eyes should have been. They stared. Unblinking. Unmoving. Judging. Understanding. The ocean of blood rose to meet him, creeping up his sides, submerging his limbs in slow warmth that promised not comfort but silence. His body came apart once more, bones unraveling in symphonic pain. But still that gaze held him. Like the tide, like gravity, like guilt. It would not let go. And as the cosmos swirled above and the ocean surged below, Izuku realized something profound and terrible. This was not a vision. This was not a dream. This was a memory. A scar left on his soul by the communion with something vast and unknowable. And it was only the beginning. He saw into the movements of the stars, how they whispered to one another in pulses of light too slow for mortals to perceive. He watched the tides of celestial bodies crash against invisible shores, guided by forces older than gravity. He saw into the flow of oceans both real and imagined, currents not of water but thought, winding their way through the folds of his mind like rivers through a drowned valley. And then came the trickle. Wisdom and madness, no longer separate, no longer even distinguishable, began to seep into him with a steady rhythm. Drip, 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 like ink into water, like poison into wine. The knowledge was a parasite, devouring space in his thoughts and repurposing it. It twisted what he knew, rewrote what he believed. Each drop saturated his spine with a weightless gravity, pressing his soul downward into something deep and heavy, yet dragging his thoughts upward, toward stars that no longer obeyed the same constellations. There was no room for fear. No space for resistance. No breath between the moments of understanding and the moments of breaking. There was no escape. Only acceptance. A breath caught in his throat. The void unraveled. He surged upright in a bed soaked with cold sweat and half-dried blood, the twisted sheets clinging to his frame like the remains of some molted skin. His vision spun, the stars he had seen now nothing more than afterimages behind the lids of his eyes. The dream. The hunter's dream. Soft candlelight flickered on the wooden walls. The scent of bloodied herbs and oiled leather clung to the air. He was back. But not unchanged. Never unchanged. He could feel it in his bones before his mind even caught up some sensation deep within the marrow, like an echo reverberating from the far side of some forgotten vale. His eyes scanned the unfamiliar room slowly, as if afraid that focusing too quickly would shatter the fragile sense of peace clinging to him. He knew he was in the dream. But the room was foreign, or perhaps simply overlooked. Was there a bed in the dream? He couldn't recall. In all his time wandering its fog-wrapped paths and speaking to its few denizens, he had never once seen a proper bed, let alone laid in one. Had someone made this for him? Wait. Wasn't there a room with a bed? His mind was muddled, memory scarce yet sharp and full. A quick glance confirmed the location. It had to be some offshoot of the workshop. The pale hues of the wood, the soft creaking of beams overhead, the scent of old gunpowder and faintly metallic blood lingering in the air like memory. From the distant forge, he could hear the hammering of metal measured and patient. But the most obvious sign was the walls, lined with hunter tools, polished to gleaming perfection. He recognized many of them failed prototypes, half-broken ideas he had discarded in frustration during the endless night. Someone had collected them, cared for them, made them beautiful again. The pillow beneath his head was red, deeply so, though where it met the edges it paled to a yellowish white. He had bled. Into the pillow, into the sheets, even the mattress. His blood soaked the dream. He extended his legs off the edge of the bed, bones creaking, joints cracking like wood in the cold. He wore only a basic pair of undergarments, plain and clean, and he couldn't remember ever owning them. Come to think of it, was this the first time he had been undressed in the dream without his own doing? Had someone changed him? His left arm caught his attention first. The silvery white scars remained, the familiar geography of pain. But there was more. Specks of bluish light shimmered where his freckles used to be, dotting his pale skin like stars. The mark Flora, his mother, his heart faltered again, had carved into him, had grown. It now spread from his fingertips, coiling up the length of his arm, over his shoulder, and across his left pectoral. The red ink pulsed with light deep yellows and rich blues flickering like stars in orbit. What stunned him most was not the size or the shimmer but the meaning. He could understand it. Each divot, each curling loop, was no longer gibberish. They were words. Sentences. Volumes of knowledge encoded into impossible shapes. His fingers brushed the largest end. Brightest of them, and a pulse of energy leapt from the mark into his skin, making his hair rise. Naturally, that was the exact moment the door burst open. A massive, aged door groaned against its hinges and slammed into the wall with the drama of a storm wind. Izuku flinched, heart seizing. Standing in the threshold was a woman, if the term could still apply. Clad in an antique gown dyed with spirals of cosmos paint and starlight, her hair was a wild tangle of coral-red curls, broken only by two long, branch-like horns of polished bone. Her face was angular and long, with pitch-black eyes that glittered with depthless chaos. A silvery scar ran from brow to jaw like a lightning bolt. In one hand, she held a cup of something incandescent swirling with lights that defied color. In another, Izuku's hunter garb, freshly cleaned and folded. And in a third, less human arm that shimmered into being from behind her back, she held a feather duster, still flitting daintily across the tomes behind her like it had a mind of its own. Her eyes swirled with galaxies. Her smile was a curving promise that smoothed into a neutral, yet soft expression. Thou art awake? Splendid. Thou hast slumbered far too long, though for one still soft of soul, it may be forgiven. Her voice didn't match her lips. Words came a moment before or after she spoke, threading through Izuku's brain like hot wax and silk. Before he could speak, she had closed the distance in a gliding, predatory step and clasped his hand, another shimmering limb unfolding to assist her. Without effort, she tugged him into the hallway. She moved like a vision, like a fever dream that shimmered with presence more than motion. We have endless tomes to study, my lord, endless threads to untangle. But perhaps that may wait until thine bones no longer creak like timber. I, too, was but an infant when my sibling cast me into the void of understanding. Fear not. It shall be an easy thing, for one whose blood sings with the echo of her name. Before Izuku could blink, they had crossed into the main workshop, and he stilled at the transformation. It was beautiful. More vibrant than he'd ever seen it. Paper flowers spun in lazy spirals from the ceiling. Delicately folded animals stood at attention across bookshelves, their poses regal and strange. The once dreary statue near the grindstone now wore a lopsided crown of woven wildflowers. Even the rafters were braided with life. And there, balanced delicately on a tall ladder, stringing flowers that braided themselves midair as if enchanted by her touch, was the younger sister. Assisting her with quiet grace was the doll, who glanced up and met Izuku's gaze not with the practiced smile of a caretaker, but something gentler, something older. A softness that tugged at his heart in ways he didn't yet understand. Just then, the older sister entered the room from a side door, a woven basket of blossoms nestled in her arms. Her steps were light, careful not to disturb her sister's concentration, yet her smile betrayed a rare tranquility. It was only as she crossed into the light that Izuku truly saw it. They were happy. All three of them. The realization struck him with unexpected force, a flush of warmth blooming in his chest like the first stirrings of spring after a bitter winter. He stood on what he now realized was a second-floor balcony, overlooking a sanctuary that had once only echoed with his solitude. Below, at the leatherworking table, the old lady worked with hands firm and practiced, curing thick patches of hide into what might become armor or protective boots. Beside her, the skeptic man moved with surprising delicacy, linking tiny loops of chain into a coif, his usual scowl softened by focus. Just outside the open archway, Gehrman knelt among a bed of flowering stalks with Ariana, their hands gently turning the soil as they spoke in low tones. Not far from them, the chapel dweller sat upon a soft cushion in the shade, their cloak freshly laundered and their face calm, almost serene. Though blind, they turned their head toward the balcony, a frail yet knowing smile gracing their lips as if they could sense him there. At the nearby weapon bench, Eileen sat hunched in quiet industry. Her long feathered cloak shrouded her like a mantle of dusk, and her blades razor-thin and gleaming rested across her lap. All of Izuku's gathered weapons, usually cluttered in haphazard piles, had been laid out before her, each one cleaned and meticulously maintained. Even his backup cane had been polished to a silver gleam, and the new scythe he had hardly begun to understand was now pristine, its arcane edges humming faintly in the lamplight. Izuku took in the view, stunned. His workshop. His refuge. Once a lonely forge in the fog, now alive. A vibrant hearth filled with people, with warmth, with meaning. His chest ached with the weight of joy. A giddy, breathless laugh bubbled up inside him, and before he could stop himself, he grinned wide and foolish. It was the same smile he had as a child watching All Might Save people on grainy internet videos late at night, blanket pulled over his head, heart racing with dreams. He didn't feel so alone anymore. It was then that the older sister took notice of him. Her gasp, a tiny, startled eep, was enough to draw every eye in the room. Her face flushed a brilliant crimson, and as the weight of all the residents' stares followed her line of sight, Izuku finally realized what she was looking at. He was still in his undergarments. Before he could so much as turn on his heel and bolt back into the hallway, a silvery limb too graceful to be threatening, yet too swift to deny wrapped gently around his torso and began dragging him forward. His entire body flushed crimson, his arms flailing uselessly. "I bring good tidings, fellows of the dream," Ebrietas intoned with a teasing lilt, her alien elegance at full display. "Our lord has risen from his slumber. Please, do not mind his minimal state of dress. He is but passing through the room of work, but ogle if you like." The doll, ever composed, dismounted from the tall ladder with feather-like grace, her boots not so much as clicking against the wooden rungs. Her expression remained composed, though one delicate brow arched ever so slightly as her gaze landed on the scene below. With a fluid motion born of countless repetitions, she gently turned the youngest girl's face away from the blushing, barely dressed hunter, shielding the child from further embarrassment. Then, without missing a beat, she reached toward Ebrietas, who stood far too proud and unbothered, retrieving the offered garments with a polite nod of gratitude. In one seamless movement, she slipped her hand around the stunned Izuku's wrist and, without a word, hauled him back up the staircase and out of view, his bare feet thudding softly on the steps. All the while, Eileen, perched like a crow in the far corner, let out a laugh so dry and rasping it nearly became a wheeze, her sharp amusement slicing through the awkward silence like a blade. Upstairs, the doll dressed him with practiced hands, her motions swift and gentle. Izuku's entire frame remained stiff as a corpse, his face burning red from neck to brow. A faint chuckle ghosted from the doll's lips. Good hunter, she said quietly, securing the last strap of his vestments. I see she must have dragged you out of bed in quite the hurry. The final button snapped into place with a neat click. The doll stepped back, folding her hands over her apron, giving a small, satisfied nod. But please, Izuku, do try to come down fully dressed in the future. You nearly gave the girls a slide. Her voice remained sweet, but a teasing edge curled into her smile. She pinched his cheek playfully, and the sensation startled him out of his mortified daze. Ah, hee, okay doll, I'll try next time, he mumbled sheepishly, rubbing at his cheek. He certainly didn't plan on showing skin in front of anyone again, just remembering their eyes on him made his shoulders lock and skin crawl. Excellent. Now, if I recall correctly, Miss Eileen had a few stern ideas for your training regimen. Off you go, then. With a theatrical twirl, she spun him around and gave him a light shove toward the stairwell. Below, Eileen was still chuckling, her laughter subsiding into the occasional smirk. Yet her sharp eyes never left Ebrieda's, who silently followed Izuku like a loyal wraith. Good to see you again, kiddo, Eileen said as he descended, her voice gruff but warm. I thought the worst when that one, she jerked her chin toward Ebrieda's, showed up with you not long after the doll and the old man finished givin' us the grand tour. You were bleedin' somethin' fierce, but I suppose we worried too soon. A smile tugged at her lips, thin and lined with exhaustion. Still, it reached her eyes. With a grunt, she stood up from her perch and gave Izuku a firm smack on the back. Come on, youngin'. We've got trainin' to do. Yes, ma'am. A few hours, maybe days later? Time was becoming increasingly difficult to measure in the dream, where the moon never shifted, and the winds always blew with a silent chill. Izuku's knuckles were raw, split open and bleeding, each strike of his hand meeting with the steel-clad fists of the relentless old woman across from him. He wondered, distantly, why he didn't wear brass knuckles himself until he realized he'd already shattered 3 pairs from sheer impact alone. The new ones Eileen had forged were made of reinforced steel, and even they were beginning to dent under his blows. A brutal kick snapped across his ribs, sending him flying across the field of ghostly flowers. But he vanished before he landed, a red mist bursting into the air like ruptured arteries. Quickening, once a hunter's simple tool for speed and escape, had become something else in Izuku's hands. With Ebrieda's insight and instruction, he had begun to thread arcane through the mark on his arm, using it as a conduit to supercharge the technique. The result was a form of movement so fast, so devastating, that even time itself seemed to skip when he disappeared. But mastery invited hubris, and he had become predictable. Too predictable. Eileen, enhanced in the dream to be the prime of her youth, was far faster than he could reliably handle. Every time he tried to close the distance, she was already on him, anticipating him. Outmaneuvering him. His body struck the ground with a harsh crunch, gravel embedding itself into his shoulder. And again, he vanished in a burst of crimson fog, reappearing behind her with a flicker of time. He lashed out. But Eileen was already gone. A knee crashed into his nose, shattering cartilage and filling his mouth with the coppery tang of blood. He vanished again, reappearing low beneath her. A rising kick lifted her off the ground, and as he twisted midair, more smoke leaked from his limbs like vapor from boiling blood. His downward strike met her blocking arm, and in a countermove of graceful violence, she redirected his momentum and flung him across the arena toward the great tree that overlooked their field. Ha! Ha! I do believe we can call it a day, youngin', Eileen exhaled, brushing dust from her coat and rolling her shoulder with a metallic groan. The plates on her joints were dented, her knuckles cracked from hours of exchange. Still, she stood tall. You need to get back to the hunt, and I need to let these old joints have their tea and nap. You've got a good skull on you, that's a strength, but don't lean so hard on brute force. Beasts, sure, they fall to fury. But men? People? They're fragile. Doesn't take much to break 'em for good. Izuku wheezed, coughing up red mist like dragon smoke. Thanks, Miss Eileen, ow, he muttered between shallow breaths. As he tried to rise, a sharp hand struck his head, dropping him again. Eileen loomed over him, he could hear the grin tugging her lip as she stared him down. What did I say about the miss? Drop it, kiddo. Gotcha. Gotcha. I get it. Izuku yelped, shielding his head instinctively, his breathless voice breaking into a crooked smile. He watched as Eileen disappeared past the white flowers, her armor clattering piece by piece onto the stones, each discarded bit a soft farewell. She rolled her shoulders with the slow, deliberate motion of someone who had known pain for far too long. And once she was out of sight, Izuku let his body fall into the flower bed with a relieved groan, letting the petals cradle him. It was time to return. He'd lingered too long in the comfort of the dream. Even after stepping back into reality, if this place could still be called that, the great horror that was the amygdala hadn't returned. Time had tried to reset, but some entities, it seemed, stayed dead. Truly dead. A miracle, perhaps. Incredible. Creatures like that never stayed gone. Yet here it was. Silent. Absent. Some fragment of the nightmare had been severed permanently. Then came the descent. The hidden gutter of Yharnam, concealed like a festering wound. Grotesque didn't begin to describe it. Cart stuffed with flesh pulsing, miming became animate when disturbed. Man-eating pigs roamed with blood-caked tusks. Mangy hounds, faster than any he'd faced before, tore at the ground like possessed blades. The mob men, broken and beaten and still living somehow, rose over and over again. Izuku had been forced into a desperate sprint down a gauntlet of horrors, dodging not only bullets but gobs of rotted meat hurled like artillery. Something followed him. Watched him. Pressed its presence against his skull. He burst beneath an archway in silence. The sounds of flesh, of gunfire and screaming, ceased. He turned back. The entire horde had frozen. Heads craned skyward, eyes wide with awe or fear. So he looked up. The blood moon was gone. In its place, a blinding supermoon loomed vast and oppressive. But its surface warped. Warbled. Began to drip. The air soured. What had once smelled of copper now stung like acid, burning Izuku's eyes and throat. The shimmering veil of fluid that coated the moon's face reflected no light, it devoured it. It was like walking into a cloud of onion gas made from rot and starlight. Then, a hand breached the film. Spindly fingers. An arm. A face. Another hand. A torso. And then all of it came collapsing. As though gravity had found it again, the creature tore through the barrier of the moon and plummeted to earth. A symphony of bells rang out from above, 6 chimes from unseen rafters rising through the mewling cry of an infant. It landed not like a corpse but like a god returning to a throne of bone. Torsos jutted from its flesh, arms bent at impossible angles clawed at air, feet kicked without rhythm. Its very existence was a contradiction too wrong to look at, too powerful to ignore. Izuku bolted up a staircase, the only structure that didn't buckle under the thing's weight. Fire began raining from above. The bell ringers had spotted him. His gauntlet tightened, the beast-hide glove reacting to his fear with phantom muscle memory. He vaulted up the stairs with the strength of desperation. In a flash of movement, he was on the rafters. 3 bell ringers lined up ahead. A slash of red. 3 heads fell. Their bells silenced mid-chime. Around the bend. He ducked, just in time to avoid a curtain of hands. The beast had lifted itself using its hundreds of limbs. Its body was forming battlements from corpses, clawing its way toward him. Bullshit. Complete and utter bullshit. 3 more ringers lost their heads. Izuku didn't wait. He launched himself into the air, scythe held high, burying the blade in a writhing limb. Clutched in both hands was a tool he had nearly forgotten, a gift of the cosmos. A small alien parasite embedded in his gauntlet. The emissary. He fed it arcane. And it answered. A corona of stars burst into being, blood-red and spinning like galaxies around him. With a sweep of his arms, the stars multiplied into thousands, and each tore through the creature's flesh like meteors, exploding into jagged spines of bleeding light. The monstrosity screamed without a mouth. Izuku landed hard, tearing his weapon free from the twitching limb. Adrenaline drowned the pain as he sprinted. He could feel the rhythm of the blood. He called to it, let it guide his hand, and sheathed his scythe in crimson. And yet as the blood hissed off his blade, his body buckling under the aftermath of fighting a thing such as he had, as the sounds of flesh pooling into the released bile like liquid the massive beast had used as a weapon, Izuku's mind drifted unbidden and sharp to a memory not of Yharnam, but of rusted streets and broken vending machines. Something in the way his chest heaved, in the exhaustion pinning his limbs, reminded him of those long, cold days when he fought for something far less cosmic: scrap metal, warmth, a fight to make it through another day. It was 4 days before the slime villain would catch Izuku for the first time. And just like the stench that had oozed from that creature reeking of sewage and rot, Izuku currently carried a similar smell, his small frame trudging through a mountain of trash and rusted metal. The sharp, metallic scent of oxidized machinery and the sour odor of old food clung to him like a second skin, but he paid it no mind. He needed the money. The handsome auto shop always had use for scrap, and the eccentric daughter of the shop owners who he hadn't officially met beyond their quick interactions had a reputation for tinkering with anything mechanical she could get her hands on. She called him her part collector, even though they hadn't exchanged more than a handful of words. Outside of Mina, she was the closest thing Izuku had to a friend. And her family? They fed him. Regularly. Without asking questions. When he showed up covered in grime and bruises, they didn't press. They just offered a warm meal and a chair. They were upper middle class, comfortably well off, and always had something to spare when he came around asking for parts or dropping them off. For someone like Izuku, that was gold. In a life where survival often depended on whatever luck he could scrounge up, this odd little corner of the city with people too kind for their own good was a lifeline. But today wasn't just about survival. It was about joy. A new All Might figure had been released, and not just any figure, these were signed. Real signature. Authentic. He'd seen them at his favorite comic shop, sealed in pristine boxes with collector-grade seals and embossed holographic stickers. He didn't have enough money to buy one outright, not yet. But if he could bring in some good part stuff with wiring intact, working gears, clean salvage, he could double what he currently had. And so he found himself hip-deep in trash, moving broken washing machines, rusted microwaves, and gutted televisions to a separate pile. His gloves were torn. His coat was patched with duct tape. His shoes were falling apart, each step soaked through from the salty ocean water. But none of that mattered. Chirp. The familiar vibration buzzed in his pocket, followed by the unmistakable sound cue he had assigned to Mina's texts. It startled him enough that he nearly slipped on a piece of busted plastic. He quickly sat down the half-buried microwave he had just wrangled free and fished out his phone. The screen was scratched. The case was new, a midnight-themed design he'd saved for months to get. It was one of the few things that felt like his. He unlocked it with a tired grin. Mina, hey Izuku. How would you like to hang out on Friday? I know you don't got much pocket money, so don't worry about it. It'll be on me, you'll just need to repay me some other time. Izuku, ###, oh yeah, sure? But I can scrounge some money together for then. What do you want to do? Mina, well, you know how Midnight is holding a tour of her new building near the mall? Well, I got 2 passes. And I'm inviting you to go with me. The tour doesn't happen until around 9 in the afternoon, I know, late, right? Supposedly it's to weed out the people not really interested in a meet and greet tour. So we will have a bit before then so we can go to the mall and chill. Izuku, ###, oh sheet. Really? That sounds fun. I'm so down. Mina, then it's a date. The sound of a teen collapsing into a heap of trash echoed through the alley. Somewhere beside a rusted dishwasher and broken vending machine, Izuku lay smiling like an idiot, his cheeks burning with the kind of warmth he rarely allowed himself to feel. The sun had started to dip below the clouds, casting a golden hue over the heap of junk that, for today, might as well have been a throne. For once, the world felt like it had tilted just slightly in his favor. And in a city that rarely spared him a second glance, that was enough to make Izuku believe, if only for a moment, that he was worth something more than the scrap he scavenged. Izuku clutched the thick parchment of a letter, sealed with wax. Its edges were stained slightly with blood, the writing underneath feeling heavier than the material should allow. He had to make it to Canehurst, where the Crown of Illusion was kept. A small smile flickered across his face like a dying candle in the dark. The memories of just a few days before, the worst 2 days of his life, somehow made him feel better than he imagined he could feel in that moment. Perhaps it was because, in comparison, Canehurst felt oddly simple. The Crown of Illusion had once protected the castle from the executioners, a caste of hunters who specialized in slaying those cursed with the Queen's tainted royal blood. Now, it was little more than a trinket of power, its enhanced connection to the arcane the reason Izuku sought it. Not just for Flora's quest, but because the crown's metal could be repurposed, reforged into something new. So here he was again, back in the clinic where his nightmare had begun. The dry, rust-colored bloodstains from his own past still marred the floor and gurney, relics of a moment that marked his rebirth. A fresh celestial emissary corpse lay crumpled by the doorway like a discarded husk. The clinic was silent, absent of any living soul, but brimming with the kind of stillness that only came after screams. Izuku let out a breath and flicked his pocketknife open with a practiced motion, slicing through the wax seal with a clean snap. The paper unfolded with a subtle crunch, brittle with age or rushed urgency. To the one chosen for this long night, Izuku Midoriya. Head to Hemwick Crossing. The royal stagecoach will be ready to depart shortly, and it would be a shame to miss this opportunity, no? The beasts are grotesque, and the materials grand. I beseech you, kill off the festering corpse that is the martyr, and the castle will be in your debt. Do not hesitate. The coach leaves soon. The paper, lightly stained and ink-blotted, seemed to tremble in his grip as though it carried a warning alongside its invitation. How it arrived to him, Izuku didn't want to guess. Cracking his neck, he exited the clinic, kneeling beside a waiting messenger. With a whispered phrase, the world folded, and Izuku was gone, reappearing at Hemwick Crossing. His scythe clicked into readiness, a fan of crimson mist rising from his arm as the mark on his flesh shimmered. He ran. His body blurred as red mist bled from his footsteps, witches erupting into dismembered limbs and dissolving into the damp soil, their chants turning to gurgles. By the time Izuku reached the old bridge, he was barely winded, though his limbs buzzed with strain. The sound of hooves echoed through the stone beneath his feet. From the fog emerged a black stagecoach, its every movement reeking of rot and a slow death. The horses were gaunt, almost skeletal, with patches of raw meat where flesh had once lived. The coach slowed, and the door swung open with a groan like a morning bell. Inside, mold devoured what was once elegant velvet, and mildew crept along the warped wood. Izuku covered his mouth with his hand and climbed in, the door snapping shut behind him like a trap. As the horses turned the carriage toward the broken bridge, Izuku's vision swam. Pressure pressed on his eyes, and sleep crept in like a parasite. When he awoke, he was buried. The snow was thick, weighty. It clung to his back and arms, the cold biting into his skin more painfully than most blades had. It had been years since he'd felt snow like this, real snow. Not the frost that collected on the inside of windows in an unheated apartment. Not the slush he saw melting on sidewalks from behind closed curtains. This was winter in full, uncaring majesty. He pushed himself free of the shallow grave, flakes drifting off his coat like ash. His body shivered, his nerves screaming in confusion. The cold felt more foreign now than blood ever had. Muzutafu's city line flashed through his mind. He remembered wanting to see the snow fall over the skyline, from the tallest roof he could find. Somewhere safe, somewhere warm. Somewhere he'd never gotten to reach. With another crack of his neck, he stood, not even sparing a glance at the collapsed, rotten coach or the desiccated husks of the horses. The massive iron gates creaked open with ancient sadness, as though they remembered him. As though they had been waiting. The courtyard was littered with grotesqueries, things that may have once been human. Their bodies crawled with wrongness, pale stretched skin, long dragging hair, bloated stomachs that pulsed red through the snow. Blood liquors. Journal entry 34 of the executioner's scribe came to mind. Fast. Agile. Starved. Jaw pressure strong enough to crack reinforced helm. Limbs like razors. Tongues that puncture and drink. Hunger that kills reason. Crying eyes, but no remorse. Izuku's grin was a snarl of reverent disgust. A chance to test his tools on creatures this horrid? Tempting. But there were greater things to do. Still, he killed them all. Statues of old kings and knights became makeshift pikes, crowned with the heads of the beasts. Their tears glistened in the snow. Canehurst Castle was beautiful. Too beautiful. Marble and silver twisted into Gothic elegance. The castle's cleaners, those poor things scattered from his path. He stole from their chests, dirted their halls, and ignored their whimpers until they raised weapons. Then he carved them open. The ghosts were nuisances, slashed away at the neck. The living gargoyles were startling, until he sent them screaming off rooftops. In a side room brimming with sorrowful spirits, echoes of Canehurst's lost nobility, he found gauntlets. When worn, they summoned hateful orbs of wailing energy. Spirits condensed into heat and fury, exploding through the living, tearing holes into whatever stood before them before returning obediently. Izuku admired them. Another tool for his bloody trade. Jumping between rafters, he reached a narrow bridge that led to the tallest roof. There, a throne of twisted wood sat under the moonlight. Seated atop it was the martyr. Once a man. Now a corpse preserved not by reverence, but by necessity. Cleaned and animated by the cursed crown's power, he stood draped in gold, a sentinel of memory and bone. A soul fragmented, diluted, tethered to a throne of ice and sorrow. An echo of dignity suffocated beneath servitude. His motions were not his own, only echoes of a duty long corrupted by purpose. Had Izuku already reached the castle's peak? He blinked slowly, his breath a wavering mist that scattered into the chilled wind. That shouldn't have happened, not this quickly. His frown took root, deepening like frostbite spreading through skin. He hadn't meant to climb so far so fast, not without more preparation, more understanding. What a waste of an arcane item. A soul for a crown. A spirit for a veil. A transaction, yes, but one that unsettled him in a way few things had. Something was wrong with him today. Actually, something had been wrong for a while now. His hunts, how many had he survived? How many had he forgotten? Each one left less of him behind. A trail of discarded memories bled out across the cobblestones of Yarnum. Another harsh shake of his head, forcing the thoughts down. He stepped out onto the roof. The cold struck first, a biting slap to the face. Then came the scent, rot buried beneath brittle ice. Decay that had been left to ferment beneath layers of frost. Izuku gripped his scythe tighter, its spine-like frame responding with a gentle hum as the figure before him stirred. The air itself shifted, its weight thickened, charged with hatred and ancient sorrow. Cracks shattered the stillness like distant gunfire, fragments of ice falling from the frozen guardian in a brittle cascade. Beneath the breaking veneer, bone groaned. Ligaments snapped back into place with mechanical precision, their rigidity betrayed by the shriveled, blackened skin clinging to them. Once, this might have been a man. Noble. Righteous, even. But now? A vessel for rage. An unwilling priest in service to death. The hunter within Izuku grinned a wide, predatory thing, eager for release. But the boy what remained of Izuku Midoriya frowned. There was a quiet mourning in his chest, a silent eulogy for what the man before him had once been. The hunter silenced the boy. With a roar, Izuku surged forward. Red smoke burst from beneath his boots, churning the snow into steam. His executioner's gauntlet glowed, not with light but wrath. From its spine-jointed fingers, spectral skulls erupted, howling banshees of vengeance, trailing screams born of blood and agony. The scythe cut low. The skulls arced high. Together, they struck. One scorched the martyr's face. The other sheared through its knees. The creature reeled, but it was not defenseless. A blade, almost invisible, shimmered out from the folds of its robes, driving into Izuku's chest. But in a blur of red mist he was gone. A whisper. A clink. Glass shattered somewhere in the air. Izuku reappeared above, descending like judgment. His whip had unfurled, sharp and writhing, a serpent laced with razors. It struck downward, coils wrapping the corpse in spiraling violence. With a vicious pull, sinew tore, joints cracked. The martyr retaliated with another swing, phantom, but deadly. Again, Izuku vanished. Then silence. The hunter returned in a crouch, low to the stone, scythe dragging behind him. It hummed now, its arcane thirst nearly audible, a blade not of steel but conviction. One clean slash, bone fractured, and the martyr's jaw scattered like porcelain. The second slide disarmed it permanently, tearing the weapon from what had once been fingers. Smoke thickened. Heat and decay mingled in the air, heavy and pungent. Izuku walked, unhurried, as if the corpse were already dead. His whip danced, an artist's slide painted in arterial red. Limbs fell. The man was split into trembling pieces. A final, clumsy swing came, instinctive, panicked. Izuku was already missed. He reformed in the fog behind the fallen guardian. The scythe glinted. One last, merciful strike. The corpse's head rolled, bumping softly against the edge of the frozen stone. And then stillness. The cursed crown clinked free, spinning once across the ground. Izuku caught it. It pulsed faintly in his hand, alive with ancient arcane breath. Smoke peeled from the castle's heights, the cursed air losing cohesion as the enchantment that bound it shattered. Stone groaned. And then emergence. A stairway revealed itself, a path drawn from ancient magic. An ascent, waiting to be walked. As he took the first step, then the second, Izuku let his mind drift, slipping between the quiet cracks in his thoughts like rain through broken glass. His boots echoed against the stone with a steady rhythm, but his mind wavered, drawn once more into the mire of memories, heavy and cold, as though dredged up from the deepest recesses of the past. A memory surfaced more tangible than the rest. One unmarred by blood, if not by bruises. It had been 3 days before the slime villain attack. He had planned to meet up with Mina. 4 days before what she teasingly called their date. Izuku had bought a limited edition All Might figure, a rare piece he had scrimped and saved for, and he was desperate to show it to her. He knew she'd love the ridiculous pose, the sparkly eyes. She always humored his excitement. So here he was, nearly skipping down the cracked sidewalks, the kind of giddy that felt unfamiliar and dangerous. Actual happiness. A feeling so out of place in his usual world of flickering lights and cold dinners, it almost felt fake. But it always came when Mina was around. Their meetups were a reprieve, even if they never happened at his place. Too many reasons. Too much to hide. He passed by strangers, cataloging them with quiet caution. A red-eyed kid with shaggy black hair, a lanky man oblivious to where he was walking, Bakugu. Wait. Bakugu? Katsuki never came this far out into the city. Aunt Mitsuki had chewed him out last time he wandered too far from home. Something about it felt off. Izuku was a block from Mina's house, taking the usual shortcut between 2 rundown buildings when he realized too late that spotting Bakugu meant danger. If Kaken was one thing, it was predictably cruel. He never made it to Mina's that day. His phone died long before he could call for help. By the time he limped home, cradling the shattered figure and his fractured pride, dawn was threatening the skyline. He didn't even make it to sleep before school. He simply lay in bed, his chest throbbing with a bruise that stretched from collarbone to navel, watching the flickering ceiling light fade to black as the power cut out again. Maybe tomorrow would be better. Maybe. But Izuku already knew the answer. Hope didn't grow in his house. It starved and withered and died like everything else. He woke to 30 missed messages from Mina, his phone at a dismal 20%, the charger seemed to be failing. His head pounded, sharp and sick like lightning under the skin. He hadn't eaten and he wasn't sure. His breath stank of acid and something metallic. Still, he threw on his uniform. Slipped his bag over one shoulder. Walked to school on autopilot, praying for some divine shift in the universe. Izuku's focus sharpened like a blade as he entered the grand hall of the Queen of the Vilebloods. The heavy doors groaned behind him, sealing off the outside world and cloaking him in the hush of reverence that blanketed the cathedral-sized chamber. His breath hitched at the sight. Thousands of candles, maybe more, flickered with a steady, unnerving stillness. Each flame cast long shadows against the cold stone, their glow neither warm nor welcoming, but instead clinical, calculating, like they were watching. At the far end of the hall, elevated atop a set of shallow, blood-red stairs, sat the queen. Regal and unmoving, she was a monument of restrained power. Her silver mask concealed much, but the posture, the tension in her shoulders, the emptiness of the throne beside her, those things spoke volumes. "Visitor, I claim no subjects, but here leath our throne. Kneel afore us, or get thee gone." Her voice was sonorous, smooth, with an underlying chill that could curdle blood. The hunter, or was it Izuku, truly, in this moment of singular clarity, sank to one knee at the base of the dais. The intensity of the queen's masked stare pressed into him like a weight, compelling him to lower further. So he did, touching his forehead to the cold stone, spine bowed in the ancient language of respect. "Visitor? Moon-scented hunter? I am Annalise, Queen of Castle Canehurst, ruler of the vile bloods, and sworn enemy of the church. Yet, our people are slaughtered, and we are prisoner to this wretched mask. What is it thou art in search of?" Rising slowly, Izuku, though his voice sounded distant, unfamiliar, answered evenly, "I am on a quest guided by the moon, your majesty. I seek the crown of illusion. But beyond that, the vile bloods have mastered blood in a way no one else has. I wish to learn, to understand, to wield it." The queen made a soft, intrigued sound, like the rustle of silk. "Very well. Drink deep of our blood." With a grace born from centuries, she extended her alabaster arm. Blood, dark and glistening like liquid rubies, welled from a fresh incision and trailed down her wrist. Izuku did not hesitate. He leaned forward, and as the blood touched his lips, fire erupted in his core. It coiled around his bones, licked at his nerves, and then just as quickly dispersed into a calm, ringing silence. "Feel the spreading corruption burn," she intoned, regal and solemn. "Now, thou art too a vile blood. We too, the very last on this earth. We await thy return. For the honor of Canehurst." The hunter, who felt less and less like the trembling boy he once was, rose from the crimson-drenched chamber, the warmth of blood coiling like serpents in his veins. He stepped into the chill of the roof again, where the endless fog clung low to the stone. As he turned his eyes back toward the moonlight, something inside him shifted. And the red seeped into his vision like ink spilled on parchment, consuming the world in its bloom without resistance. Izuku's eyes wavered, blurring and refocusing over and over. A sharp, pounding ache pulsed behind his forehead, each throb like a hammer to his senses. For what felt like only a breath, he was elsewhere. Then, suddenly, he was here, cold stone biting into his back, blood congealing in his ears, the metallic tang thick in his throat. He lay sprawled out in a place that looked eerily familiar. It resembled the church where he had once brought survivors a sanctuary amid horror. But the incense that had once sweetened the air was gone, replaced now with the cloying, suffocating stench of aged copper and rotted meat. The silence here wasn't calm. It was oppressive, like the breath before a scream. No. He was not in the same church. Izuku staggered upright, every joint creaking, and his eyes scanned the dim room. There were no signs of life. No messengers. No incense burning. Just a weight in the air that sank into his lungs like rot. A doorway beckoned him, the only exit open, and beyond it monstrosity. Roots, if they could even be called that, twisted out of the ground like the veins of a corpse forced above the surface. They pulsed slightly. Breathing? Dreaming? Then, cold clarity slid into his mind like frost forming on glass. "My young hunter, I welcome thee to the hunter's nightmare." "The what?" Izuku interrupted, curiosity sparking through his daze like a firecracker in the dark. "Shush, child," Flora replied, unbothered. "I was attempting a poetic explanation. The hunter's nightmare is a realm shaped by hatred birthed from my sister Kos, her orphan, and those who followed in their wake. Here dwell their memories, their regrets, their madness. Here, you shall face not only some of the greatest foes but truths about Yarnum never committed to page." Her voice faded into the background as Izuku drove his scythe into the chest of a twisted hunter wielding a rusted, ancient tool. "How did I get here, mother, I mean, Flora?" Izuku asked, breath ragged. "I remember things. In pieces. My last few hunts, memories missing. They got shorter and shorter, more fragmented. Until I ended that martyr. Then I woke up here." Something heavy fell. Into his hand, the beast cutter. He hadn't noticed picking it up from the corpse. Its sheer weight and whip-like segments reminded him of his old favorite. The weapon hummed in his grip, like it remembered things too. His thoughts tumbled. He had called her mother. It slipped out naturally. Was Flora not already becoming that? She remade him. She taught him. And deep down, in the hollowed-out space where his mother should have been, she'd settled in like a whisper of warmth. I removed your protections against the bloodlust, Flora said, voice quiet, almost apologetic. You built them yourself when you killed for the first time. When you resisted the call. I'm sorry I didn't warn you. But you are here now, and the orphan and its head await you. Izuku didn't respond. His body did, surging forward. His blade carved through the flesh of two old hunters, their blood joining the tide that coated the graveyard floor. Their deaths drew others, beasts and hunters alike, from higher terraces, all howling and descending. I don't blame you, Mo Flora. But maybe next time, a heads up before you tear my mind apart would be nice. He muttered, splashing through the gore up the narrow staircase. A fireball barreled toward him. He vanished into mist. It passed through where he'd been. He reappeared, and with a single elegant arc of silver, 6 snarling beasts were left twitching on the floor. I can do that, my child. Do not fret. I shall leave you to the hunt. Her presence began to recede from his thoughts, her voice already fading, becoming distant. He didn't want it to go. I love you, mother. The words cracked from his throat, heavy and raw, like glass dragged across a wound. Desperate. Pathetic. Real. Too long had it been since he'd said those words to someone who might even pretend to say them back. Even if she wasn't his real mother. Even if she was something ancient and vast and cold in ways no human could fathom. Even if she didn't mean it. The silence that followed was unbearable. Every second stretched like sinew pulled to its limit. He felt small. Like a child again, alone in a kitchen filled with empty silence, the television playing softly in the background, waiting for a voice, any voice, to say they loved him. But none came then. And maybe none would now. Then the stillness shattered. A great stone door exploded open with the fury of a falling cathedral. A hulking hunchback burst forth, its grotesque form lit by the purple blaze of its eyes, its face a mass of writhing, slimy tentacles that slurped and undulated like a nightmare-given flesh. It raised its axe, a rusted slab of iron wrapped in chains, and brought it crashing down. Each strike rang out like a morning bell. But above it all, through the blood and the dread and the ache in his chest, Flora's voice returned quiet, cold, impossibly kind. You, I hold dear to me too, my son. That was all he needed. Not quite the words, but close enough. The fire reignited in his limbs. Izuku surged forward, teeth bared, heart hammering like a war drum. His blade plunged deep into the monster's gut, ripping through layers of unnatural flesh. He didn't scream. He didn't growl. He was silent, focused. He wrenched its innards out with the savage precision of someone who had bled too much to waste motion. The creature crumpled. Lifeless. At last. He stepped through the gore-soaked archway. The next chamber resembled the grand cathedral, but wrong. Perverse. Its architecture twisted, as though melted and reforged by madness. At the far end, cradled by blackened claw-like pews, the charred body of a cleric beast lay twitching in silence. In its hand, barely glinting in the faint pallor of cursed moonlight, was a pendant. Izuku saw it. But it barely registered. He was still stuck on the words. She had said something close. But not quite. He wanted the real thing. Craved it like the desperate ache in his bones. Because no one had ever said it, not in years upon years at least. Not his teachers. Not his classmates. Not the mother who birthed him. He had always been too much, too little, too strange, too broken. And now, with the whisper of a god curling through the recesses of his soul, hearing a voice that tried to mimic affection with words that weren't quite love. He couldn't help but wonder, was this as close as he would ever get? Was that enough for him? He looked down at his blood-soaked hands, the slick crimson coating his fingers like ink spilled from a wound too old to remember. It dripped between the cracks in his gloves, seeped into his skin, clung to him like every desperate memory he had tried to bury. A different thought surfaced, quiet, bitter, undeniable. Could he even feel love anymore? The real kind? The sort that wasn't coated in guilt or hollowed out by hunger. Or was everything he felt now just a parasitic echo, some needy, desperate imitation that latched to the scraps of his soul like barnacles on a sinking ship? Was it longing, or was it rot dressed up in warmth? Could something as pure as love still live inside someone who had killed so much just to survive? And worse, did he even deserve to find out? The thought gnawed at him like rot beneath the skin, quiet, festering, and impossible to ignore. It clung to his every step, a weight that slowed his pace even as he tried to convince himself to move forward. He swallowed hard. No time to dwell. He had to keep going, even if every footfall felt heavier than the last. His clothes were soaked again in deep crimson not long after, blood soaking into the tears and stitching of his coat like it had always belonged there. As he trudged back into the familiar halls of the cathedral he'd awoken in, his mind felt strangely blank, like it had reached its limit and shut down to protect itself. Automatic movements took over: step, duck, fire, reload, slash. He barely noticed the tall, skinny man he passed by, nor the familiar shimmer of the blue lamp ahead. All he could hear were his own breaths, ragged and shallow. Getting here should have felt like a victory. But the turrets, the ambushes by bloodthirsty hunters, the acidic bile of those nightmarish blood lickers, all of it blurred into static. He had cut his way through the carnage without thought, the motion of survival so deeply ingrained that it no longer needed him to be present. And now here he stood, face to face with a man who at least for now wasn't trying to kill him. In a world this twisted, that counted as a miracle. Izuku stepped forward toward the cloaked figure, who barely turned to acknowledge him. The man's face was hidden, his voice cracked with age and exhaustion. You're a hunter with your sanity, aren't you? Must have taken a wrong turn then, eh? There was skepticism laced in his voice like barbs hidden in cloth. Well, we're more alike than you think. This is the hunter's nightmare, where hunters end up when drunk with blood. A sharp, mirthless laugh followed. You've seen them before. Aimless, wandering hunters, slavering like beasts. This, he gestured out past the doorway, where the stream of blood pulsed beneath twisted guardians, is what the poor fools have to look forward to. So, don't be brash. Turn back before it's too late. Well, unless you've something of an interest in nightmares? Izuku blinked slowly, the words floating through the fog of his mind like echoes underwater. Well, to be honest, he said, voice dry, I'm honestly finding them interesting. This area is outside of time, holding zones that don't match, don't make sense. It's chaos constant and alive. And it's the home of endless hunting. It's terrifying, but also, he searched for the word. Fascinating. Ahahaha. Yes, I see. Such a young mind, so inquisitive. The man leaned back, laughter ringing with equal parts amusement and grief. You sense a secret within the nightmare and cannot bear to leave it be. As if the spirit of Burgenworth lives on within you. Then, his tone shifted, sharpened. But beware. Secrets are kept for a reason. And some secrets, some things buried here, do not want to be uncovered. Especially those too unseemly for even the nightmare to hold willingly. His voice faded, but the weight of his warning hung in the air like fog, thick and bitter on the tongue. Without further conversation, the man went silent. Izuku gave a quiet nod in return and turned away, his feet already leading him deeper into the nightmare. There was no time to linger on words when the air itself pressed down like a curse. He moved forward, past twisted buildings and malformed echoes of the past. The nightmare blurred with every step, its boundaries impossible to define, like walking inside a memory that wasn't his. He wasn't one for running, he liked to walk, observe, feel the world under his feet, but the sheer number of hostile spirits clawing their way toward him had made walking impossible. So he sprinted. Past a handful, then more. He stopped counting after 20. Eventually, he stumbled across the next lamp, the familiar stone fixture rising like salvation from the blood-soaked earth. The messengers were already waiting, tiny pale things with eager expressions and outstretched hands. They waved to him like children welcoming a parent home. As Izuku swept his hand across their heads, ruffling what little hair they had, a delighted murmur rippled through the group. More of them appeared with each gesture, clawing free from the ground as if drawn by the simple, human kindness of a pat on the head. For a fleeting moment, Izuku allowed himself a smile. It was a simple thing. Cathartic. Familiar. Almost warm. But warmth was fleeting in the nightmare. He gave the messengers one last glance, then turned toward the encroaching dark, the bloody gear on his back shifting with his movement. There was more to do. Always more to do. Strange gear, unfinished designs, curiosities that whispered purpose to his tinkering mind. They were all just distractions until he found another great beast. Something worthy of his attention. His footsteps changed. The thud of boot to stone gave way to the sickening squelch of blood-thick mud. The ground was slick, slimy, and disturbingly warm. Blood seeped from the gaping maw of a massive, tunnel-like doorway ahead, a ceaseless flow that coated the floor and splashed against his legs. Izuku pressed forward. He entered a chamber where the air was thick with rot and silence. Mountains of corpses formed grotesque barricades, their limbs piled haphazardly, their eyes glassy and hollow. This was not just a battlefield, it was a graveyard born of madness. Then a voice shattered the quiet. Ragged and soaked in blood. Please. Help us. An unsightly beast? A great terror looms. The words came from a creature barely resembling a man, skinless and leaking viscera with every shuddering breath. His lips barely moved, but his voice carried broken, pleading. Ludwig the accursed is coming. Have mercy. Have mercy upon us. Before Izuku could respond, before he could even process, the man was gone, crushed under a titanic force. Hooves. A blur of movement. Izuku had read about this man more times than he could count, the pages of his old notebooks crinkling under the weight of Ludwig's legacy. Ludwig the Holy Blade, the first hunter of the healing church, champion of the people, and slayer of the grotesque. A man whose image once inspired awe, reverence, and hope. And yet, here he was. What stood before Izuku now was no hero. It was a perversion, a monument to failed divinity, a howling amalgam of horse and man. As though someone had tried to sew knight and steed into a single body, only to forget which parts went where. The warped creature had two heads, one vaguely human, stretched and distorted like a horse's skull with remnants of a once handsome face, and another a vile fleshy stalk writhing with countless unblinking eyes, dripping with putrid ichor. Hooves jutted from wrong angles, clawed hands gripped a tangle of muscle and gore that formed its chest, and tattered remnants of church garb clung to its warped frame. Embedded in its back was a massive, rune-bound greatsword, pulsing faintly with power, as though even now, the weapon longed to be wielded with purpose. With a soul-rattling scream, it charged. It moved with impossible speed for such a twisted form, closing the distance like a falling star. It crashed into the wall where Izuku had stood a heartbeat before. The sheer impact cracked the stone. Izuku responded with precision. His whip lashed out, a gleaming streak of silver light that bit deep into the monster's exposed flank. A wicked grin curled his lips, blood dripping from one corner. The beast lunged again. This time, it collided with Izuku, hurling him back. The air ripped from his lungs as his back slammed against the cathedral wall, but the momentary contact gave him the space he needed. With a snap, his cane was gone and the jagged arc of his scythe swept into place, glinting in the flickering light. He shoved the barrel of his pistol against the malformed horse head and pulled the trigger once, twice. Each shot burst into the flesh with wet pops, sending white fluid and blood erupting from the cluster of distorted eyes. A burst of red mist. Izuku blinked across space. He reappeared behind the beast, slashing low at its knotted legs, the blade digging into tendon and sinew with practiced brutality. Gunfire followed his swings, rounds slamming into meaty haunches and half-healed scars. The beast shrieked with a voice half human, half equine, and spun to attack. Another bullet to the eye staggered it. Izuku vanished again, the red haze marking his movement like a falling ember. This time, he struck for the neck. The second, eye-cluttered stalk. His whip wrapped around it, biting deep. He pulled, and with a wet, snapping sound, tore the thing clean off. The grotesque limb fell with a wet slap, wriggling faintly like a dying parasite. For a heartbeat, the nightmare stilled. The great hunter's abomination collapsed. Izuku stood panting, blood-specked, and blinking through the crimson haze. Then the temperature dropped. The sword Ludwig's holy blade ignited with blue arcane fire. A pulse of light spread across the room like a breath from a slumbering god. And then the beast stirred again. Its body rose slowly, as if gravity itself were uncertain. The twitching mass of flesh reassembled into a towering figure. Its eyes now gleamed with awareness, not madness. It gripped the blade, raised it reverently, and muttered, "Ah, you were at my side all along. My true mentor? My guiding moonlight." The voice that emerged was distorted, layered, the voice of many throats speaking as one. It turned its gaze to Izuku, and the sword crackled in response. It recognized him as its adversary. Perhaps, as its successor. The blade moved with elegance, not rage. With reverence. A slash of the sword launched a crescent wave of raw arcane energy. Izuku ducked under it, sprinting forward. He pulled a belt from one of his pouch's oil flasks dangling like grim jewelry. He tossed it mid-run. They shattered against Ludwig's skin just as a Molotov followed, erupting into a wall of flame. Fire licked at flesh, but the beast was undeterred. Waves of energy exploded outward with every swing, turning the cathedral into a landscape of destruction. Izuku grit his teeth, his arm glowing red as the rune surged. He called on Arcane. 20 blazing crimson spheres erupted from him and shot forward in a staggered spread. They struck like meteorites, gouging out chunks of corrupted flesh and shattering bone. Spires of blood shot from the wounds. Stone cracked, the cathedral groaned as though in pain. The two clashed blade and spell, fury and calculation. Ludwig's strikes gouged trenches through stone. Izuku's footwork was brutal and efficient, every dodge flowing into a counterattack. He began to feel his muscles tear under the strain, arcane backlash sparking across his skin, but he pressed on. Each blow spilled more blood until the floor was a waiting pool of crimson. Shards of marble flew through the air like shrapnel. The heat from their battle evaporated the blood into thick mist. Finally, with a scream of exertion and a final flash of his whip, Izuku carved through the beast's neck. The head tumbled from its shoulders, landing in the blood with a sickening splash. Ludwig's body collapsed with a final sigh, a trembling exhale that carried centuries of pain, of failure. From the floor, the messengers rose, solemn and reverent. They offered him a lamp, their small hands trembling with excitement. Izuku lit it with shaking fingers, and they gathered around him, quietly begging for head pats amid the blood and ruin. He gave them one each, fingers trembling not from fear but from exhaustion. His heart still thundered in his chest, yet his breath came easy, clear. He had felled a legend. And somehow, he felt smaller for it. The still air of the colossal room was warm and humid from the ceaseless blood flow trickling from the mounds of corpses that lined its forgotten edges. The coppery scent clung thick in the air, faint to Izuku's dulled senses but sharp enough to summon a sudden wave of nausea. A rare thing, that. He hadn't felt it in what felt like months, maybe years. Not since he'd grown numb to the rot and ruin of Yharnam. However, for all he knew, it could have just been yesterday he got over the feeling of his stomach churning from the stench. Yet something about this place, about the stillness of the blood lake and the corpse that crowned it, made his stomach twist. He stood over the severed head of Ludwig. Once, this man had been more than myth, Ludwig the Holy Blade, the first hunter of the healing church. A symbol. A savior. A story he had scrawled in the margins of childhood notebooks like gospel. In the notes of scholars and estranged hunters alike. But now? Just another ruin. A husk in a tide of gore. The head's lone remaining eye shifted and settled on Izuku, its voice emerging soft, distant, half-real. Good hunter. Have you seen the thread of light? It didn't move, not truly. The mouth barely parted, but the words rang out like a memory echoing from deep water, echoes from a time long before rot, before ruin, before the dream soured. Just a hair, a fleeting thing it was. Yet I clung to it. Steeped as I was in the stench of blood and beasts. The voice cracked at the end, fragile, as if disbelief still warred with memory. Ludwig's eye, glassy and unfocused, looked not at Izuku, but through him. Through time. Through illusion. Through the hope he once held. I chased salvation blindly, the head murmured, a ghost trapped in meat. I thought the church divine. I thought the hunt holy. But I see now I was merely another beast, dressed in sacraments, drunk on the blood I swore to cleanse. A strained breath rattled in his throat, pain and awe mixing like blood in water. And yet, even knowing this ruin, I still feel it. The light. That thread. That impossible thread. It lived in me. It lives now in you. A twisted smile, too slow and too human for what remained of the man, crept across the mangled lips. Take it, young hunter. Take it from me. My guiding moonlight. My last truth. Let it not go to waste. Let the stalwart continue. Let them hunt. Not for glory, nor faith, but for penance. For mercy. And then, silence. No grand sigh. No peace. Just stillness. A gargoyle at rest. Not a warrior's death, but a monument to the lies of a holy war. A legacy of rot. Izuku moved forward slowly, reverently, like approaching a shrine. The weight of legacy pressed down on him like fresh snowfall. The sword lay swaddled in white cloth, bandages pristine. Despite the gore, as though the blood had recoiled from its light. It shimmered faintly, vibrating with unsaid words, like the last verse of a song buried by time. He reached out. Fingers met hilt. Moonlight burst across the chamber. The cyan glow enveloped the weapon, illuminating the black stone with eerie purity. Its edge sharpened before his eyes, shifting with a jagged gleam, like teeth. Runes burned crimson across its blade, the etchings alive with a heartbeat of their own. The warmth coursed through Izuku's fingers, seeping down to his bones. The copper tang evaporated. The air turned crisp. A voice, silk and ancient, curled around his thoughts. My child. Hast thou found my gift? Flora. He inhaled, and something in his chest loosened, no, broke. A pressure he hadn't realized had been weighing on him for days, weeks, maybe longer, dissipated with a trembling breath. Mother. What is this blade? It feels alive. Like it's breathing with me. A pleased, knowing chuckle pulsed behind his teeth, reverberating through bone and blood like a lullaby sung by something ancient. The blade was forged to channel the whispers of the cosmos. I entrusted it to a human of rare worth. One who might wield moonlight not as a symbol, but as truth. Yet even he fell to the thirst, to the madness. But you found it. And it found you. Izuku exhaled as he ran the current of his energy into the sword. It answered eagerly, flaring to life, the glow shifting from tranquil cyan to indigo, then burning into a searing, royal blue. Crimson veins pulsed along the blade's flat, alive with a breathless heartbeat that matched his own. It responds to me, he whispered, not in pride, but in awe, as if afraid the truth might flee if he spoke it too loud. As it should, my pupil, Flora whispered back, her voice silked in a warmth he had craved his entire life. Thy growth. It has not gone unnoticed. Even the lesser kin rejoice in thy bloom. Ebriata sings of your progress in her private echoes. You are nearly ready. My child, I am proud of you. Those last words pierced him deeper than any beast's fang ever had. He didn't cry, but the weight of them settled into the cracks of his soul like silver light in shadowed stone. She paused, then added with somber clarity, "At the tower's peak, past cells of dying madmen and faithful husks, lies the clock tower. There, you will meet another. One trained by Gehrman. Strong. Terrible. You may die. Many times. But you must learn." "I understand," Izuku nodded. Then, with sudden awkwardness raw, boyish, almost broken, he whispered, "I'll love you, Mom." There was a silence, tender and full. Then came her voice, soft, melodic, and for the first time, tangible. "And I love you too, my child. I always will." It hit him like a blade to the chest. The words ones he had yearned to hear for years, ones that no echo of home had ever truly given, wrapped around the deepest wound he carried, the kind no healing vial could touch. His breath hitched, just once, as warmth flooded him. A warmth that had nothing to do with blood or arcane, but something older. Simpler. Then the warmth vanished. The rot returned. He was alone again, the blood stench clawing back into his lungs. Up the steps he went. Past ruined pews and screaming corpses. The cathedral loomed ahead. He made quick work of the guards with clean, brutal efficiency. Their screeches barely echoed before silence claimed them. There were 8 cells. Most shattered easily under the weight of his boot and blade. Each cell held something once human, now lost. He granted them mercy, and looted their remains. But one door did not break. Behind it, a voice called. "Are you a hunter? That's odd. Do you hear the toll of the bell, little one?" Izuku hesitated. "No? Should I? Is this some kind of game, or are you just insane?" A pause. "Insane. Perhaps. The beasts you seek are not here. Turn back. Put this night behind you. Leave these secrets buried. Only a fool stays when told to flee." Izuku's breath wavered. His voice followed, cracked and low. "I can't. I have to take the head of the orphan. It's what my mother asked. Sorry." The voice soured, a sneer behind the wood. "I gave you an out, little hunter. Turn back. Or hear my bell." He stepped back, the tension crawling down his spine. "I'll take my chances." Then he turned and ran. Up the steps. Toward the tower. Toward the unknown. Izuku's scythe dripped with the blood of the church's clerics charged with defending the large stone altar. They fought with more zeal than most of their kind, zeal tinged with desperation, not duty, but it made no difference. Their bones cracked beneath his blade like dry wood. Blood soaked the flagstones beneath him, the warmth of it seeping into his boots, yet Izuku pressed on. He was running out of time. He didn't know how long he'd been trapped in this nightmare. Weeks? Months? Time meant nothing in the dream. What if the UA entrance exam had come and gone without him? Would anyone remember him as anything more than a ghost story? A whisper of what could have been? The thought made his chest ache. Becoming a vigilante, it wasn't a terrible outcome, really. But that wasn't the point. He was supposed to be a hero. Shaking off the melancholy, Izuku approached the altar, a grotesque depiction of a surgical procedure carved in ancient stone. A split chest cavity and flayed cranium stared back at him. The macabre artistry gave him pause. "Line our skulls with eyes," he muttered, remembering the mad whispers that guided so many scholars into ruin. With a sigh, he produced the eye pendant and slotted it into the hollow of the stone skull. The entire altar shuddered with life. Dust cascaded in the air like dried ash, ancient gears groaning and rattling into motion. He stepped off just before the altar began to ascend. He'd seen enough of Yharnam to know the truth, the real secrets always waited below. Sure enough, a second altar rose from the depths. At its center rested a cloth-wrapped skull, too pristine, too deliberately placed. Another piece of someone else's story. Izuku took it. Kleptomania or not, he had learned to trust his instincts. The second altar carried him downward, where a forgotten chest revealed yet another arcane canon. Useful, maybe. But the real path awaited above. He rode the first altar back up, its motion slow and stuttering, and stepped into what could only be described as a living nightmare. A hospital designed by madness. A sanitarium crafted by despair. He emerged into soft whispers. The voices spoke not with meaning, but with longing talk of water, of understanding, of absence. Each word a prayer from a broken soul. And beneath it all? Drip, drip, drip. Izuku's jaw clenched. He forced his mind to stay focused, to remain detached. He sprinted into the spiral tower. The architecture stretched impossibly upward, like a spine unraveling into the heavens. Creatures or what once were people charged at him. Their heads were bandaged and bloated, their eyes covered, but their MMMMS reached through the wrappings, pleading. The stench of pus and old blood filled his lungs. He pushed on, not daring to strike them down. One was strapped to a chair, speaking softly, brain fluid. Please, but his footsteps drowned it out. He ran, faster now. Elevators took him higher, past floor after floor of pain incarnate. At the apex, he found a lever. He pulled it, and the entire staircase shuddered, gears screaming like dying beasts. The way forward aligned with a cruel certainty. Izuku's heart plummeted as the golden gates parted with a low groan. Beyond them lay something worse than a beast or a great one, something far more human. A courtyard of sunflowers, rotted and warped by neglect and madness. The sky above them was a sallow gray, like old parchment soaked in ash. Tall, broken humanoid figures stood among the flowers, their bodies bent and blistered, their torsos twisted like driftwood shaped by agony. Their faces were blank, eyes hollow or missing entirely, mouth slack, as if caught mid-prayer. They didn't move, not at first. As if admiring the flowers. Or mourning. Izuku's stomach clenched. He knew this wasn't a battlefield. This was a graveyard for minds unmade. A monument to something better left forgotten. These weren't enemies. They were survivors. Survivors of something worse. He didn't want to fight. His limbs felt heavy. The weight of pity and dread thick in his throat. But pity couldn't spare them. Whatever they had once been was long gone. His grip hardened around his scythe. The first move was almost mercy. A wide, sweeping arc cleaved through three of them at once, knees shattered, torsos folding like damp paper. Silver ichor sprayed upward, coating the sunflowers in a rain of warmth and wrongness. Bone fragments rained down like snow. No thrill. No satisfaction. Just brutality. He exhaled sharply, blood misting the air around his lips. With his free hand he summoned the arcane. His body obeyed like a loyal beast. Blood tore itself free from his pores, dripping in reverent trails across his arms before flaring into the air as red-hot lances. They screamed through the courtyard, piercing throats, shattering jaws, splitting heads like overripe fruit. The things finally stirred, groaning. Arms raised not to attack, but to beckon. Arcane light flickered in their ruined chests, swelling like hearts trying to remember how to beat. But Izuku was already there. A flash of movement, and then carnage. His footfalls made no sound, only the steel shriek of the scythe and the wet percussion of torn flesh announced his presence. He moved through the mob like a scythe through overripe wheat, a brutal ballet of violence. Each slash brought down another twisted form, severing limbs, splitting torsos, cleaving through skulls. The air hissed with momentum, screamed with death. His blade sang a lullaby meant only for monsters. One of them, split nearly in half, reached for him not to strike, but to make contact. To cling to a fleeting echo of something lost. To remember a life before the experiments twisted it into ruin. Its dying fingers brushed the edge of his coat before falling limp. He lit the lantern. The whoosh of the flame igniting was almost reverent, a sacred hush in the wake of the massacre. It echoed off the damp stone like the last breath of a dying god. He hated this part. Not because it was hard, violence had become second nature. A reflex. But because this part lingered. It sank into him. The scars it left weren't carved into skin or sinew. They nestled in the quiet of his thoughts, in the stillness after battle, blooming like rot in damp wood. The blood on his hands from the last poor creature had barely crusted over, but it was the memory, its eyes, its touch that bled deeper. He clenched his jaw and turned away. But the weight followed. Always did. The blood on his hands from the poor creature had barely dried, and yet the memory that tugged at his gut was worse than any wound. It came creeping through the cracks in his soul like rot beneath old boards. Izuku was starving. Not the kind of hunger that growled, but the kind that gnawed, silent, slow, unrelenting. A cold, hollow ache that made his bones feel brittle and his thoughts sluggish. He sat curled against the grime-darkened wall of the alley wedged between the back entrance of his school and a faceless apartment complex whose occupants never noticed the boy who wasted away beside their trash bins. His limbs hung limp at his sides, every joint locked in a deep ache that had nothing to do with overuse and everything to do with absence of warmth, of food, of care. The scraps from the school cafeteria had stopped coming. The lunch ladies used to toss leftovers his way, bruised fruit, congealed pasta, a carton of milk a day past its date. But even that meager charity had dried up. Perhaps they were told not to feed the stray anymore. Maybe they simply forgot him. Maybe they were tired of pretending not to see. A low, pitiful whimper left his lips as a shadow skulked into view. A cat, if it could still be called that. Its fur was a ruin of clumped mud and blood, skin peeled in places to reveal raw patches of flesh, and one side of its face was warped by a long-healed burn. It moved with the same haunted stillness that Izuku did, like a creature not sure it had the right to live. It approached slowly, sniffing. Its eyes caught the glint of the boy's own, both pairs hollowed by survival. And then without reason or provocation it lunged. Its claws dug into the paper-thin skin of his forearms, teeth sinking into whatever they could reach. Izuku didn't scream. Not at first. There was no energy left in him for terror. Only a twitch, a shove, a half-hearted swat. But instinct found him, and with shaking limbs he managed to push the animal away, his breath wheezing, skin torn, blood thin and barely clotting. The cat bolted. It left him bleeding, bruised, broken in a new way. Alone. And it kept happening. The cat returned in different alleys, on different days. It was a routine carved by misfortune, Izuku hiding in the places no one would look for a boy, the cat. Drawn to the weakness in him like a curse. Each time he fought back a little harder. Each time he became more frightening. Eventually, the cat stopped coming. Not out of mercy. Out of fear. That didn't comfort him. He'd become something even strays avoided. He didn't feel victorious. He didn't feel safer. He only felt cold. It is said that in times of great struggle, the human brain always finds a way to make do. Whether at the loss or gain of something vital, the mind's central tenet becomes survival. Mating and progeny might be natural urges, but even they fall second to the instinctive, all-consuming command, survive. Survive, no matter the cost. Even if the body must be left behind, broken and spent. In this case, it wasn't fire, blade, or beast that tested Izuku's resolve. It was something simpler. Hungrier. Crueler in its intimacy. He breathed shallowly in the alleyway near the school, tucked between rusted dumpsters and graffiti-covered walls slick with old rain and dried blood. This was where the cat would come. The one that hissed, clawed, nipped. The one that took what little food Izuku tried to bring for himself. For days, weeks even, it had been a tormentor, a scavenger turned tyrant, another predator in a city that looked the other way. But this time, it cowered. Izuku was starving. Not the aching, distant kind, but a full-body blaze of hunger, white-hot and sharp. It wasn't just in his stomach, it was in his bones, in the tremble of his knees, in the aching void of his chest where warmth used to live. His fingers shook like dead leaves. His legs had stopped registering pain hours ago. His vision blurred at the edges like blood spilled in water, but his mind was terrifyingly clear. It whispered the same thing again and again, survive. Survive. No matter the cost. The cat hissed once. Then backed away. Izuku stepped forward. When he woke, he was lying near his apartment building, curled against the outer wall, the cement icy against his cheek. Dawn had not yet broken, but the sky was bruised purple with the promise of light. His mouth tasted like copper. His lips were stained red. His hands ached. And he did not want to think about it. He never saw the cat again. Missing posters appeared a few days later. A child had drawn the cat's face in crayon, scrawled the name Momo beneath it, with sloppy blue teardrops falling from 2 black dots. The kind of drawing made with hope, not expectation. Izuku vomited when he saw it. Even years later, the memory of that moment lurked like something rotted deep inside, too heavy to float and too solid to fade. The taste never quite left his tongue. But it was more than guilt now. Something had looked back at him that day. Something deeper than instinct. Something that had been sleeping in him, coiled tight around his spine. And in that moment of desperation, it opened a single eye and watched. And now, standing before the astral clock tower, that same eye stirred. The gears above groaned like old bones, turning slowly against time's will. The sky here was cloudless, yet no stars shone. Only the pale shimmer of the moonlight and the endless ticking, ticking, ticking. Izuku stood at the gate, breath shallow, lungs coated in the humidity of blood-soaked stone. The great tower rose like a monument to forgotten sins, its silhouette bleeding into the sky, shadow stretching over nightmare's bones. Something sacred and wrong clung to it, like prayers said to a corpse. He gripped the hilt of Ludwig's sword, still wrapped in its cloth, the leather damp from the night air. It settled on his back heavy with weight and memory. He hadn't drawn it yet, not for battle, but he could feel it pulsing faintly, like a heartbeat pressed to his palm. It steadied him more than he cared to admit. With a soft grunt, he grabbed the handle of his scythe and pulled it from the stone he had embedded it into earlier. The blade shimmered dully in the moonlight, catching on the silver threads of mist that slithered along the ground. He leaned down and gave a messenger a small head pat. The tiny creature squeaked happily, waving a spectral lantern in its skeletal hands. Izuku stood. It was time. He mentally checked his gear, fingers moving with an urgency he couldn't quite place. Every buckle was tested, every strap resecured. Then he did it again. And again. There was no room for mistakes, no margin for hesitation. Not here. Eventually, after the 4th check, he began lightening his load. He peeled off weight with every decision, a spare vial, a bundle of crushed bone marrow, a faded charm whose meaning had long since slipped from memory. The moonlight blade, radiant and heavy, was handed carefully to a new messenger, a trembling, skeletal thing with enormous sockets and a gummy, lipless smile that made it look perpetually delighted. The blade pulsed gently in its hands as though recognizing a momentary slumber. Izuku offered a nod to the creature before turning to a small pile of tonics and tinctures, brushing the dust from them before offering them to the other waiting messengers. They squabbled briefly before scurrying away, disappearing into the mist. With a small bounce on his heels, Izuku tested his posture. Lighter. Quicker. Sharper. He could almost hear Flora's voice echoing from somewhere behind the veil of the dream. At the tower's peak, past cells of dying madmen and faithful husks, lies the clock tower. There, you will meet another. One trained by Gehrman. Strong. Terrible. You may die. Many times. But you must learn. Izuku exhaled slowly through his nose, body coiled tight like a drawn bow. If this opponent was truly one of Gehrman's chosen, then he would need to be faster than ever before. Not just in body. In mind. In soul. He took a step forward. Then another. The silence ahead felt like the stillness before thunder, like the world was holding its breath just for him. Each footfall was slow, deliberate, as if gravity itself wanted to pull him back. In a few short steps, the green-haired hunter, his strands streaked with silver and blood red, stood before the large double doors of the astral clock tower. He didn't know how he knew it was called that, only that it was, as if the symbols etched into his mind by Flora whispered truths through bone and marrow. A surge of raw arcane energy tingled through his fingertips, fizzling and cracking like volatile lightning beneath his skin. It wasn't just anticipation. Something watched him. Something behind the doors saw him, judged him. It knew he was coming. Knew why. And worse, it wanted him. To knock. Izuku loathed when things knew his next move. His hands pressed against the massive brass doors, and the current laced into them eagerly. The metal creaked and trembled under his touch before flying open violently, the hinges shrieking in protest as the doors slammed outward and slammed into the stone walls. The impact echoed like a funeral bell. What lay before him was unsettling in its grandeur. A cathedral-like chamber bathed in silver light pouring through the stained glass of the massive clock face at the far end. The gears within groaned and turned with haunting precision. But in the center of the room sat a lone figure still, draped in intricate, archaic hunter garb. A woman with porcelain skin and moon-pale hair, slumped in a chair that seemed more like a throne than a seat for the dead. It was her. The doll? No. The original. Lady Maria. The name surfaced unbidden, like it had been there all along. The low thrum of arcane power filled his ears, threading through the floor and into his bones. The very tower was alive with cosmic resonance. It hummed in a language older than time, incomprehensible, but not unwelcoming. Izuku hesitated only for a moment. Then, with reverence, he approached. He didn't know why, but leaving someone to rot, to decay in such a vast, hollow place felt disrespectful. Even to a stranger. Even to a hunter. Even to a killer. The scent of her blood reached him before anything else stronger than any beast's. His own acidic blood paled in comparison. Hers had burned its way free from her body, charring the edges of her wounds. It clung to the air like smoke, a suffocating presence that demanded acknowledgement. From a deep inner pocket, Izuku retrieved a folded roll of specially treated gauze, wrapped in lavender silk. A token from the Vileblood Queen herself, payment for services rendered and secrets exchanged. He smiled bitterly. Some things you never expected to do. Preparing a legend for burial was one of them. With care, he laid his scythe beside her and knelt. But the moment his fingers brushed the curve of her back to position the gauze, something colder than death coiled around his wrist. A gloved hand. Vice-like. Unyielding. His heart stopped. Maria's eyes opened not suddenly, but inevitably, as though they had never truly closed. Her grip pulled him close, dragged him upward until their faces were inches apart. Good hunter, she spoke, her voice silk and steel, a mirror of the doll's but twisted with edge and intent. Don't you know a corpse should be left well alone? Her eyes depthless, sea gray, knowing pierced him. You, who is lost in the nightmare. What do you think of that beastly legend and those ailing wards of the church? She breathed one exhale and Izuku felt it in his soul. I know what you did to them, she continued, voice low and dreadful. It's not your fault. The nightmare held them, and now they are free. But what about you? Have you profited at all? Every word she spoke was a scalpel to his nerves, peeling him open, bearing what even he tried to ignore. Her tone wasn't accusing. It was grieving. A mourning laced with fury. Izuku sank to one knee as she held his arm tight, breathless, mind a whirlwind of fractured emotion and fear. Maria rose slowly, each movement deliberate, the cracking of her bones a hollow symphony in the silence. Her presence was regal, a phantom of forgotten glory coalescing into the present. Forgive me, good hunter, she said, her voice low and aching with something unspoken. But leave this place and return to your hunt. You will not find allies here. Izuku sat frozen, limbs locked, breath caught in his throat. Her eyes sharp, silver gray like frost-kissed steel locked onto his own and did not blink. They scraped against his soul like glass dragged across bone. Why did he feel like this? Cold dread slithered down his spine and coiled tight in his gut. It wasn't fear of death. No, that was too familiar a friend. It was recognition, terrible, agonizing recognition in her eyes. As though she saw through the armor, past the hunter, past the blood, straight to the broken child beneath. The little boy starved in alleyways, lips wet with copper, whispering to himself that it was okay. That he would survive. He wanted to run. He needed to. But curiosity, laced with dread, held him down like a nail through flesh. That same curiosity that had always drawn him toward forbidden truths now dragged him into the maw of something older, crueler. It whispered that maybe, just maybe, this would finally be the answer that unmade him. The hunger from that alley surged again deep, gnawing, not just in his stomach, but in his soul. The presence of Lady Maria pulled it out of him like a hook through soft meat. Every dark urge he tried to chain down, every shadow he had forced into silence, roared to life beneath her gaze. Her grip was iron, ancient and unyielding. Pain flared up his arm like wildfire and froze in his lungs. She wasn't just holding him, she was demonstrating something. His free hand reached for his scythe, trembling fingers tightening around the worn leather handle. It was instinct, the weapon an anchor to the real, to something he could control. The rest of him trembled, teetering between fight and flee. Gray eyes. Familiar gray eyes. They shimmered with emotion, something buried deep, something locked away. Something tragic. And it terrified him more than the edge of her blade. She released him, the sudden absence of pain almost worse than its presence. Her hand moved to the handle of a long, curved weapon at her hip. Her voice was cold, stripped of mercy. It was not a suggestion, good hunter. Leave. His voice cracked as it came, brittle and reedy, and no can do. I have to retrieve something from the end of this nightmare. My mother demands it of me. Her brows rose, a flicker of disdain twisting her expression. Her nose wrinkled, as if something in the air now offended her. Old blood runs rank in thine veins. Her blade gleamed as it left its sheath. You shall be my final hunt, young hunter. Nothing good comes from blood as tainted as thee. Then the world screamed. The wind split like a veil torn asunder. Her form dispersed into mist, smoke and speed, familiar but decayed. A ghost trying to remember how to haunt. Izuku flung his body back, spinning, twisting as her blade cleaved into the floor where he once knelt. Wood splintered. Sparks flew. He landed in a crouch, breath ragged. Nice trick, corpse, but I've been taught that too. And I bet my master was more talented than yours. His words echoed as he vanished into a plume of blood-hued mist. Eyes. Sight. He hit the ground on the other side, stumbling slightly, ribs aching. He'd quickened countless times, but this was different. He could see as he moved, feel his body distort and reform. Every nerve screamed in a different language. A deeper understanding, an unwanted intimacy with the inhuman. Was this what it was like every time? Had he simply never been aware until now? His insight had grown perhaps too much. A flash of silver. A whisper of death. Her blade missed his neck by a breath. He retaliated, his gun leaping into his hand, spitting fire into her thigh. Blood hissed as it touched the ancient wood, blackening it with corruption. Both vanished again. They reappeared mid-strike. Steel met steel in a clash that echoed across the high walls. Her short blade sliced across his cheek, digging deep into flesh and cartilage, tearing through his ear with a sizzle. A second shot. Izuku vanished once more, stumbling as he reformed. He plunged a vial into his shoulder, shattering the glass in his palm. Slivers embedded in his flesh, blood bubbling up and pouring out. A muttered phrase in the tongue of the stars, sacrilegious, burning. The rune of flame etched itself into the roof of his mouth. His blood ignited. Searing darts burst from his arm, hurling toward Maria. She swiped her blade, splitting the projectiles with ease. They burst against the stone walls in sizzling splashes. Foul blood arts, hunter. Born from communion with an old one and the vile blood, she hissed, blades raised high. With a practiced grace, she stabbed both into her chest. When she pulled them free, her blood clung to the steel like sentient tar, hissing, alive. Meet my mercy. Izuku smiled through bloodied teeth, shaking his shredded palm. The broken glass tumbled free with soft clinks. His body began rejecting the intrusions, knitting itself back together slowly. He just needed a few more seconds. Then he would show her what his mercy looked like. He quickened. Appearing behind her in a burst of red mist, the air tearing like wet parchment, his vision already darkened by the gauze of blood loss. Her eyes, pale and burning with unrelenting purpose, snapped toward him mid-swing, blade arcing down like judgment. He jerked his arm up and fired into her elbow point blank. The joint cracked with a revolting pop, cartilage snapping, sinew tearing. Her arm jerked back unnaturally as if yanked by invisible strings. She staggered. He surged forward without hesitation, flinging his gun into the air, and slammed his palm flat against her chest. "Ebrietas," he roared, voice hoarse and guttural, his throat a tunnel of raw pain. Reality buckled. A bloom of tentacles erupted from the air behind him, crashing into her with such force that her ribs crumpled like dried reeds. She was launched backward, no grace, no dignity, only weight and violence as her body smashed into the stone wall, splitting it with a concussive crack. But she didn't stay down. She quickened, vanishing in a shimmer of pale flame and reappearing behind him. Her blade shrieked through the air, slicing at his neck like death's whisper. He dropped low, just in time. The steel howled past, carving a glowing scar into the stone wall behind him. The blood trailing from her blade hissed and boiled, eating into the stone like acid. Snatching his gun out of the air, he pivoted and fired again twice. Both bullets struck her sword arm. Her sleeve disintegrated into a red mist. Flesh peeled away in ribbons. She shrieked a high, agonized cry, and he was already inside her guard, his scythe cleaving downward. The blade dug deep, severing muscle and tendon, catching against bone with a grinding screech that vibrated through his arms. She vanished mid-scream. His sixth shot cracked out, shattering a nearby chair. He spun, scanning, and there she was, standing before the massive, churning face of the clock tower, its gears twitching like a living thing. Her twin blades ignited not in simple flame but wild, screaming inferno. Her aura radiated hate. Her fire wasn't warm. It devoured. He hissed sharply and drove a vial into his thigh. Pain. Cold. His spine arched as the fluid scraped along bone. His throat clamped, gagging. Fire. Inferno. Consume. Each word carved its way out, leaving raw flesh in their wake. Blood poured from his mouth, dribbling down his chin, spattering the ground. Arcane roared through his veins. His palms split as nails pierced flesh and the blood obeyed. Dozens of blazing orbs were born, floating around him like crimson stars quivering on the edge of collapse. She blinked beside him. Steel plunged into his abdomen. His world went white. He screamed loud, broken as blood erupted from his back. But the spell finished. The orbs exploded. A dozen miniature suns collided with her. She vanished in fire, her scream reduced to raw animal noise. The blast wave hurled them both into the far corners of the chamber. He slammed into a column. The floor cracked beneath him. Izuku stabbed 2 more vials into his leg. 1. Then 2. His veins burned. His flesh bubbled, trying to hold shape. His fingers curled like dying petals. Skin wrinkled, blackened. Slowly, blood flowed again. Slowly, tendons found their anchors. His jaw still dangled, the tendons like wet threads. He reached up with shaking hands, slammed it back into place. The sound of meaty crunch rattled the rafters. He rose. His knee buckled. He caught himself with one trembling hand. His scythe slipped from his grip and clattered across the blood-slick stone. Across the room, she stood. Her cloak in tatters, flesh scorched and bubbling. Her chest heaved. Her arms trembled. But her eyes burned. She would not fall yet. She blinked beside him, again. Her hand clenched his hair, yanking his face toward hers. Her breath was blood and fire. "Just give up," she rasped, her voice shredded. The blade pierced his stomach, slow, cruel, sinking with surgical precision. "Thine hunt is elsewhere." Izuku's eyes blazed. He seized the back of her head and smashed his forehead into her face. Bone crunched. Blood sprayed. Her nose caved in. His gun hand rose. Point blank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Her arm exploded in chunks. Flesh. Bone. Gone. Blood jetted in hot pulses. Her weapon dropped, forgotten, the nerves in her shoulder no longer receiving orders. They collapsed, tangled, her blade still buried in his gut. For a long, blood-heavy moment neither moved. Their bodies trembled with exhaustion, muscles torn and aching, lungs pulling in ragged, shallow gasps. The scent of scorched gunpowder, blood, and scorched leather hung thick between them. The cracked wooden floor beneath their feet creaked with each twitch of movement, slick with ichor, sweat, and pieces of flesh. Flames flickered along the walls, their dim light catching on shattered glass and broken blades. Even the air felt bruised. "My hunt is wherever I need to go to escape this world," Izuku began, his voice barely a whisper, ragged, wet, nearly lost in the ringing aftermath of their clash. His words stumbled forth, lips cracked and raw, throat burning from screaming and inhaling ash and blood. His breathing came shallow, labored. Eldritch syllables buzzed on the edge of his tongue, warping each word like rust on steel. "You guard the one who prolongs this nightmare, who curses all hunters with endless bloodlust. This cursed hunt, this rot. The old ones who birthed it. They're all on my list." His legs buckled, and he fell to one knee with a strangled grunt, hand tightening around the hilt of the blade buried in his gut. Blood spilled in thick rivulets as he wrenched it free, painting the floor in arterial arcs. But you're not on that list, he added, voice rough with pain. He forced himself upright, jamming a vial into his side and gasping as the liquid fire coursed through his veins. I don't know who you are. Not truly. But you look like someone I know. Someone who walks the dream. A friend. Gehrman's apprentice, this doesn't have to end with more blood. She moved like smoke on wind fluid, sudden, silent. Her blade was in her hand in an instant, the shorter one already embedded deep in his shoulder. Pain flared in a sunburst of white agony, and his breath hitched. Quite. How do you know of Gehrman? She demanded, voice trembling with fatigue and venom. Each word struck like a blade, sharpened by suspicion and long years of isolation. Her blood-slicked hair clung to her jaw. Her eyes locked on his, feral and sunken with sleeplessness. He taught me everything, Izuku hissed through clenched teeth, weaving away from her second strike. Every movement sent shocks of pain down his side. He watched her as she readied to strike again, quickening, blade rhythm, the weight of silence. He told me stories about you. His first apprentice. Said he never got to say goodbye after his communion. That he missed you, that he searched for you, that he still talks about you like you never left. He mourned your disappearance, and when he did his second communion with the moon, he hosted the dream itself. To help hunters forever, even when he regrets his choice some days, he still does his duty. Her rhythm faltered. Her blade paused mid-swing. He saw the flicker of doubt in her stance, and in that moment, he vanished in a mist of red, reappearing beside his fallen scythe. His fingers, stiff and blood-soaked, curled around its haft. He pulled it upright with a grunt, planting its tip into the floor. You speak the truth? Her voice, once like steel, now trembled like glass on the verge of shattering. Yes. He stood tall despite the cold sweat matting his skin and the blood soaking through every layer. You can see him again. I can send you to the dream, where it's safe. Where there's peace. Books. Flowers. Warm food and quiet halls. You can rest. Please. She blinked out of view again, appearing beside him like a shadow. Her sword pressed against his throat, colder than the void between stars. If you lie, she whispered into his ear, voice a breath of frost, I'll kill you. Slowly. The blade traced his jugular. His pulse jumped beneath the steel. I understand, he whispered, nearly too faint to hear. His legs trembled, barely holding him upright. Just, trust me. One last time. She said nothing. Only watched. Measured. Waited. He turned to the lantern, fishing through his pouch with shaky fingers. Trinkets and charms clinked in his hand as he dropped them into the waiting arms of the messengers. They tittered in delight, vanishing into the lantern's glow. A circle of pale, flame-flecked light spiraled to life at their feet. Step in, he said, voice thinned by fatigue. It'll take you to Gehrman. I had to bribe the little BSTRDS, but it'll work. She stood still a moment longer, watching his posture, memorizing the bruises, the gashes, the weight of survival etched into every breath he took. Then, without another word, she stepped into the light. The glow surged. Her form flickered. I'll see you soon, Izuku muttered, half to her, half to the dead around him. He looked down at the ruined cathedral floor, littered with limbs and leaking bodies. Just one more kill in this hell of a nightmare. And then I can go home. Then, he turned toward the gate of the final abyss, his scythe dragging a trail of blood behind him. A strange scent lingered, heavy and suffocating, like the faintest trace of a memory that clings, a place you've been but could never truly return to, no matter how much you clawed at the past. That past that crops up in the dirges of memory. For Izuku, that scent twisted into something grotesquely nostalgic: fried pork and rice, with a hint of some unnameable incense burned to keep a floral freshness. It was the scent of days that had passed before their time, and much like time, there was no returning to the past. Even after all this time, Izuku wished to return. Or at least a part of him did. The acrid sting of the memory of burnt incense and childhood meals, a mockery of a home long lost and rotting in his memory. He whipped a hand coated in his own dried blood across his sweaty forehead. His jaw ached like hell, but honestly, what part of him didn't at this point? No matter how many vials of blood he took, the bone-deep ache of phantom agony gnawed at him like a rot. He stared at his hand, the mixture of blood, sweat, and spit giving it an ugly reddish-brown sheen. It didn't help that the smoke that clogged the clock tower from his and the honorable huntress he fought still floated around, as he hadn't been able to bring himself to douse the fires. He let the flames claw hungrily at the air around him, the heat pressing in as he stared at the clock tower's face, its once elegant features now obscured by thick, oily smoke that stung his eyes and filled his lungs. The dial discarded by the huntress had allowed him to unlock its secret code and open a passage through the lower section, but the runes had continued to capture his eyes. He knew them, many hunters did, but only he could utter them. The words of the eldritch, the old and so far beyond humanity that they shatter the minds of those unready to know them. The flames crept closer, liking at his heels, but Izuku barely registered the heat. He was beyond pain, beyond fear, driven by something darker and deeper. He wasn't fighting for a future, just clawing at the remnants of his own failures. He shook his head slowly, pushing out the dark thoughts. He knew he was ready to venture into the source of the nightmare. He had to be, because he needed this orphan's head, and it was one of the final pieces he needed to go back to his world, back to fixing his many mistakes and be the hero he wanted to be. The head of the orphan of Flora's sister Kos, and then he needed to delve into the dungeons below Yarnum. After that, kill the wet mother. If he was honest with himself, he felt like he had been working on these tasks for years, but it couldn't have possibly been that long. He breathed out a long breath, the heat of the flames warm, but as he breathed in the choking smog, he remembered the things that had brought him here. All the bullying from someone he used to think of as a friend, all the lies and hate from his own mother, from his peers, and even the heroes he had met. Utter bullshit. The flames that burned the clock tower around him were hot, frightfully so, as they were channeled by the curses of blood and arcane. Yet it didn't burn, because the fire of hate that had only been stoked from his time in a visceral hell only burned hotter than the flames around him. His hand gripped his scythe, and he stood, the flames liking at his heels as he stepped out of the astral clock tower, and into the drizzle of a coastside village's outskirts. The misting rain, much more like tears than rain, cascaded across his body, pooling into the rivets of his garb and falling away from him as he was soaked in its icy cold. He took a few steps into the muddy pathway, and found himself far away, in another place a lifetime ago. The sound of distant thunder mirrored the pounding in his ears. Rain. The last time he had been this drenched was the day Divot saved him. "Get out of the rain, boy. You'll catch a cold," came a deep voice, a kind that had that deep baritone that rumbled the air and caught everyone's attention. Izuku looked up from his cracked phone at the hero who had addressed him, dressed in a tacky hero suit that both did not protect his vitals and did not grant him any large benefit. Was a small-time hero, Divot. Divot wasn't a small-time by choice. Izuku knew that the man's quirk, however, didn't give him the best strength in non-rainy conditions. The man could control rainwater as it fell through the air, and so long as he was soaked in it he had an incredible healing factor. The problems came for his career because it was only rainwater that caused this. He nodded his head, the message forgotten for the moment as he sprinted from the soaking rain into the subway staircase, its soft pitter-patter reminding him he needed a good shower, and to get a few more medical supplies from the store on his way home. He coughed a little as the rainwater cooled in the covered station, pulling his ratty jacket close as he entered the train and sat in the nearly empty car. Did it really need to be this cold? Was the only thought to cross his mind as he reopened his phone's messenger app. The message he had sent has not been read yet. The date was tomorrow. And he didn't know what the F to do. One more day of school, then he needed to head home. Head home and then get changed, look good for once, and then head to the date spot at 6:30, which gives him 3-ish hours to find something nice. He let out a sigh, staring blankly at his phone screen. The message bubbles blurred, words twisting into nonsense. Bakugo's mocking laugh echoed faintly, but it was distant, warped, almost like he was underwater, suffocating in memories that didn't feel like his anymore. His eyes glanced at the others in the train car, faceless, motionless facsimiles of people. He looked down at the phone to see Mina typing, the 3 dots bobbing up and down. Up and down. Before her response came, in her usual cute fashion. But the words were foggy to him now. Why? When the subway came to a slow stop, and he stepped off the station and headed to the shop, and then home, why was that foggy too? Had it been that long already that he was forgetting details? Izuku didn't know if that should scare him. Izuku shook his head as the rain continued to pelt his face, the smell of seawater, fish and mold stinging his nose. That's the other reason he needed to get home. He didn't realize it, even after he had choked to death on the slime, but that day was the day of the date. And he needed to tell her he was sorry, for not responding to her texts the whole day, ignoring his phone as the heated pain of what All Might had said clouded his mind. He needed to make it up to one of the only kind people he had met. He wiped his hand across his face again. He was in the nightmare, the endless misting rain washing the muck from the fires off him as he stared up at the cloudy sky. As he continued his path, his own steps came in time with the steps of a shambling figure, their body obscured by a thin veil of cloth over their form. Byrgenworth. Blasphemous murderers. Blood-crazed fiends. Atonement for the wretches. By the wrath of Mother Kos. Mercy for the poor, wizened child. Mercy, oh please. Izuku's eyes stayed trained on the man as it slowly walked closer to him, listening as best he could to the thing, lay the curse of blood upon them, and their children, and their children's children, forevermore. Each wretched birth will plunge each child into a lifetime of misery. Mercy, for the poor, wizened child, let the pungence of Kos cling, like a mother's devotion. He pivoted on his heel and walked in front of the tall arch-backed man, looking up under the hood of what was definitely not a normal man. Their skin was rubbery and scaly, eyes pitch black with a constant stream of thick mucus-filled tears streaming down the endless wrinkles that reminded Izuku of a crumpled plastic bag. "Hey!" He spoke as softly as he could. The man before him was infested with eldritch parasites. Izuku could feel them writhe beneath the man's skin. The man's blank black eyes focused on him, and the man's lips quivered as it spoke, "Curse here, curse there. A curse for he, and she, why care? A bottomless curse, a bottomless sea, source of all greatness, all things that be. Listen for the baneful chants. Weep with them, as one in trance. And weep with us, oh, weep with us." The man's hands rose up to trace one of Izuku's curls, before bringing it to its own face. "Listen for the baneful chants. A call to the bloodless, wherever they be. A call to the bloodless, wherever they be. Fix your ears, to hear our call." Izuku stared at the figure, a wretched, sagging form, eyes black pits weeping mucus that dripped down the folds of wrinkled skin. The man stank of the sea, rot, and something unnameable. Izuku's skin crawled as he felt the writhing beneath the man's flesh, parasitic tendrils pulsing under paper-thin skin. The man made an attempt to brush past Izuku. "You're infested," Izuku muttered, voice hollow as he pressed his hand against the man's gut. The parasites wriggled feverishly at his touch as if mocking his efforts. But the man's vacant eyes stared through him as if already resigned to his fate. "I could try to get them dash." The man's gaze flickered with a strange intensity. "Think you're any different? A hunter. Cursed, locked in the same cursed cycle. Just as trapped. Bound by older, bloodier binds. No, curse for me, curse for he. No end, no cure. Only the sea," the man coughed out, pushing past Izuku, "the poor orphan, curse for me, curse for she," the man coughed, "end the curse, the eldest one, the curse for me, curse for he and for she. Curse from here to there. Bring an end, and an end will come for all the cursed." Izuku watched the elderly infested man hobble, foot by foot away. He wiped the hand he had touched the man with off on his pants. Even through the glove the man's squishy slimy flesh left his fingers itching. He hadn't seen anything like those kinds of parasites before, one so large you could vividly see the thick rope-like body of the things writhing in the man's flesh. They came from the dead core. They had two. Kos had been left to fester and rot so long it was parasitizing even this section of the nightmare. He let out a long breath before he turned towards the entry roadway of the ramshackle fishing village in front of him. The smell of salt water stung his nose. It was almost pungent in how it felt like he was breathing in steam. His eyes scanned the buildings as he closed in. From the left he saw the wood, rotted and dilapidated in places, most places, he noted, but not all. Other large portions of each building had a buildup of barnacles, moss-like material, and growths Izuku had never seen before. He ran his hand along the patches of growth. They were not cold, or even a neutral temperature. As his gloved hand ran across the ocean's corruption it was hot to the touch, like the sticky innards of a beast. He breathed out again. The humidity now made sense, but why? He couldn't fathom why it would need to be marginally hotter than the rest of the nightmare. He continued his slow pace through the tight corridor of the main path, the thick plops of the mud under his boots as it clung like clotted blood, the only sound beyond the distant waves, and flies. The buildings seemingly tightened around him before slowly receding as his eyes spotted the familiar glow of a lamp not far away, the whispers of the little ones guiding him close to the point of return. As he stepped close his eyes scanned the area around him, one pathway excluding the one behind him, the buildings, the same ruddy exterior as the other buildings he had seen. The lamp glowed the soothing not color he was used to. No one could see them beyond him, so it wasn't a visible color, a color not of the plane he was used to anyway. Hanging above the point of return was a familiar symbol, crafted from the hanging remains of something that was once a man. The hunter's mark swung softly in the faded breeze that brushed through the foul desiccated buildings. He raised his hand to the lamp and lit the fire of home deep within the fake glass and metal. He knew now how much of a facade the creation was, but welcomed the familiar item as the flame cooled the area around him, the smell of the cold blood flowers bringing a smile to his face. He lifted his bags one by one. 24 quicksilver bullets, 5 pre-prepared blood bullets, 23 blood vials, some bone powder, and a few bags of capricious powder crafted long before he fought the female hunter of the clock tower. A safety measure, and a potent new weapon. He cracked his neck and rolled his wrists to hear the soft pop of his joints bedding warmed up. He went to grab his threaded cane. The familiar weight, while more than the generic variant, felt like an old friend. The longer whip form dragged in the mud beneath his feet. He eyed the tightness of the buildings together. It would be difficult to use, and the new addition in the handle might only work once. He compressed the whip and put it back in its place. He'll save it for a bit longer. He crouched down to the little ones, the small shallow pockets that comprised the eyes of the messengers all slowly turned to him, the soft noises they made sounding like a younger sibling happy to see your arrival. I need you to get me 5 bolt paper, the ones on the left. Listen, he snapped his finger to regain their attention. Left, side of the desk, second drawer, those are the successful improvements. He waited for the first one to sink into the non-floor before continuing his requests. I also need 2 beast blood pellets, and the blue elixir they are tied to, as well as 1 pouch of the green powder stored with them, the first drawer on the left. The one with a single larger eye socket and a small deformed one nodded. Izuku smiled, that one always listened the best. He turned to the final one. I need you to get something from the weapons wall, he began. The small gaggle of the little ones who sat closer to the lamp surged over, all interested and eager. He let them be happy, and revel as babes for a few moments, their soft cooing and gurgling and excited movement making his smile stretch wide. He ran his hand across their bald heads, calming them down slowly. Yes, I know you love the weapon wall, now I need the silver sword wrapped in fabric. They stared at him for a few moments, the horseman's sword. And in a flurry of small movements they were gone. He loved those little guys. In this place of nightmares and many other harrowing places, they were his only constant. Their touch was cold and dry, but somehow it was the only thing that reminded him he wasn't truly alone. He had some companions to watch and cheer him on. He stayed crouched, waiting patiently for their returns. The first to come back was a large eye, holding the bundles of items and green powder gently, offering it to Izuku with a gurgle of delight. The next to return was the group with the sword. They handed it to him in one big heave, lifting it through the holes into the dream they created to move. He grasped the sword gently and lifted it, testing the balance of the blade as he waited. When the final messenger returned, in its hand it held 4 bolt paper. Izuku patted its head as it let out a distressed sound. It's okay, buddy, I know you struggle to remember numbers. 4 is fine. He said softly, be ready with some more vials if I run out, okay? The little creature nodded its bulbous head, before shifting back to the lamp. Izuku lifted the sword and pointed it down the path he needed to go. The holy moonlight sword shimmered even in the moonless nightmare, the glistening metal cascading light out in many directions. Izuku closed his eyes and felt the weapon with his mind, opening up his synapses as connections were made where mortal flesh ended and the arcane bridge in his soul began. The eldritch fire, once less than an ember, more kindling than heat, roared like an inferno. His insight grew as the air left his lungs. His tongue was already raw before the words left his mouth. Sunless blade. Endless ocean. Deep sea. Guidance. 5 words, their translations meaningless, as the meanings of which he knew. The pronunciation was visceral. His lips shredded like paper as he forced the words out, blood spilling down his chin. The sharp pain lanced through him, each syllable tearing deeper into his flesh, as if the words themselves sought to escape his mangled tongue. His lips and tongue were nothing but meaty fibers, like the frayed end of a cut rope. He didn't open his eyes, his offhand grabbing a vial from his bandolier and injecting its contents into the base of his gums, feeling the wash of heat knit his ruined mouth back into being. His eyes stayed staring into the black behind his eyelids. Moments passed, and his tongue became 6, 3, then one single organ once more. His lips fused from the ragged split meat, the rip going from the corner of his mouth to his back jaw, slowly rebuilding his cheeks, his soft palate and throat. The grotesque sensation of his muscles knitting back together sent jolts of numbness and fire across his face. His jaw clenched involuntarily, bone grinding against bone as the torn skin fused with unnatural precision. It was slow, but his mind did not acknowledge the mind-shattering pain of shredded nerve endings reforming, split nerves stretching through familiar paths, and reconnecting. Only the sight behind his eyes stole his mind's eye. Shimmering moonlight. Pure, even purer than the energy in the mark on his dominant arm, the blade cooed and throbbed with energy so old it made the flames of his soul's eldritch knowledge seem like but a fractal of possibility. His smile grew impossibly large. His mind felt lighter, unburdened by the weight of his humanity. The more he tuned with the blade, the more distant he became from the person he once was. The smile reopened the still soft flesh of his cheeks as it stretched further. That distant pain kept him from the endless edge the blade had taken him. His breath slowed as he chuckled softly. He need not bleed to use the common eldritch rites, so long as he channeled it through the blade. His eyes opened, and the green shimmered with excitement. Izuku began his walk down the path, softly whistling the tune of the music box. The blade in his hand grew warm as the eldritch energy enveloped the cold blade. Serrated edges bloomed from the energy that faked existence. The blade glowed, and the reality of the nightmare seemed to warp around it like wet paint. Shadows danced unnaturally, bending toward the moonlit blade like moths to a flame before the energy calmed. The blade grew solid. Izuku increased his pace, the stench of rot and fish guts grew stronger as he kept going forward. He ducked into an opening and his eyes landed on one of the denizens. Their body was disproportional to a normal man, and their skin had rivets of long parasitic worms. Their head was encrusted with barnacles as its hands caressed the wooden wall in front of it. Their body were lean, not muscular, bony, and their bones seemed to have the same parasites burrowed in them as he rushed forward. The creature, no longer man's head, turned almost fully around to spot him, onto to have the guard of the holy blade press into where their forehead should have been. The glowing blade bisected the skull and spilled thick gravy like ichor in a spray. Izuku pulled the blade out and let the body hit the floor with a slimy thump. The thick liquid pooled beneath the corrupted man as he looked it over. It was grotesque. Its skin was slimy and warm in places and cold and clammy in others. Izuku gulped as he bent before the man-thing. It was a grotesque thing that was beyond most of the hellish things he had seen, but still wasn't the worst. He popped his neck in a quick motion and spread the thing on the muddy ground. It was time he began a dissection of the man. He had felt it when he saw it hunched over. There was something terribly wrong here. He grabbed a small dagger from under his arm bracer and sat the man's bisected head in his lap. He looked down into the open cranium and began to slowly carve around the brain. He started by separating the thick spongy material from the skull. The brain wasn't much of a brain anymore. His first theory was that one of the parasites had burrowed through the skull and fused with the gray matter. The stench was reminiscent of curdled milk and fish left in the sun for a week. He pulled the brain from its resting place, cutting the brainstem, and sat the undulating mass on the ground. The parasites writhed just beneath the lining of the brain's meat, pulsing in time with a sickening rhythm. It wasn't brain anymore, just a festering, pulpy infestation that let out high-pitched keening whines and whistles as it writhed. He turned his attention back to the skull. The skull. He had to remember that he was a hunter for a moment as he looked into the empty cavern of a skull cavity. It was lined with eyes. It took him a moment to realize the eyes were actually eggs, thousands of them. There was a time when this would have revolted him far more. Now, however, it was simply a necessary task. The hunter's instincts had taken over. His hands moved as if they had done this 1,000 times before. False eyes stared at him from the depths of the cranial cavity as he looked it over. He popped a few, letting them leak thick pus-like liquid out, and some even held embryonic parasites within. As he kept searching, one thing kept bothering him. There wasn't a burrow hole for the parasite. He turned the head slowly, carving off the growths and extra masses from what was once human skin and muscle. The base of the skull, where the axial and atlas vertebrae sat, was an old sewn-up scar, the ancient thread left there even after the healing had finished. He cut the area above the scare and heard the soft pop of eggs against the dagger. Manually infected then. Izuku shuddered for a moment. He continued his examination of the body. A second set of growths began around the intestinal area. The stomach and digestive organs had atrophied due to the lack of use, only the toothy maw of a parasite in the place they should have been. His eyes scanned around and he saw off in the next area baskets of fully matured fish-like worm parasites. 2 inflection points. Even he wasn't dumb enough to think them savable. If he was honest, he didn't think they had a chance when he had first seen them, but he had held hope that there was a chance. He shook his head and stood up. The energy of the blade blazed brilliantly. He sprinted forward, ducking behind a second creature. He twisted his body in a quick circle, using the momentum to shear through the creature's torso. A sharp pain prickled his shoulder as the tip of a long wooden spear grazed him. His eyes scanned quickly. 3 of the creatures, all with bundles of fishing spears strapped to their backs. They all threw a spear in unison as Izuku molted his flesh into the blood-red mist of his quickening art. He appeared behind the farthest creature, releasing an arc of moonlight in a flash, the energy melting through the 3 creatures in a blink. His eyes danced across what appeared to be a large open area before him, a well, a creature sitting beside it, and 2 more creatures with spears guarding it. The smell of rot was overpowering and hot, clinging to his skin like a second layer of grime. The air was damp and thick with decay, and each breath felt like inhaling mud. To his left there was another. He could smell it even if he couldn't see it. It was more pungent than the others. There was some in a house past the well, and on the balcony, one of the creatures held many bottles. His nose caught the scent of oil and smoke from that one. He stabbed the sword into the mud, the shimmering blade flaring. His fingers bent in ways that should have snapped them, calling upon the eldritch energy in the blade and channeling it through his hunter's mark. His catalyst burned as the stars themselves revealed in the murky air around him. The air crackled as the stars obeyed his command, their crimson glow casting long shadows that twisted unnaturally in the dim light. Each crimson star seemed to hum with the weight of ancient knowledge. They knew the age of the universe and still etched their likeness into the sky, their massless forms fizzling the moisture in the air. The stars flew in all directions. The 3 at the well became like Swiss cheese, the one in the balcony watched as the energy shattered the Molotov in its hand and set its own body on fire, and the one behind the corner to his left got hit, but the scent of death didn't come from that direction. Izuku's body was steaming as he set his hands back down, one gently grabbing the sword's hilt as his head turned. F-. That was all he could get out before a large shark-like abomination charged into him, its body hitting the mud hard and sliding at Izuku much faster than he would have thought something of its size could do. Its jaws bit Izuku, a fraction of a moment before he could quicken, the holes in his body canceling his concentration for a moment. The jaws squeezed, a crack was heard, and in a puff of red vapor, Izuku was behind the creature. He barely registered the blur of movement before the creature's massive body collided with him again, the sheer force ripping the breath from his lungs. His mind scrambled, instincts clawing to regain control. His body hit the ground, and one of its feet slammed into the ground next to his head as it stepped over him, its reactions far too slow to stop Izuku. The blade flashed as he carved it into the Achilles tendon, or what should be, of the creature, the energy flared and the smell of fried fish and man poured out of the wound. A second strike to the creature's spine and it was on the ground. Not dead, but unable to move. It was face down, its face pressed into the mud, its breathing was shallow as it could barely take in air. Izuku climbed onto its back and shoved the blade down to the hilt, piercing one of the creature's mighty lungs, flooding it with the same gravy-like ichor that was already beginning to cling to Izuku's clothes. He held in his disgust as he angled the blade and cross-sectioned the creature in its death throes, his eyes scanned its physiology. The flesh of its back peeled away like wet parchment, revealing slick, malformed organs that throbbed with a sickly pulse. The ichor that poured out smelled of salt water and rot, thick as syrup. He felt nothing as his blade sliced through the creature's body. No revulsion, no pity. Just the satisfaction of knowing it couldn't hurt him anymore. He took note of each vital organ, and what protected it. The creature had 2 hearts and 3 lungs, but they were parasitical organs, nothing more. He walked over to the well and gazed down into it. An old rickety ladder was embedded into the side of the well. Izuku grabbed a blue elixir and the green powder. He sprinkled half of it into the liquid and chugged it. The acrid taste of medicine burned his tongue worse than the spells he cast. He could see his form get obscured slowly. The green powder he concocted kicked in next, and the veiled form of his body grew even harder to see. The blue elixir was a type of anesthetic that numbs the brain. He had read about the experiments it was used in, and it made his stomach churn. However, hunters, able to retain consciousness by force of will, could make use of a secondary effect of the medicine. It dilutes the presence of those who drink it while standing still. The green powder was made of a similar set of chemicals, however it was stronger, making it harder to stay awake for even a seasoned hunter. Izuku shook his head and began down the ladder. It was sticky and warm, and the cavern itself reeked of dead fish rot, even more than the rest of the village he had seen. The bonus of the green being mixed in, was it made movement harder to detect, and stayed still nearly invisible. His feet touched the ground, or well, the parasite-laden rock of the floor of the well. Izuku's heart stopped as he looked up and saw one of the shark-like giants clinging to the roof, and from the second set of mucus-filled lungs, there was another somewhere done there. He walked slowly, making a small distance between him and the first. He reached in and grabbed one of the bags of the capricious powder. He had to keep the eldritch energy off of his skin as he grabbed the bag. One wrong move and the entire bag would detonate. His fingers trembled as he handled the delicate bag. One wrong move, one slip of concentration, and most of the well would become a smoldering crater. He did not feel like resetting this area already or dying anymore. He brought the bag up to his mouth and untied the string with his teeth. The bag opened a fraction, showing off the shimmering multicolored powder in the bag. He had the sword on his back, one hand held the bag, and the other grabbed a small pinch. He slowly sprinkled the powder on the ground, making a path from his spot to under the creature, leaving the half-empty sack right where it would fall once it noticed him. Izuku got back to his starting point, and drew his gun, pointing it up to a secondary tunnel where the second shark beast stood, gazing into the well's larger area with thoughtless eyes. He fired. The bullet tore into the face of the second shark man, and the one on the ceiling fell fast. Izuku slammed his hand into the floor, igniting the capricious powder with only a fraction of eldritch energy. He closed his eyes as the sack exploded. Time seemed to slow as the powder ignited. A deafening roar filled the cavern, and for an instant, the world was nothing but light and sound. Then came the flood of searing liquid, thick and burning as it coated his skin. It was chunky, covering him in a split second and making him GG. But he fought back the sick and wiped the majority of the gray liquid from his eyes. The second was rushing him. He grabbed the sword and pulled it from his back, cutting downward in a large arc, his mind absent-mindedly mimicking a hero he had watched closely, the words Lunafall, playing in his head as the moonlight energy sheared into the creature. He had to blink as the gunk on his body stung his eyes, and as he peeked out the creature, missing a large portion of its face, chest, and stomach, skin and muscle continued its charge. His mind raced, calculating the best angle of attack as the abomination barreled toward him, its remaining flesh dangling like torn fabric. He had to end this quickly. He jumped back into the smoldering smoke of the explosion, his body misting away as he became one with the smog. The creature barreled through, expecting to hit Izuku, but instead of slamming into the stone wall, the young hunter reformed and slammed the blade into where he saw the primary heart of the first creature. It was comparable to a water balloon being filled beyond its limit. The jet of viscous liquid slammed out of its back. The abomination's bloated heart had burst with a sickening pop, spraying thick gray ichor in a wide arc. The air was filled with the scent of burnt fish and rotten meat. The blood-slick stones beneath its thrashing body caused it to slam into the nearest wall, flinging Izuku off of it. Its movements grew slower as Izuku stood back, its eyes barely held within skinless sockets looking at him blankly, before it finally fell over. Izuku let out a sigh and sat down. He needed a second. His muscles trembled with every breath, the strain of holding his consciousness from fading until the drags wore off took its toll, and the coppery taste in his mouth grew more pronounced with each moment. The cocktail and the additive were still being tweaked, and the soreness in his shoulders, the pressure behind his eyes, and the copper taste were all side effects of the heightened obscuring factors of the drag. The first attempt at using the cocktail had ended with a hole in his stomach and a reset of central Yharnam. He had a few minutes minimum before the worst of the side effects passed. Holding himself together for a few minutes always led to a stretch of mental numbness and itchy teeth. His eyes took a moment to refocus as he stared at the small crater where he had ignited the arcane capricious powder. That's most likely why he felt so bad. The air hung thick with the stench of decay, every breath a struggle against the overpowering odor of stagnant water and rotting fish. The sound of dripping water echoed in the distance, a constant reminder of the damp, suffocating space. He made a mental note to not use arcane powers while under the influence of cognitive drags. It was not the best feeling of the insight in his mind flicking in and out of relevance as it strove to fight off the numbing agents. His eyes continued to scan the wreckage of the battlefield that was once the infested sewer. One of the creatures was more closely resembling bloody mashed potatoes than a shark thing, and the second was still leaking its thick ichor onto the ground, its corpse obscuring a metallic object that it seemed to have uncovered in its slipping fall when it died. Izuku did not feel like standing yet, the lead-like weight on his spine made it really hard to want to move, so he began to whistle the music box's tune. Softly, imbibing the melancholic sound with a fraction of arcane energy. Slowly, small hands grasped onto his leg, then his hand and wrist. All around him the small little messengers came into being. He pointed to the creature, metal. Bring here. He knew the command was short, and the ability to follow orders was not exactly the thing the little ones were best at, but they seemed to get the gist. He watched them sink into the floor and reform around the shark thing, their tiny bodies slowly scooting the thing off of the long metal weapon, before collecting it and bringing it to their hunter. Izuku gave them a smile as they brought it to him. Their little gurgles of joy as they presented the weapon to him were so full of life that he couldn't help but laugh. Izuku leaned heavier against the wall behind him and enjoyed the soft sounds of the messengers. It would still be a bit before he would be able to move more and get back up the ladder. So until then, he let himself rest. Their tiny fingers tugged at his coat, and their gurgling sounds a comforting, familiar lull. Each one glowed faintly in the dim light, their presence a reminder that, despite everything, he was not truly alone in this place. However, even as his eyes closed, and his breathing steadied, his heart rate never slowed beyond the battle thump in his chest. He might be in a hole in the ground, with the empty sockets of the messengers to watch out for him as he lay in the thick stinking liquid of the well. It did not mean he was safe. There was no true way to be safe in a nightmare beyond leaving. Izuku cracked his eyes open slowly, the feeling of small hands tugging at his coat and pants waking him from the quick sleep. The air was damp, hot, and heavy with a silence that carried the faintest echoes of something lurking in the distance. His muscles were tight, the weight of the living nightmare still heavy, like a foul scent that clung to him, refusing to let go. Izuku rubbed his arms, trying to shake off the unease. His hands popped as he pushed himself up. Take the blade to the dream. I'll look at it later. He muttered to the gathering of messengers. They responded quickly and sank the weapon. He felt his stomach lurch, the rapid regeneration of blood vials still needed fuel. And bring me some bread, please. Or anything the old lady has made. The collection nodded before disappearing. Izuku took a moment to stretch, feeling the pull of his muscles as he did so. It didn't take long for the messengers to return. Only a few popped up, each one with a different thing in their hands. One held a small bag, another with a loaf of bread, and the final with a small quarter of cheese. Izuku collected the foodstuff from them and began to eat, ravenous beyond reason. Each bite seemed to dissolve too quickly, failing to fill the gnawing void in his stomach. His hands trembled slightly as he tore into the bread, ravenous beyond reason. His body had repaired itself many times over, but the cost was this hunger that felt like a beast, consuming him from the inside. He couldn't recall the last time he needed to eat, but the trek through the nightmare had been long, so long he could feel the aches of his body from the countless fights still. He waved to the little messengers before beginning his ascent to the top of the well. A good feeling in his chest. Izuku shifted, climbing slowly as the memory resurfaced, its weight settling deep into his chest like stones dragging him into a lake. His breath hitched as he braced himself for the pain. His mind wandered unbidden to those frigid winter months when he had dared naively, foolishly to dream of something better. A step forward. A single victory. Moving up a grade had felt like salvation, a fragile thread of hope in a world that offered him nothing. He remembered studying with frantic energy, poring over textbooks until his fingers cramped and his vision blurred. It was the only thing he could control, the only way he knew to prove he wasn't useless. He dreamed of escaping the torment Bakugo's sneering cruelty, the daily embarrassment, the reminders from teachers and classmates that he was a mistake made flesh. But when the test results came back, for the first time since his diagnosis, he had felt good. Maybe even proud. There was a fire in his chest that day, a belief that maybe, just maybe, he was more than the nothing everyone said he was. But that fragile flame was crushed beneath the weight of reality. He hadn't meant to overhear. He was just thirsty, just wanted a glass of water. He padded quietly into the hallway, the warmth of imagined praise still lingering in his chest. And then her voice cut through the silence. "You know I can't send him to Hisashi. That man's been locked up for years. What's the point? No one wants a kid like that. At least here, the government stays off my back. It's cheaper to keep him than to put up with more paperwork." The words hit like a hammer. Izuku froze in place, every nerve ending screaming. His mother's tone wasn't angry or emotional, it was bored. Tired. As though he were just another bill she didn't want to pay. His breath caught, and a deep, aching cold began to spread in his chest. He wanted to turn away, to pretend he hadn't heard it, to crawl back into bed and lie to himself. But he stayed rooted to the floor, unable to move. "I never should have had him," she muttered, her voice devoid of heat or hesitation. "Just like his father. A mistake. Something I can't get rid of." The air fled from his lungs, a gasp barely forming as his knees threatened to buckle. He couldn't even cry, his body was locked in place by the sheer force of those words. It was one thing to feel unwanted. It was another to hear it so clearly, to know that there was no love buried beneath the neglect, only regret and resentment. "If I hadn't botched things up," she continued, tone sour with resentment, "I'd have moved on. You know how hard it is to get ahead with a quirkless child dragging you down." Every syllable was a blade. Izuku's chest felt hollow, like something had been carved out of him. His stomach twisted violently. His hands trembled at his sides. Was that all he was? A chain around her ankle? His feet finally moved quietly, silently. He slipped back into his room, the world muffled and gray around him. He climbed into bed fully clothed and stared at the ceiling until sleep, merciful and numb, took him. From that moment on, the weight of her voice never left him. It was etched into his bones, whispered in the silence between breaths. Every failure felt like proof. Every stumble, every scraped knee or bad grade confirmed it. He was a mistake. He had lived so long with that truth rotting inside him that it sometimes felt like a second heart, pulsing with venom. Back in the nightmare realm, the blade wrenched free of flesh with a wet sound, and Izuku slammed the body of the fisherman into the craggy wall. The impact sent a reverberation up his arms, grounding him in the moment. The taste of copper bloomed on his tongue. Blood. His or theirs, it didn't matter. He couldn't tell anymore. The past and present bled into each other, seamless and suffocating. The air reeked of salt and decay, but beneath that, in the corners of his mind, lingered the ghost of her voice. Nothing. Always nothing. And still, he moved forward, dragging his feet through the rot, blade in hand, breath ragged. Because even in nightmares, he had to prove he could be more than what she saw. He wasn't sure anymore with how everything bled together in this nightmare. The stench was unbearable. Blood and decay filled his nostrils as he pushed forward. His eyes were drawn to a looming structure, a lighthouse, or what might have once been one. At this angle, it was hard to tell where the building began and the nightmare's warping ended. But it didn't matter. The fight had carried him here, his muscles moving on autopilot, cutting down fishermen and their rotting fish dogs in a haze. He barely registered the hulking mass of another shark behemoth he had already slain. All the corpses exuded the smell of decaying corpses months older than they were. The thick ichor seeped into the spongy ground, watering it in even more blood that got diluted by the endless rain. His body acted on instinct now. The brutal efficiency of a hunter. Izuku made his way to the hut, his hand rating on the decaying doorway as he sniffed the air, copper, blood. He walked deeper, the glowing false light of the lantern catching his eye, and he lit it instinctively, before swinging his head to peer around. "Oh, you!" A voice wheezed, breaking the stillness. "I'm afraid, I've made a botch of things." The voice was familiar, still new, still nameless. Izuku's jaw clenched, his rage simmering beneath the surface. His eyes spotted the man who spoke. Their voice was weak, croaking as blood pooled from their mouth. He was dying. Just like everything else in this cursed place. "I can hear the bell, now." The man continued, his voice fading as his life ebbed away. "The beast-hide assassin. He's after me." His voice was weak, trembling as endless rivulets of blood poured from the massive wound in his gut. Lower left abdomen. Just like All Might, Izuku thought, the comparison bitter in his mind. Again and again. It never ends. The man lay crumpled in a growing pool of his own blood, thick, nearly black, corrupted like the hut that surrounded them. The walls pulsed faintly, as if alive, feeding on the dark energy that seemed to bleed from the very ground. The rot was everywhere, soaking into the floorboards and air. The blood reeked, acrid and foul, a stench that clawed at Izuku's throat. "Why did you come this far?" Izuku wanted to scream the question but instead whispered, frustration boiling beneath his exhaustion. "You said it yourself, some secrets are particularly unseemly." It was always like this, another death, another burden for him to bear. The man's eyes weren't focused on anything now, distant and glazed over. They stared past Izuku, seeing something far beyond him, beyond the rotting hut. The man's blood wasn't just red, it was thick, sickly, threaded with dark veins of corruption like a dying river choking on its own filth. Izuku's thoughts flashed to how the man had his eyes covered the last time they met. Why did I even bother listening to him? I don't even know his name. He thought bitterly, the foolish man hadn't even listened to his own advice. "Please, I need you to do something." The man's voice rasped, fading. He ignored Izuku's questions, his hands trembling as they reached out, grasping weakly for Izuku's coat. "This village. It's the true secret. Testament to the old sins." The words hung heavy in the air, thick with desperation. Izuku clenched his teeth, feeling a slow burn rise inside him, not quite rage, but a simmering heat of frustration. Another burden. Another plea. Always someone else's mess to fix. The weight of their sins pressed down on him, suffocating. His mind flicked back to the memory of his mother's voice, the way she spoke of his father. The way she spoke of him. Could he ever escape the shadows of those who came before him? "It feeds this hunter's nightmare." The man's breath rattled, a shallow gasp before he continued, "Please. Bring to an end the horror." Izuku's chest tightened. "Fix it." Again. That same, weary command. His blood simmered just beneath the surface, the toll of his journey eating at his resolve. His mind was a swirl of rage from the evoked memories, the fact a man he had barely known lay dying at his feet. All the mistakes he was responsible for, whether it was his doing or not. Every person's mistakes became his to shoulder, it seemed, every sin laid at his feet. And now, another plea for salvation. Another weight to carry. He grabbed the man by the shoulders, his voice sharp. "Listen, you never even told me your name. And now you're asking me to end this nightmare? Like I wasn't already trying to do that while you were scurrying around?" But the man's eyes were already too far gone, his mind slipping away. His voice, though faint, still cut deep. "So our forefathers sinned. We hunters. We cannot bear their weight forever. It isn't fair, it just isn't fair." The man's words echoed, fading into the pulse of the corrupted village. Izuku could feel the heat leaving the man, like a slow trickle, like the blood draining from his wounds. The last embers of life leached from the man, slow and inevitable, just like everything else in this nightmare. The sins of those long dead still stained everything in this cursed place. He clenched his hands, letting out a breath. He closed the man's eyes with one hand. Izuku scanned through the man's belongings, grabbing the ornate sword. Izuku's hands moved without thought as he rifled through the man's belongings, the weight of the ornate sword settling in his grip like just another burden. It was nothing to get overly excited over, just another weapon, another key to open another door to kill another beast, in a nightmare that seemed endless. He let out a breath as he grabbed a familiar-looking key from the man's pocket. He stood up and let out a low whistle while grabbing his key ring and looking through the many keys on it, finding the keys that closely resembled the one he just got. Vaguely reminiscent of the keys he had used in the cells right after Ludwig. He scanned the room one more time with his eyes as the myriad of messengers crawled from nowhere to around him. Take him to the dream and get someone to bury him. Try to find out his name from the notebook still on him, please. Not that it matters anymore. He mumbled out absent-mindedly as he spun the key in his hand. He heard the bell? The memory of that voice sharp, mocking crawled into his mind like a shadow. Another man who believed himself above others, cruel for no reason beyond the joy of bringing pain. Izuku stepped out of the decrepit building, the air heavy with the stench of salt and decay. His hand trailed along the rotting wood, fingers brushing against splinters as he circled the building. The world beyond opened up, the dark horizon bleeding into the sea, an endless void. He made his way to the cliff face. The building was placed upon step by step. The wood changed to rough stone bricks that were stacked up into a lighthouse as the ground gave way to air but a few steps away from the building. Izuku made his way to the ledge and grasped the decrepit fence, its posts slanting dangerously, barely holding against the drop. The cliffs felt like the end of the world, an empty, bitter void. He felt like this village, clinging to life, stubbornly rotting from the inside, but refusing to let go. His hands gripped the once smooth wooden fence, evidence of care was still present, from the fine carvings eroded away with time, to the smoothness of small sections, sanded down smooth. Izuku's fingers dug into the crumbling wood, the last remnants of the world before splintering away at his touch. It was hollow, like everything in this cursed place, once something real, now just a shell. The wood was rotted on the inside, his hands clenching semi-soft handfuls of wood. Splinters dug into his fingers and palm. The misting rain began to fall in thicker drops as he unclenched his hands, letting the rotted wood fall to the rotting dirt under his feet. Another sigh left his mouth, his lungs letting out what stress it could. He cupped his hands, letting the rain pool, the cold drops mixing with his blood and splinters. It should have felt cleansing, but all it did was carry the filth deeper, sinking into the cracks. The collection began to leak over the rims of his hands before he let it fall to the ground, the fragments of wood slipping from his hands. Even his body rejected this place, pushing the filth from his flesh as if trying to cleanse itself of the nightmare. Izuku turned on his heel and began his walk back into the building and touched the lamp. "Take me to the underground corpse pile," was all he mumbled out before in a flash of lightless brightness he vanished. There was no escape from this hell, not until every last creature responsible for it was dead. Not until the nightmare itself was silenced. His eyes opened as the scent of copper flooded his senses. The room was unchanged, an ocean of blood, bodies ripped apart, filling every crevice. The stench of copper, once overwhelming, barely registered anymore. None of it mattered. Not anymore. He turned and made his way to the cells, killing the few things in his way as he did so. He remembered the fear that had gripped him before, the way the things lurking here had once made his heart race, even if he never showed it. This place had broken him in ways he hadn't expected. But now? Now, he felt nothing. As he stepped up to the cell the old key couldn't unlock, there was no fear, no hesitation. Only the cold, familiar routine. He slid the key into the lock. The door clicked, and for a moment, there was nothing but the sound of his own breath. Then, from behind the door, a voice low and rasping, "Do you hear this?" Izuku listened, his hand on the door's handle. His hearing picked up a faint bell. Fear the bell's toll. For it only brings death to those who dare pry into this nightmare. The church assassins, they are never far behind when the bell rings. The man's voice dropped into a sickly whisper, as though the words themselves carried the weight of death. Noted, Izuku spoke plainly as he opened the door and went inside. Well, look who's here." The voice was clearer now, as Izuku scanned the room, his eyes catching the destroyed living area. His eyes fell on the sole occupant of the room, sitting alone, in one hand a simple bell, and the other an ornate mace-like weapon. "Welcome to my quarters. I've never entertained a guest before." The man let out a laugh as he took in Izuku. "Are you here to kill me, child? Will that fix everything? Will it undo all the wrongs you've committed?" The man's voice trembled, a deranged edge to his words as his gaze pierced through Izuku. "You think you can just kill me and make it right?" His eyes stared at Izuku as if looking at the progenitor of all sin. "Well, it's part of the plan," Izuku said simply, pulling out a Molotov. He gave it a toss-up and felt the familiar shape of the bottle landing in his hand. "However, from the look of you, you're not going to just let me kill you." Izuku's gaze hardened as he stared at the man, his body wrapped in the tattered skin of a cleric beast, the horns jutting from his skull like a twisted, grotesque crown. The stench of decayed flesh clung to him, and Izuku could feel the weight of the monster he was about to face. The man before him was a sinkhole of sins. "Well," the man began, standing up as their joints audibly popped. "I believe it would be unsportsmanly to not fight back." The man stretched, raising the mace over their head as they did so. "Don't worry, child. I'll end you swiftly." The man spoke calmly, then without warning, drove the sharpened mace into his own gut. The sickening crunch of bone and tearing flesh filled the air as blood sprayed out, momentarily blinding Izuku. The smell of burning iron and rot filled his lungs. A groan of pain was heard and then a ripping sound. In an instant, the man was on him. The mace twisted, growing into a monstrous two-handed hammer, jagged spikes of blood forming along its massive head. It swung in a deadly arc, aimed to mutilate Izuku. Izuku ducked under the arc of the hammer, slipping into the man's guard. In one swift motion, he drove the lit Molotov into the man's chest. Flames roared to life, lighting up Izuku's arm, searing his flesh as shards of glass bit deep into his palm. The fire spread fast, hungry, devouring both of them in its path. One word escaped his lips, filled with every ounce of rage, pain, and resolve. Burn. The blood-soaked flames twisted, turning from yellow to a violent blood red, consuming the man in a hellish blaze. But before Izuku could register the transformation, the force of the explosion sent him hurtling backward, the inferno following him as he slammed into the far wall with a sickening crack. Izuku shook his hand, sending the shards of glass into the already junk-filled room. He saw the flesh knitting already. His eyes jumped back to the man who pushed himself up from the shattered stones. Red flames had devoured a portion of the man's clothing, exposing raw, blistering burns that oozed clear fluid. But already, his skin was knitting itself together. The other hunter shrugged off the pain. A blood vial hit the ground at the man's feet. As the glass shattered, the man was already upon him, swinging twice with brutal force, each blow aimed to pulp Izuku. Where he stood. Izuku quickened to the other side of the room, pulling out a small knife and pressing the sharp edge deep into his palm. The blood pooled quickly as Izuku with his other hand grabbed another Molotov. Embers of heat, fuel for fire. Blood that burns, burns that kill. Izuku spoke quickly, his eyes locked on the healing burn wounds of the man, agony unending, crimson flames burns without end, just as the man closed the distance Izuku reached. Izuku caught the man's wrist, his fingers slick with his own blood as he smeared it across the man's scorched skin, from wrist to chest. His fingernails dug deep into the tender burns, feeling the sickening give of flesh beneath his touch. Burn. He spoke the eldritch word and slammed another Molotov into the man. This time on the man's exposed face. For a fleeting moment, Izuku saw the flash of fear in the man's eyes as the Molotov shattered against his face, the flames greedily consuming his flesh. This time Izuku didn't intend to let the man out of his reach. The yellow flames licked at the blood smeared across the man's chest, and in an instant, the fire transformed. A second burst of unnatural heat erupted, blood-red flames twisting like living things. They devoured the scorched flesh as if it were dry kindling, feeding on Izuku's blood as though it were oxygen itself. A scream tore through the room, sharp, desperate, but it was snuffed out in an instant as Izuku slammed the man to the ground, his weight crushing down like a predator on prey. The mace flew, clattering across the room loudly as the red flames ate at the old man beneath Izuku. The man's neck was between Izuku's hands as the fire ate the man's face. The man's windpipe collapsed under Izuku's tightening grip, the fragile cartilage giving way with a sickening crunch. His fingers felt the grind of bone beneath the flesh, splintering and cracking as the man thrashed weakly, a futile attempt to escape. Izuku put his whole body into depriving the man of breath. The flesh gave way beneath Izuku's relentless grip, tearing apart with a wet rip as the skin and muscle peeled away. The clavicle bones jutted out like jagged teeth, snapping as Izuku twisted, pulling the man's head free in one brutal motion. Izuku tossed the burning head aside, the flames still consuming what little flesh remained. It hit the wall with a sickening thud, splattering charred skin and blood in a grotesque spray, the hiss of sizzling flesh echoing through the room. Izuku looked down at his hands, coated in blood and soot, the warmth of the flames still liking at the ruined body beneath him. The room was silent now, only the crackle of fire and the soft drip of blood remained. He didn't need to be so brutal. But it felt good, satisfyingly good in a way that frightened him. The violence had been an outlet for the pain he had buried deep, for the stress that had been tightening in his chest as he kept going, kept pushing himself past his limits. The man before him was not a good man, but not even bad men deserved what he had just done. Izuku went to wipe his hands, but he froze, staring at the bloodstains that seemed to mock him. No amount of wiping would cleanse what he had just done. After a long pause, he stood up, retrieving the man's weapon. The messengers appeared at his feet, their small, eager hands reaching for the prize. He knelt down, offering it gently. "Take good care of it, okay?" His voice was a whisper, soft and careful, a sharp contrast to the violence he'd just unleashed. Izuku cast one last glance at the body, now nothing more than ash and twisted remains. The thrill of the fight had faded, but the guilt remained, clinging to him like the blood still staining his hands. He made his way to the lantern and in a flash, was gone once more. Across the nightmare Izuku reappeared in the room where the man had died, the air still thick with the scent of blood and death. The body was gone, but the bloodstain remained. He walked into the continuous rain and breathed deeply. The oppressive heat of the village clung to his skin, making his flesh crawl. The stench of fish and rotting humans hung thick in the air, a rancid, festering odor that gnawed at his senses and stirred nausea deep in his gut. The whole village felt like a place long forgotten by the gods, left to decay into an endless howl of despair and death. A few more steps and he would be done here. A few more kills, a few more necessary murders. He grabbed his sword from his back. Only one kill remained. The orphan, the child of his mother's sister. The thought twisted something inside him. Blood may tie them, but in this nightmare, family meant nothing. He had to kill his cousin, the last vestige of his mission. Yet even as his hand gripped the sword tighter, a small, tired smile cracked across his features, the kind of smile born from knowing the end was near, even if it came with more blood. His muscles ached, and his mind felt like it was teetering on the edge, but he was so close now. Just one more. Just one more. Just one more. Just one more. He hadn't realized the mantra building behind his eyes. How could he? Every moment in the nightmare served to bruise and batter his mind like a ship on the roaring seas. A battered and old thing that ship was now, barely keeping float on the choppy waves. That's what the monsters that resided in this place were, nothing more. Cruel and relentless, their snarls and wails crashing over him like the endless, bottomless sea. But what was the sea he tread? His thumb played with the fine fabrics of the hilt of the blade, the roughness was barely registered by his brain. He could barely register the smells either. They all blurred together, no longer able to shock him: the salty seas, the boiling manfish flesh, the rotting, bitter decay that felt almost embedded in his skin. He didn't find the need to either, he had smelt every smell there was to smell. His nose itched. He brought the glimmering blade to the soft of his thigh and let the edge slide neatly through the fabric, exposing the delicate, meticulously crafted chain mail. His pride really. But everything here seemed to treat it like fabric. With ease he disconnected the chain from its ties, allowing it to drop to the ground into the grasping hands of the messengers. The chain clinked and clattered, an unfamiliar sound in this place of muted horrors. It was like shedding a skin he didn't need, leaving him feeling light but more vulnerable, his heartbeat thrumming in his ears. He followed it up with the rest of the makeshift armor. He had no need for it here. Or anywhere. He needed to simply be faster than all those he fought. Why prep to get hit when you could instead not get hit? Pragmatism beat med. The nightmare twisted logic and reason as it twisted flesh and bone. Nothing here made sense. Monsters? Creatures of flesh and blood that desired to slaughter all? For no real reason beyond basic monstrous instinct? He had so many books on them, so many that were crafted and written within the dream's walls, he had read them cover to cover. Autopsies, detailed and disgusting as human organs and flesh mutated and altered to different shapes and forms. They were waves of an ocean now. He knew not why he was really brought here. Only that he despised everything here, with a hate that felt as deep as the ocean and just as cold. Well, that was a lie. He knew it, but the hate had built too far. He had no sadness left, that was burned out like a lamp kept on for too long. The mantra played on repeat, like a heartbeat that pulsed alongside his own, rhythmic and insistent, refusing to be silenced. Even if he had wanted to. Just one more. And with each repetition, the meaning twisted, morphing from a promise of survival into a grim obsession. He couldn't tell if it was exhaustion or instinct that drove him now. The nightmare, hell, this whole situation had long bled into his bones, carved its darkness into him, molding him into something that thrived on the fight. He wasn't sure what he would find at the end of it all, maybe just the emptiness left after every last thread of purpose was cut. He felt like that one wooden doll from bedtime stories, the one that wanted to be human. But here, he wondered if he even remembered what human was. At least that doll had been human on the inside, praying to be human on the outside. He was anathema to the doll. The messengers scurried around him, whisking away his armor pieces as they fell with an almost reverent care. Their small fingers touched each piece of armor with a reverence that felt almost wrong, their little eyes glancing at him as though he were something sacred. Something important. In the flickering, dim light, their faces looked like echoes of the horrors he had slaughtered, though they were too docile, too small, too pure in comparison to the monsters he had faced to inspire fear. He watched them, his gaze hollow, and felt the disconnect set deeper. Here, stripped of armor, he felt exposed yet somehow truer to himself, free from the weight of protection he'd learned he couldn't trust. His thumb brushed the hilt again, its roughness a grounding sensation, each ridge, every imperfection on the hilt grounded him. A reminder that the blade was real, that he could still feel, even if his heart had become so scarred to the hell he was in that it barely registered. In a world that felt like it was pulling him under, the weapons he held remained his anchor, one last thread tethering him to some sense of self. Each slice, each cut into the nightmares around him chipped away at his own humanity, sure, but perhaps that was the price. He looked down at the glinting blade, light refracting off its edge, slicing into the shadows. One more. And with that, he pushed forward, the brine of the sea and stench of decay guiding him back into the heart of the nightmare, a place where survival wasn't guaranteed yet he would fight all the same. In the end, he'd become like the monsters he loathed, driven by an instinct he could neither name nor deny. Unlike the beasts that lapped at his hull, a different kind of ocean waited for him, unyielding and vast, a relentless force. A red sea was where he was headed, but until he got there, the sea of monsters would either consume him whole or be split apart by his resolve. His nose itched. He looked down at the little ones not deserving of the violence they witnessed as his messengers, his little helpers. Izuku knew what it was like to a point, not to their extreme but still, he knew. The violence was what they saw, yet also they received the kindness of the doll. The doll. Such a kind being, with the face of a woman who if Izuku had let up even a bit would have caused his death 1,000,000 times over. It was such an odd situation. He almost wished he could see their initial reaction to seeing each other. But he needed to end this nightmare today. How long had he actually stayed conscious for? Usually he slept for a little, even if he really didn't need it anymore. It made him feel normal again. Those brief moments of sleep were his rebellion, a small resistance against the world he was in. To rest, to close his eyes and let the void swallow him whole even if only for a moment. It was bliss. That short death, that dreamless black that didn't hurt him when he entered its embrace. It kept him sane. Izuku's eyes scanned the cave he had made his way into, he didn't really care about who or what he fought as he entered. His hands were slick. Both his and the fishman's blood, the mixture of hot red blood and grey ichor mixed on his hands as he stepped through the ankle-deep pool of parasites. His skin prickled at a scent. A scent smell that stung his nose and burned his eyes. An arcane scent threading through the stench of blood and rot, and filtered past his dull senses. Something ancient yet fresh blew down the caves on the light wind. It drifted toward him, chilling the heated air, as if whispering secrets just beyond his reach. Izuku couldn't bring himself to move much further. His legs ached, not real pain, phantom, the cracked bones and split ligaments of the last hundreds of battles reared their head. His muscles felt like old ropes fraying with each movement, stretched beyond repair. Each step pulled at scars long healed yet somehow fresh, a twisted reminder of the battles he could never outrun. It seemed to only get more painful as he got closer to the end of the nightmare. His nose itched. A loud crack would have been heard, should anyone have been alive to hear it. Izuku gripped the soft cartilage that was his nose and squeezed till the itch left him alone. The thick red liquid seeped through his hand, dripping between his fingers and making the slithering parasites under his boots scream and chip in pain. The taste of the blood at the back of his throat helped center him. The taste of copper lingered, thick and metallic, grounding him even as his vision blurred. The blood was warm, a bitter comfort. A familiar comfort. Just. One. Fing. More. The words pulsed through him like the beat of his heart, each syllable a hammer pounding against the wall of his sanity. Was it fixing it? Or breaking it further? He had no clue anymore. He had to get there. He had to win, had to beat the thing cousin Hellspawn that was the originator of the nightmare. His hand fell limp to his side as the tissue in his nose began to stitch itself back into shape. Why was he here? Why did he keep going, when death would embrace him so easily, so many times over? He could let go, let the nightmare pull him under, let himself dissolve into nothing. Flora could craft another. Better. Stronger. Hell, could throw himself off the edge of the dream and fall forever, die and do it again. Over and over again until Flora was forced to choose someone else. Get a different surrogate son. They all would be better choices. He was sure of it. He picked his feet up and began to walk once more, following the stinging arcane air. The smell twisted sharper, every whiff a tendril pulling him forward, binding him to the path even as the weight of his limbs begged him to stop. There was something final in it, sent a promise, or perhaps a threat. He was hoping for it to be a threat. He could feel his facial muscles pull into a grimace, a failed smile. He walked and walked and walked and walked until his mind resurfaced from the haze he had been falling into. He stood in the middle of a cave. The mouth yawned wide in front of him, presenting the outside like a safe haven. His eyes scanned the area around him and he couldn't help but shudder. So many mutated humans prostrated themselves in the mouth of the cave, their bodies thin, malnourished. No legs, where they met at the knee they continued into a thick tail-like structure, like the parasites. Their eyes, hollow and lifeless, seemed to watch him even as they knelt in twisted reverence. Each wasted face mirrored his own hollowing spirit, a reminder of what he could become if he stayed here too long. He poured alcohol on them and lit a match. The hot air of the sea behind him chilled in the face of the bonfire he made. The flames devoured them with a ruthless, hungry roar, consuming the last remnants of their humanity along with their twisted forms, transmuting it into nothing but the stench of burning flesh, lingering, acrid and thick. Izuku looked at his hands. The red stains made him feel odd. He flexed his hands a few times trying to work some form of feeling into the numb digits. Maybe he needed to grip his weapon softer. The red stains spread across his skin like cracks in stone, marks of every battle fought and memory burned into his flesh. They felt alien, his hands, like someone else's. He closed his eyes, exhaling into the heavy, salty air that wrapped around him like a blanket. He hated it. Hated it so much. He let out a heavy breath into the cold air. When he opened his eyes, the fog of the sea was gone, replaced by the gentle flutter of snow against his cheeks. His mind was foggy again, the world felt fragile, like glass threatening to shatter under his feet. How long had it been since he walked these streets? Since he had felt the simple bite of winter on his skin, free of blood and ash? Those thoughts disappeared quicker than he could catch them, slipping from his hands like the delicate flutter of the snow. He had to close his eyes. His head hurt so much. He rubbed at his strained eyes with cold hands, like icicles his fingers pressed cold into the thin skin of his eyelids. As he opened his eyes, shivering cold and alone. The streets were empty, the early morning quiet wrapping around him like a shroud. Even the faintest sound seemed to echo too loud, disturbing the heavy silence. He looked at his hands, his fingers having begun to turn blue in the chilled night air. He vaguely remembered this street, one of the many streets in the more commercial sections of his city. He had left home to meet with Mississippi Kayama. She had said she had some news for him over text and asked to meet him at a small cat cafe that was still open during the freezing winter flurries. It was earlier than even when his mother woke up, so sneaking out had been easy. Not that she had cared about it anyway. The house felt as empty as usual when he had gotten in his winter coat and left. His mind swam, foggy. He shivered, not just from the cold but from the hollow sense that something was off. Each step felt weighted, like walking through a memory that refused to settle, blurry around the edges. Izuku knew this had to be another memory. Was he causing these? Or the nightmare? Nightmare? He hadn't had any of those in a while. A few weeks of blissful sleep, a few weeks of feeling safe and warm. No. Yes? He wasn't sure anymore. If anything, he had never been so unsure of anything in his life. He remembered today, like it had happened already, and yet, he couldn't recall even the smallest detail of any of it. His head hurt. A strange ache pulsed behind his ribs, something sharp and persistent. Why did the streets seem darker than he remembered, as if the memory itself was decaying under the weight of his confusion? Izuku blinked and shook his head. He tightened the hold he held on his shirt and began to move forward again. Everything was becoming clearer now. As each step made a dent in the packed snow, he could smell the salt in the air he wasn't in anymore, yet would always bleed into his senses once he finished all of this. The hunter stilled his heart and allowed the memory to play out, letting the naive Izuku make yet another mistake. He could feel all of this like he was there, like he was really home in that blasted city with all those heroes who didn't do their jobs. They called themselves heroes, yet this city felt emptier every day. Shadows seemed to stretch where light should have been, all he could see were the places they'd failed to protect. Izuku kept walking, sure enough he would make it to the spot. The cafe couldn't be much farther, his maps might have quit working due to the clouds but he vaguely remembered the path. He kept his feet going as they grew cold, the snow caked on his tennis shoes slowly melting, chilling his feet until they were numb. The crunch of snow underfoot mingled with the dull, biting cold that crept up through his thin shoes, numbing his toes beyond even feeling the cold water. The ice seemed to seep into his skin, anchoring him to the spot even as he forced himself to keep moving. His breath came out in puffs of clouds, small and dissipating into nothing as another took its place. The path blurred in his mind, but his feet moved on instinct, drawn to a place he hadn't visited in ages. The closer he got, the stronger the sense of something unfinished pulsed in his chest, as if he were following not a memory but a whisper. Each step felt like a repetition, a cycle he couldn't break. How many times had he trudged through this snow, felt the ice sting his skin, let his breath dissolve into the morning chill? It was as if time itself were bending, looping back on him. His steps grew quicker as he spotted the familiar cafe sign, its luminescence shining through the darkness as the day grew older, the rising sun lost behind the snow clouds. His fingers, cold, numbing in the flurries of snow, reached out, grabbing at the door before him as he put his weight behind it, pushing the door open and nearly falling into the heated air. The moment he stepped inside, the warmth struck him like a wave, the sudden shift from biting cold to cozy heat leaving him dizzy. His fingers tingled painfully as the warmth began to return sensation, and he clutched them together to stop the tremors. The heavy scent of coffee and pastries hung in the air, contrasting sharply with the stinging cold still clinging to his damp shoes. His body continued to shiver as he looked around, his eyes looking for the familiar woman. A strange smell lingered in the heated air, something metallic and faintly sour that didn't belong in the warmth of the cafe. He couldn't place it, but it tugged at a distant corner of his mind, familiar, yet elusive. Izuku, the hunter, not the dumb child, knew how the day would end. He would leave this place after a few hours, returning home. Returning to a locked door, stuck in the cold until his mother finally took notice of his presence and opened the door, allowing him to enter and warm up, before heading to work. He knew how this day had ended, he knew all of this. So why was he reliving this one? Why now? Why this memory? It wasn't like the others, the ones that pushed him, that forged his will in the crucible of blood and darkness. This day had been insignificant, hadn't it? A fleeting moment of hope that had burned out long before he knew how to stoke those flames. He had trusted her words, yet all they had done was add another layer of hurt. What was the nightmare trying to show him? What was he supposed to learn here? All the other memories he had resurfacing since he had been taken to this other world, those ones had strengthened his resolve. They had meaning. This one held none. It was just a day where he was finally believing in himself, where Midnight had told him she would fight for his admission. Would fight to see him in her classes in time. The hunter's mark on his arm seared with a blistering heat, a sensation like molten iron pressing against raw flesh. His breath hitched, and he gritted his teeth as if the mark was peeling away his very skin, exposing nerves that screamed in agony. He wanted to claw at it, to make the pain stop, but he knew that wouldn't help. The blood-red marking gifted to him from his mother flared, he could feel bile rise in his throat and the smell of searing flesh. He felt the world tilt as the cafe's cozy interior faded, replaced by the cold embrace of darkness. It was like sinking into an abyss of black ink, thick, suffocating, weightless. The air felt heavy, pressing against his skin from all sides, the oppressive silence broken only by the faint, unsteady rhythm of his breath. It was as if the darkness had substance, curling around him like living tendrils, tightening with each passing second. His head. His mind was clear, clearer than any time he had been in the nightmare, the hunter's mark flaring and burning the caked grime off of his body. The darkness around him was all-encompassing, like he had been dropped into an ink pot, sinking deeper and deeper into the endless black. The only color was the mark that pulsed, the crimson light twisting into the moon's silver hue. Their boundaries continued to blur and merge. It was as if they were no longer two distinct entities but facets of the same truth, a luminous wound that bled both moonlight and blood. For a moment, he saw something, felt something beyond the dark. A pull, a promise. IZUKUSOVERIGNCHILD.OFMYBLOODSISTER.DONOTRISHTOSE. E.WHATLIESBENEATHWHYOUTRULYARE. Izuku, sovereign child. Of my blood sister. Do not resist. I only wish to see what lies beneath who you truly are. Translation for readers who cannot read glitch text. The voice layered, fractured, like 1,000 whispers merging into one pierced the darkness, its cadence twisted and wrong. Each word seemed to echo twice, once in his ears and again in the hollow space inside his mind. It felt close, impossibly close, as if the speaker was leaning over his shoulder, though he knew he was alone in the abyss. Sinner. Beloved child of my sister. Blood of the lost. You are perfect. Perfect for what you are. The voice drilled through his skull, vibrating against the bone until his vision blurred, and the taste of iron filled his mouth. The very utterance of its speech pierced his skull. He could feel the blood leak down the sides of his head, could feel the thick liquid pool and float in the dark around him. He could hear its voice clearer now, could understand it. The speech, thoughts, love of the dead bringeth pain. Child of my beloved sister, child wishing to kill mine own child. I offer something greater, better, worthy, than what my sister offers. Izuku tried to speak, but the inky blackness filled his mouth, salty, thick like the mucus of a slug. It squirmed in and down his throat. The slime villain rose to the front of his mind and he felt like the helpless boy he once was. No. He wanted to cry out, call for help, plead for anyone, anything to save him. The thick, slug-like substance seemed to cling to his insides, its icy coldness burning hotter than fire as he struggled. Each swallow sent it writhing deeper, curling around his ribs and squeezing until his lungs ached. Izuku thrashed. His fingers raked through the goo, just like then, just like the first time and the second time this had happened. Tears stung his eyes and burned tracks of grief down his cheeks. His blood was on fire as his heart beat faster. The sludge was everywhere, his mouth, his nose. He tried to gasp, but there was no air, only thick and suffocating gunk. He needed out, needed to get free of the writhing sludge. Ignis, fire, he needed to burn it out of his body. He commanded his fingers to tear open, blood sizzling the sludge as he clawed and fought. His heartbeat pounded, each thud like a war drum in his skull. He commanded his blood vessels to pump the hot lifeblood into the gunk around him. He chanted, shouted the words of fire heat inferno over and over with a mouth that couldn't utter words. He felt his throat tear and pool more blood as it began to heat and catch fire, searing whatever wished to choke him. His heartbeat quicked even further as he thrashed and fought the gunk out of his throat and spat it out into the darkness. Speak not, child, I know you now, know you intimately, know you deeply. Deeper than Flora, Kos knows you now. The voice came out smug, knowing Izuku could feel the blackness caress his whole body, and it made him shiver. He hated this. He wanted to scream, to deny it, to tell Kos that it was wrong, that it didn't know him. But did he even know himself anymore? The darkness pressed closer, whispering like the wind through dead trees. No, he wouldn't give in. Not to this. Not now. I offer you another chance, another life. Kos's voice cracked and echoed, shifting from a deafening roar to a whisper that seemed to come from inside Izuku's skull. The life you begged for in the dark, the one you were always denied. It spoke with a sickly sweetness, almost gentle, but each word hit him like a hammer to the chest, forcing the breath from his lungs. Izuku tried to move, to struggle, but he couldn't even feel his limbs anymore. The darkness was solid now, wrapping around his body like the cold fingers of a corpse. His own heartbeat pulsed against it, loud and frantic, but even that was fading. Here, I can grant you true sight. Not the lies you cling to, but the way the world truly is. The inky black pressed tighter. He felt it seeping into his mouth, filling his nose, choking him, until his every ragged breath was swallowed by the darkness. I will give you what you deserve, what was stolen from you. Izuku's vision swam with colors that shouldn't exist, and for a moment, he saw his mother's face warm, smiling, not the tired, haunted look she always wore. I can make it real, Kos purred, the words washing over him like waves of ice. Your mother will love you truly, deeply. She will be everything you ever wanted, everything you deserved. And All Might? The name twisted in the air, vibrating with a dark amusement. He will look at you as a hero, not a disappointment. He will bow to you, grant you strength beyond your dreams. He will believe in you. Not as you are, but as I can make you. The darkness pulsed, and suddenly, Izuku was drowning. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't see. His thoughts were nothing but a frantic blur of panic and suffocating cold. Not simply a chance, Kos hissed, its voice tightening around his skull like a vice. Not a dream. But a certainty. I would guarantee it. A freezing hand gripped his throat, and he felt the weight of 1,000 eyes bearing down on him, unseen but unyielding. He was nothing here. You will never be alone again, child, Kos's voice cooed, a jagged smile curling in the darkness. You will never be worthless. You will be adored. You will be powerful. You will be loved, as you were always meant to be. Izuku's heart pounded faster, but the darkness tightened, and he was left gasping, drowning, sinking into the cold, inescapable grip of Kos's promise. The world he knew felt like a distant memory, a fading dream that was slipping from his grasp. What choice do you have? The voice was everywhere, in his ears, behind his eyes, in his bones. I know your pain. I know your hunger. I can end it. He tried to scream, but the darkness devoured the sound, swallowing it whole. His breath hitched as the crushing pressure around him tightened, a vice that wouldn't relent, wouldn't let go. His thoughts were a maelstrom whirling faster and faster, blurring and blending into the voice of the Great One that echoed endlessly in his mind. The Great One of the Deep. The unbound arcane. He could only think, but the thoughts weren't his own anymore, polluted by the relentless whispers. Tears streamed down his cheeks like fire, each one carving lines of pain into his skin. He wanted it. He wanted it so badly. To be needed, to be loved, to be cherished. All he'd ever wanted, more than anything, was right there, within reach. The faint glow of the hunter's mark caught his eye, a flicker in the abyss. His lips moved soundlessly, shaping the word yes. He was pleading, begging, but the darkness held him captive, the word never leaving his throat. Soft, cold fingers brushed his burning cheeks, wiping away his tears with a tenderness that felt like mockery. What is your answer, O sweet child? Kos's voice was like a caress, curling through his mind like a gentle breeze, yet weighted with the pressure of 1,000 unseen eyes. Izuku forced a breath, his tongue twisting in his mouth like a foreign object. Price, he rasped, the word a strangled gasp. His tongue felt sewn in place, heavy and useless, his mouth thick with bile. What's the FING price? The darkness pulsed in response, a living thing quivering with anticipation. It recoiled from his defiance, curling around him tighter, suffocating. His chest heaved, heart slamming against his ribs. He could feel the black, slimy nothingness thrumming, an impatient heartbeat that wasn't his own, waiting for him to crack. You offer me everything, his voice was hoarse, a snarl ripping from his throat. Love, attention, care. Like I'm some broken thing you can fix with lies and promises. Like I'm something to be controlled. Anger blazed through him, a wildfire burning away the choking despair. He couldn't stop it, he didn't want to stop it. His shoulders shook, his voice rising as he spat out his fury. "I don't want it anymore," he screamed, tears streaming down his face in uncontrollable torrents. His vision blurred, but he could see the darkness quivering. Like the thing inside it had flinched. "I don't fing care about any of it, not anymore. Why should I?" His voice cracked, raw and broken, but he couldn't stop. The words poured out like blood from a wound, unstoppable, cutting. "My mother's never looked at me like a son. She never saw me, just my father's shadow. I was just a reminder of everything she lost. Every single glance was pity, not love. You think you can change that with your empty promises? You think I'd believe it?" He was shaking, tears mingling with the blood seeping from his ears, but the fire in his chest burned hotter. "And All Might?" He laughed, a hollow, broken sound. "He'll never see me as anything but a burden. His light has always been for others, never for me." Izuku's nails dug into his palms, his voice thick with venom and pain. "You think I'm so desperate that I'd fall for this?" he choked, the darkness pressing against his tongue like a GG. "I know who I am. I'm a failure, nothing but a broken, bloody mess. A weapon that's too blunt to be of use, too stained to ever be clean. I know what I am, and all I have is the blood I've spilled." The darkness pulsed, recoiling slightly, but he pushed on, screaming at the abyss, screaming at Kos, at himself, at the whole Dmed world. "I'm not a hero. I'm not even a person. I'm just a killer, someone who's better at ending lives than saving them. And you think you can make me believe in dreams?" His voice broke, fading into a hoarse whisper. "I don't want to dream anymore. I just want to end this nightmare." His words hung in the silence, the oppressive blackness throbbing around him like a living thing, feeding off his rage, his despair, his twisted hope. He waited, heart hammering, his chest aching from the raw, desperate confession that had spilled out like a torrent. He was exposed, laid bare, and all that remained was the endless dark and the oppressive presence that loomed over him. And yet, under the gaze of a god, with all his fury and defiance spent, he was left with nothing but tears. His body shook, racked with uncontrollable sobs, each breath a ragged gasp that cut his throat raw. He was a hollow, broken shell, his voice cracking as he choked out his final words. "Even if you could give me all of that. If you could take away the pain, erase the memories, make me into someone I never got to be," he paused, his breath hitching as his eyes blurred with fresh tears, hot and bitter. "Even if you could rewrite my entire life, I would still know. I'd still feel it, crawling under my skin, burning in my bones, screaming in my soul that it was all a lie." Fingers threaded through his matted hair, slow and deliberate, tugging just enough to sting as they caught on the tangled knots. Her touch was tender, almost loving, yet it carried a weight that made his skin crawl. Warmth seeped into his freezing, exhausted body, like slipping into a bath too hot to bear, the chill melting away as if drained from his very bones. "I know," the voice breathed, soft and serene, unfazed by his desperate outburst. "I know you. I know every inch of your pain." The voice was no longer an echo inside his skull, it was right there, a presence hovering before him, so close he could feel the phantom warmth of breath against his cheek. "Every broken dream. Every twisted longing. Every secret you've buried away." Her words dripped with a slow, almost affectionate cadence, as if savoring the taste of each confession he had never spoken aloud. "I retract my earlier offer. You are not worthy of such a beautiful lie." Her tone was almost chiding, like a mother speaking to a child who had disappointed her. "No," she purred, "I have something far more real in mind for you." Kos's breath slid along his ear, cold and NTMT, leaving a shiver in its wake. "Kill my child. Take his life. Devour his PLCNT, and I will make you mine eternally." Her words curled like smoke, both stuck and suffocating. "You have been tainted by my sister's dreams, but you belong with me. I see it in you, child. I see what you truly are." Her fingers tightened slightly in his hair, possessive now, a subtle claim on him that he could not shake off. "My sister calls you Hunter, but I see something deeper, something more honest." She lingered on the words, each one drawing him closer to her orbit. "You are meant to be so much more than her little tool. There's a truth inside you that even you do not see. But I do. I always have." The possessiveness in her voice was like a grip tightening around his heart, as if she could feel every beat, every pulse of his blood. "You cannot hide from me. You cannot escape what you are, what you have always been. Mine. 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 Mine." The word echoed in his mind, rippling like the ringing of a bell, over and over until it blurred into a single, pulsating chant. It was wrong, he knew it was wrong, this warmth that shouldn't be there, this voice that shouldn't hold him so tightly. Yet every word she spoke, every tender brush of her fingers in his hair sent a shudder down his spine, a mix of discomfort, fear, and something else. Something he barely understood. His cheeks burned, a heat spreading across his face that he couldn't control. No one had ever spoken to him like this. No one had ever held him like this. He had no prior understanding of any of this. Mine. Izuku's breath hitched, confusion twisting in his chest like a knot he couldn't untangle. Was this what it felt like to be wanted? Really wanted? Not as a burden, not as an afterthought, but as something precious? Her words made his skin crawl, yet a small, treacherous part of him basked in the attention, this unfamiliar feeling of being seen, of being desired, of being needed. He felt his pulse quicken, thudding loudly in his ears, drowning out every rational thought. But the word mine clung to him like a brand, making his insides twist in a way that was both thrilling and sickening. He tried to push the sensation away, to clear his mind, but it was like trying to scrub out a stain that only deepened the harder he rubbed. He didn't understand it, didn't understand why his body reacted this way when everything about her presence screamed danger. He wanted to recoil, to shove her away, but instead, he found himself frozen, unable to move as the warmth seeped into his very bones. He had only known vague crushes before, fleeting and innocent. Admiration from afar. But this was different. It was intense, invasive, and it scared him. Kosa's attention was like a heavy weight draped over his shoulders, pressing down until he could barely breathe. He felt exposed, stripped bare before her gaze, as if she could see right through him, down to his deepest fears, his darkest desires, and the parts of himself he didn't even know existed. And yet, he couldn't stop himself from leaning in, just a fraction, caught between the revulsion and the desperate, unspoken need to feel wanted by someone, anyone. Even if that someone was her. His tongue felt heavy, useless, his mouth filled with a parched, suffocating dryness, each attempt to speak dying on his lips. The words wouldn't come. They were tangled in his throat, knotted together with the fear, the confusion, the twisted sense of yearning he couldn't fully understand. His heart was a hammering drum in his chest, each beat erratic and loud, threatening to drown him in its thunderous cadence. Every thought, every instinct to run or fight or scream felt dull and distant, lost in the overwhelming fog of her presence. She had him close, had him in the palm of her hand, holding him in a way that felt both gentle and crushing, loving and suffocating. He wanted to look away, to close his mind to the sensation, but he couldn't. He couldn't. It was all-consuming, the sheer weight of her obsession pressing down on him until he felt like he might break apart under it. There was no escape from her gaze, even when he couldn't see it. He was drowning in her love that wasn't gentle or safe but fierce and possessive, clawing its way into his very being. He shut his eyes tight, a desperate attempt to shut her out, to block the image of her shadowed form from his mind, to rid himself of that burning sense of being wanted so completely. But he could still feel her. Even when the darkness receded, when the warmth was pulled away like a blanket ripped off his shoulders, the cold that replaced it was sharper, more biting, and he found himself aching for that stolen warmth. His fingers twitched, betraying him, reaching out toward the fading shadows like they had a will of their own, craving that comfort even when he knew he shouldn't. Stop, he told himself, his thoughts desperate and scattered. Stop reaching. Stop wanting. But the emptiness she left behind gnawed at him, and he felt his resolve wavering. It wasn't just the promise of power or the lies of a better life, it was the way she made him feel seen, cherished, adored in a way he had never been before. It was wrong, so wrong, and yet he couldn't deny the hollow ache that settled in his chest when she pulled away. His breath hitched, cold and shallow, his eyes opening reluctantly as he fought to ground himself in the stale, icy air around him. He needed to remember why he was here. He needed to remember the truth, to cling to it even as the sweet, poisonous promise of her voice lingered in his ears. But his resolve felt brittle, cracked along the edges, like a fragile piece of glass that could shatter at any moment. His gaze darted to the surrounding darkness, searching for something, anything to anchor himself, but there was nothing. Just the empty, gaping void where her presence had been. A void that left him cold and alone, a reminder of everything he had lost, everything he had never had. And in that moment, he hated himself for it, for the way his heart ached in the absence of her attention, for the way he felt a sick, desperate need to earn it back. Why can't I let go? The thought clawed at his mind as he inhaled shakily, forcing himself to stand firm, even as his knees threatened to give out beneath him. He had to make a choice. The right choice. But what if the right choice was just another lie? What if everything he had ever believed was wrong, and she was the only one who had seen him for what he truly was? With trembling hands, Izuku took another breath, steadying himself. He couldn't let her pull him in, no matter how tempting her offer was. But when he looked up, his gaze locked onto the lingering darkness, he realized that his heart, traitorous, yearning, confused, was already leaning towards her, teetering on the edge of that dangerous, impossible promise. And he couldn't bring himself to step away. His breaths were shaky, uneven, each one forcing more of the cold from his lungs, replacing it with the stifling humidity of the real world, the one he should belong to. He focused on that reality, grounding himself in the sensations that he could feel with absolute certainty: the salt of the ocean air, the earthy rot of seaweed mingling with the unnatural sting of arcane energy, the slick wetness of blood against his tongue, thick and metallic. It anchored him, forcing him back into his body, back into the moment. Yet, the warmth, the comfort of Kosa's presence lingered like a ghost, making his heart twist with a longing that left a bitter taste in his mouth. He bit down harder on his lip, feeling the sharp sting as the skin split further, the blood welling up and spilling over. It was pain, it was real, and it was his. His to control, his to use, his to remind him of who he was. He needed that. He couldn't afford to forget, to let himself be swept away by her intoxicating promises and the way she made him feel wanted in a way that left his core hollow and aching. But that cold in his bones remained, a chill that refused to leave him, like the lingering memory of her fingers in his hair, the way they had combed through the knots with an almost tender patience. It made him feel exposed, like she had seen something inside him that he didn't even know existed, something raw and desperate and terribly, terribly lonely. He couldn't help the shudder that coursed through him at the thought, and he hated how a part of him, some small, traitorous corner of his mind, missed that touch. No. Focus. His teeth sank into his lip, harder now, the sharp pain shooting through his face, grounding him as he stared out at the burning cave and the endless expanse of the sea. He couldn't afford to be swayed, not now, not when he had fought so hard to claw his way back to this reality. This place of salt and blood and fire, where he belonged. He had to remind himself of that, even as the cold in his chest gnawed at him with a persistent ache that made him feel more alone than ever. He breathed out slowly, the exhale long and unsteady, and forced himself to open his eyes. The world around him snapped into focus: the crashing of the waves, the flickering flames, the oppressive heat that filled the air and pressed down on his skin. It was real. It was solid. But he couldn't ignore the hollow feeling that pulsed beneath it. All, a void left in the wake of her attention, a void that he didn't know how to fill. Izuku clenched his fists until his nails bit into his palms, the pain sharp and grounding. This is where I am, he reminded himself, his jaw tightening. This is where I have to be. Not in the darkness, not under the gaze of that great, unfathomable being who claimed to love him. Who saw him as hers. Yet, even as he told himself that, a part of him, the part that felt the lingering frost in his veins, the emptiness that Kos had left behind, whispered that he was lying. That he would always be hers, no matter how fiercely he fought against it. That she had marked him, and he could never fully escape that claim. The thought made his heart twist painfully, a confusing mix of fear and longing curling tight in his chest, and he shoved it down with all the force he could muster, burying it beneath the taste of blood and the scent of salt and the crackling sound of the flames. He couldn't afford to think like that. He couldn't afford to want her, to crave her approval, her adoration, her terrible, possessive love. He took another breath, steadier this time, forcing himself to focus on the here and now, on the reality he was determined to protect. Even if it left him cold. Even if it left him feeling more alone than he ever had before. Because he had to believe it was worth it. He had to. He had one more kill here, the orphan. Just one more, then one more after that, then one more after that. Again and again and again, until he managed to break from this cursed existence and was sent back to his original world. He couldn't forget. He had promises to keep, apologies to make, and people to prove wrong. He spat a mouthful of blood into the sand and focused on the familiar sensation of the sword's hilt against his palm. It was a constant in the shifting reality. He found himself trapped in a tangible anchor amidst the swirling madness. The arcane energy that pulsed through the blade hummed, responding to his tension, the power within it coiling and uncoiling like a living thing. He stabbed the sword into the sand and began to stretch, while taking inventory of his gear. He doubted much of it would work on a great one's child. Izuku chewed on his lip before speaking softly, "Messengers, come here please." His body ached as he twisted and stretched, joints popping in protest from the endless strain. The beach was eerily quiet, only the dull roar of the sea filling the silence, punctuated by the occasional crackling of distant flames. It was the same as it always had been, another battlefield, another moment of preparation before he threw himself into the maw of the nightmare once more. But this time, he felt heavier, weighed down not just by fatigue but by the remnants of Kosa's lingering warmth that hadn't quite left him. The cold knot in his chest refused to thaw, even with the oppressive heat of the burning cave at his back. He glanced up at the bloated corpse of Kosa's original body, the strange elegance it held in death feeling almost mocking. He had to move forward, and had to face what lay ahead. He couldn't afford to linger on what he couldn't change. Just one more, he told himself quietly, his mind wandering once more. The messengers tugged at the edges of his coat, their eyeless faces turned up to him, eagerly awaiting his instructions. "Thank you," he murmured, more to himself than to them as he unloaded the tools that had no place in the coming fight. The trinkets and vials felt almost laughable, now useless against the child of a great one, yet each one a reminder of his journey, of what he had gathered and learned along the way. His fingers hesitated on the final item, his gauntlet. It had been a project born from desperation, a last-ditch attempt to HRNSS the arcane in a way he could control. He remembered the endless hours spent refining its inner workings, the frustration of its weight pulling him down, of feeling it drain him faster than any incantation or spell he knew. But now, it was different. He slid the gauntlet over his hand, feeling the intricate mechanisms hum to life, responding to his touch in a way that almost felt eager. The arcane tools embedded within it thrummed, their presence filling him with a sense of power that sent a shiver up his spine. The tiny tinnitus buzzed with barely contained lightning, a low hum that vibrated against his skin. The executioner's gloves, cold and heavy, pulsed with echoes of forgotten sorceries, their whispers almost drowned out by the more aggressive tones of a call beyond an ever-present melody of distant stars, pulling him to wield its cosmic fury. And the beast claw, restless and wild, sang a primal tune that matched the rhythm of his own racing heart. For the first time in what felt like ages, he smiled, the corners of his mouth twitching up into a feral grin. It was a savage thing, edged with the same madness that had carried him this far. He had thought the arcane tools to be merely objects, dead, unfeeling things. But now, with the gauntlet on his hand, he could hear them. They sang to him, each in its own voice, craving release, eager to be wielded in the coming storm. Izuku flexed his fingers, feeling the power surge and recede with every movement, and something within him stirred a mix of anticipation and dread, a hunger that mirrored the pull he had felt when Kosa's presence had touched his mind. He hated how it excited him, how the darkness called to him like a familiar friend. But he couldn't deny the thrill that bubbled up inside him, a feverish need to prove himself, to fulfill the promises he had made and carve his own fate with his own hands. The coldness in his chest remained, but now it was overshadowed by the heat of his determination, by the reckless, desperate desire to push forward despite the odds. He would face what lay ahead, even if the path was bloody, even if it meant staining his soul further. He had come too far to turn back now. He had promises to keep, apologies to make, and a world that needed him to return, no matter the cost. With one last glance at the dead Great One in the distance, he tore his eyes away and fixed them on the path ahead. The beach stretched out before him like a jagged scar that never truly healed, only the lapping oceans promising any form of life. "All right," he muttered to the messengers, his voice steady, carrying the weight of what he was about to do. "Take these and go. I have a job to finish." The messengers nodded, their tiny hands clutching the items he had discarded, and vanished into the sand, leaving him alone with the howling wind and the remnants of fire that crackled behind him. He could feel the weight of his gauntlet, heavy with promise, and he tightened his grip on the sword still embedded in the sand. The next step felt like crossing a threshold, and he took it without hesitation, feeling the familiar rush of bloodlust surge through him. He would face the orphan. He would break this cycle, even if it meant giving in to the darkness he feared. Because in the end, he was a hunter, and this was what he did best. He pulled the sword free, the arcane energies swirling around it like a tempest, and strode forward, the chill in his bones a constant reminder of the price he had to pay. But the song in his heart, the song of the arcane, the thrill of the hunt drowned out the lingering echoes of doubt. For now, that was enough. The air grew heavier as he advanced, the weight of the Great One's gaze pressing down on him, a suffocating presence that made each breath feel like swallowing glass. The wind carried the salty tang of the sea mixed with the sour rot of decay, sharp and bitter in his nostrils. His fingers wrapped tightly around the hilt of his sword in anticipation of a fight. In his offhand he didn't hold his gun. Instead he held his whip, its darkened burn marks a testament to his failed experiments, a reminder of the limits of his own knowledge. But there was no room for hesitation. The dying echoes of Kosa's tragic story were nearing their end, and he would be the one to write the final verse. The pale, bloated corpse of Kos loomed ahead of him, the waves crashing against its motionless body in a steady, somber rhythm. Its skin, once rippling with oceanic beauty, now shimmered like wet scales in the fractured light, marred by the inexorable passage of time. Yet the rot had not yet claimed it fully. Instead, it lay swollen and gravid, as if holding a secret not meant for mortal eyes. A throbbing presence pulsed from its abdomen, a dreadful, rhythmic beat that seemed to sync with his own heart, and he couldn't tear his gaze away from that grotesque bulge. He stopped 27 yards from the bloated corpse, his body tensed, every muscle ready to react. The air itself seemed to recoil, and the pungent stench of decay intensified, so thick it clung to his tongue. A wet, squelching sound filled the silence as the distended belly began to swell, bloating even more grotesquely, straining against the skin that stretched far beyond its natural limits. Then, with a sickening, violent pop, the abdomen split open, disgorging its vile contents. A torrent of viscera and blood gushed forth, splattering the wet sand with thick, glistening ropes of gore. The noise was a nauseating blend of tearing flesh and wet, slapping meat, a sound that clawed its way into Izuku's mind, rooting itself in the primal parts of his brain. From the ruptured belly, something shifted, a shape that writhed and squirmed amid the slurry of entrails and MNTC fluid, covered in a membrane that shimmered like oil on water. It twisted, clawing its way free of the steaming pile with a desperate fury, its skeletal limbs jerking and twitching as if fighting against some unseen force. The translucent membrane tore away, revealing slick, gray flesh beneath, mottled and glistening like the scales of some nightmarish sea creature. A long, hideous wail split the air, a keening cry of despair and rage, echoing across the desolate beach like a funeral dirge. The thing was born of pain, writhing in agony, its spine curving with an unnatural elasticity as it forced itself upright, limbs tangled and wrong, fingers too long, twisted like gnarled roots. Its face, if it could be called that, was a horrid mockery of humanity, with bulbous, unseeing eyes that bulged from a malformed skull, and a gaping mouth stretched too wide, bearing crooked, bone-white teeth. A twisted parody of a child, but wrong in every conceivable way. The creature's bony fingers, sharp and jagged like the talons of a deep-sea predator, flexed and clenched as it tore away the last strands of membranous tissue clinging to its form. The blood that coated its body was thick and black, shining in the fractured light like ink spilled across wet marble. As it staggered forward, its hunched back twitching with each movement, its body gave off a shuddering, guttural breath, a labored, rasping gasp that rattled through the stifling air. The orphan of Kos raised its head, its mouth hanging open in a silent scream, revealing a maw that seemed to have no end, lined with teeth that curved inward like the jaws of a deep-sea nightmare. Its eyes, glassy and unseeing, glowed with a sickly luminescence, reflecting the distorted reality around it. It stumbled, half-formed and half-dead, and let out another ear-splitting shriek, a howl of grief, anger, and madness that seemed to resonate from the deepest depths of the ocean itself. Izuku felt his stomach churn, a wave of nausea threatening to overwhelm him, but he forced himself to stand his ground. His knuckles turned white around the hilt of his whip as he watched the orphan drag itself free from the ruin of its parent's body, the sound of slick, tearing flesh sending shivers down his spine. The wind shifted, carrying the metallic stench of blood mixed with the salt of the sea, and Izuku swallowed the bile that rose in his throat. The orphan was here, born of anguish and hate, a living embodiment of the nightmare that had consumed this cursed place. And he was the one destined to end it. Izuku's grip tightened, his eyes narrowing as he felt the weight of the moment settle over him. The orphan's gaze, empty and hollow, fixed on him as it began to drag its malformed body forward, each step leaving a trail of dark, glistening fluids in the sand. The hunt had begun in earnest. Izuku barely had time to react. 1 second, he was there. The next, the place he'd stood was obliterated by the orphan's crude, brutal weapon, a PLCNT wrapped around a splintered rib bone, swung with terrifying force. Sand exploded upward in a storm of grit, and fluid splashed across the ground, soaking into the beach like a taint. He blinked, his body instinctively moving, and the world became a blur of violent motion. The orphan's enraged scream tore through the air, a relentless, deafening wail that seemed to pierce his skull and set his mind ablaze with pain. The force of its anguish hit him like a physical blow, driving him to grit his teeth even as he ducked low, slipping into the creature's guard. With a swift, practiced move, his sword found purchase in the orphan's side, slicing through the slick, resistant flesh. A fountain of thick, dark fluid erupted, splattering across his face, burning his eyes with its acrid sting. He staggered, his vision blurring for a crucial heartbeat as he recoiled, the foul liquid running down his cheeks. That moment of hesitation was all it took. The orphan's makeshift club struck like a sledgehammer, crashing into his ribs with bone-shattering force. The impact ripped the air from his lungs, and his world tilted violently as he was hurled backward, his feet leaving the ground. He hit the cold, unforgiving waves hard, the shock of the freezing water knocking him back to his senses. Salt water filled his mouth, and he coughed, choking as he struggled to regain his footing, his body still reeling from the blow. His lungs stung as he attempted to catch his breath. The roar of the ocean swallowed the world, the weight of the water pressing down on him as he forced himself upright, the sand shifting treacherously beneath his boots. No time to breathe. His lungs screamed for air. The orphan was already on him, closing the distance in a wild, stumbling sprint, each step shaking the sand like a drumbeat of inevitability. Its screams, raw and primal, merged with the crash of the waves as it swung its crude weapon again, tearing through the air with a force that made the very air scream. Izuku's vision cleared just in time. He dove to the side, feeling the wet air whip against his face as the attack narrowly missed, the force of the swing sending a spray of seawater high into the air. He rolled, using the momentum to rise to his feet, his instincts guiding him even as his mind raced to keep up. His cheek was bleeding, even the narrow miss cut into his flesh. Noted, Izuku's mind acted faster than his body, quickening, speed, momentum. His thoughts were cut short before his tongue could lift and his lips part. The orphan closed the distance. It was on him again, a blur of desperate fury, swinging wildly, each blow faster and more erratic than the last. Izuku's blade flickered like a silver thread in the dim light, each clash of steel against bone reverberating up his arm in sharp, numbing jolts. The arcane energy that coated the blade struck moments after each reactive strike. His movements were sharp, precise, cutting, parrying, dodging with the fluid grace of a seasoned hunter, but the orphan fought with a primal savagery that seemed beyond any technique, its body twisting and contorting in impossible ways to strike from angles that shouldn't have been possible. Each time Izuku thought he had a rhythm, it would shift, a creature of chaos refusing to be pinned down. He felt the cold bite of fatigue settling into his muscles, but he couldn't let up. Not now. He drove forward, pressing his advantage with a flurry of rapid strikes, his sword singing as it cut through the air, each swing aimed to maim, to wound, to kill. He called the lightning song that sang a striking soprano in his ears as cold bolts of blue lightning sizzled the air, striking down onto the orphan in time with Izuku's meticulous strikes. The energy cascaded into and through the orphan, glassing the sand under the monster's feet and charring flesh. Izuku felt himself gain a moment of footing before he was back on the receiving end, dodging and reacting rather than striking. The orphan seemed to grow stronger with every wound he inflicted, its rage only intensifying as if feeding off its own pain. It let out a guttural, inhuman roar, its spindly limbs jerking and spasming as it lunged, teeth bared in a snarl of pure hate. Izuku threw himself backward, feeling the hot rush of air as the weapon whistled past his nose, too close. He landed hard, the sand giving way beneath him, but he pushed off it with a burst of desperate speed, twisting his body to dodge another bone-shattering blow aimed at his skull. Blood oozed from multiple cuts caused by the weapon, even though it had yet to fully hit him. His breath was ragged, each gasp a struggle as he fought to stay ahead of the relentless onslaught. The orphan's shrieks drilled into his mind, and he could feel the raw fury and pain radiating from it like a heat wave, a living storm of anguish and fury. Another swing Izuku met it with his blade, the impact ringing in his ears as the force sent him skidding backward, his feet digging trenches into the wet sand. The creature's bony face twisted in a grotesque parody of fury, and it lunged again, faster than before. The world narrowed. He could feel the orphan's fury, could hear the ragged breath escaping his own lips. Another heartbeat. Another clash of bone against steel. This time, Izuku didn't retreat. With a roar of his own, he surged forward, ducking beneath the wild swing and slashing upward with all his strength. The blade bit deep, carving a brutal line up the orphan's torso. A spray of dark, ichorous blood sprayed into the night, staining the beach. Izuku's world froze as he felt the orphan's cold, bony hand close around his neck, moving faster than his reflexes could track. For a moment, there was no sound, no crash of waves, no breath of wind, only the sickening crunch as his spine buckled under the orphan's grip. A wave of numbness washed over him, his limbs going limp. He couldn't feel his legs. He couldn't even tell if he still had legs. There was only his face, a stark contrast to the biting cold of the rain, and the foul, rotten breath that washed over him in hot bursts. The orphan's hollow eyes met his, wide and filled with a twisted curiosity, like a child who had caught an insect between their fingers. Izuku's vision blurred, darkness creeping in from the edges, as the creature's hold tightened, a vicious squeeze that snuffed out every sensation except the tingling burn of his disconnected nerves. For a split second, Izuku's mind flared with pain as the nerves fought to reconnect, sending jagged bolts of agony up his neck and through his skull. He tried to cry out, but all that emerged was a strangled whisper, barely a breath. Ignis. The world erupted in fire. Every drop of blood, his blood, the orphan's blood, ignited in a violent burst of flame. The beach was bathed in a searing light as the flames devoured them both, dancing in the cold rain. A roar like 1,000 infernos consumed the night, and for a moment, the world stood still, two gods' children wreathed in crimson flames. Breathe in. Breathe out. Izuku jolted awake, his body coiled tight and trembling beside the familiar glow of the lamp. Pain seared through his nerves like wildfire, his brain struggling to adjust to the sudden flood of sensation. He could still taste the orphan's breath, a putrid, lingering taint that churned his stomach and set his teeth on edge. For a disoriented second, he expected to feel the crushing grip around his neck again, to choke on his last breath, but the only pressure was the cold air in his lungs. A messenger's pale, withered hand offered him a small bottle, and without hesitation, he grabbed it, dumping the icy water over his face. The shock was like a lightning strike, snapping him back to full awareness, dragging him out of the fog of death's embrace. His muscles tensed, instinct driving him to fight, to move to survive. He threw the empty bottle hard, watching it shatter in the distance as his breathing steadied. There was no ache, no lingering pain. He felt whole, reborn, as he always did after dying, every fiber of his being renewed and sharpened. Focus. He needed to focus. Let's take inventory, he muttered, shaking the water from his hair, the chill already forgotten. His eyes followed the messengers as they scrambled over the fragments of glass like restless ants. Focus. His mind shifted gears, cold and calculating, sifting through his arsenal. The sword, reliable, devastating at close range, had proven its worth, but the scythe was the real powerhouse in medium combat, just outdoing the sword's strength with its reach. Yet, in the heat of their frantic battle, he needed something more. His whip could be perfect for maintaining distance, but he'd have to create space, just enough room to breathe. Izuku's fingers flexed, anticipation crackling in his veins. This time, he wouldn't hesitate. He couldn't. He needed to be faster, stronger, more relentless. He could feel the weight of his death pressing down, a cold reminder that even a remade man wasn't immune to the terror of a god-born foe. I know what you are, Izuku whispered, his voice barely cutting through the hiss of the lantern's flame. His gaze drifted to the beach, where the echoes of their battle still hung heavy in the salt-laden air. He had to strike first, fast and unforgiving. There would be no second chances. Lightning had stung it, left it vulnerable, and the blood fire, that had hurt far more than the raw arcane force of his blade. His eyes fell to the weapon at his side. He needed to improvise. The lamp's glow flickered. Izuku stood, his determination hardening into a cold, unyielding resolve. This time, he would be ready. There was no room for hesitation, no time for fear. Only the hunt. He broke into a run, boots slapping against the slick, rain-soaked stones of the village ruins, each step echoing through the skeletal remains of shattered homes. The smells were sharper now, almost familiar: the damp rot of ancient wood, the tang of wet earth, the underlying stench of decay that clung to every shadow. And beneath it all, he caught it, the unmistakable, acrid reek of arcane power. He pivoted on his heel, tracking the smell, a cold smile tugging at his lips. A single death was nothing. It was just another step forward. A part of the process. Izuku's pace quickened, every movement a calculated step, each shadow slipping away behind him as he navigated the labyrinth of ruins without a sound. He didn't need to fight the lesser creatures here, he'd wasted enough time already. The stench of that cursed beach grew stronger, like a dark promise whispering through the storm. When he saw the pale shimmer of the sand and the dark maw of the cave entrance, he slowed, his senses heightened, his blood thrumming with the anticipation of the hunt. His foot hit the first grains of wet sand. He stopped, assessing his surroundings with a hunter's eye. He had to be quick, methodical. Time to prepare. Izuku pulled the whip from his belt, feeling the weight of it in his hand. With quick, efficient movements, he tore strips of fabric from his bundle, wrapping them tightly around 6 bottles of alcohol he'd brought along. The glass clinked together as he secured them, the bundle heavy and awkward in his offhand. He tested the weight with a cautious swing. Solid enough. It would do. It had to. This better work, he muttered, eyeing the liquid fuel in the glass, altered with his blood and a special treat from the messengers. If it didn't work, then he would need to alter the formula, again. With a swift strike, he brushed fire paper against the whip, watching as it ignited in a flash of flame, dancing and crackling along the length of the leather. The heat kissed his face, warming his rain-chilled skin. The whip's orange glow lit the cave's entrance, casting jagged shadows that wavered and flickered like wraiths. "Come on, then," he muttered, his eyes fixed on the beach beyond, where the orphan's cries still echoed like a morning bell. "Let's end this." He stepped forward, his movements fluid and precise, the flame-wrapped whip trailing behind him like a comet's tail. The air was thick with the promise of battle, a storm gathering on the horizon, and Izuku felt the adrenaline coil tight in his chest. This time, he would be faster. Stronger. Relentless. The hunt was on once more. Izuku's feet churned up sand as he surged forward, leaving a cloud of grit hanging in the air behind him. He forced his body to its absolute limit, every muscle burning as he closed the gap between himself and the still unraveling orphan, whose mother's entrails cascaded down its back like a grotesque, blood-soaked cloak. His eyes were fixed, unwavering, on the creature's heaving chest, his target. With a powerful swing, he hurled the bundle of fuel, watching as it sailed through the storm-laden air. It struck the orphan dead center, landing with a wet, sickening crunch, the bottles shattering upon impact. He didn't pause. In one swift motion, his wrist flicked, and the razor-sharp edges of the whip slashed deep into the orphan's exposed flesh. Flames leapt hungrily from the whip, clinging to the liquid fuel now smeared across the creature's torso. Izuku felt his heart drop. Was that it? A heartbeat later, the world erupted in a blinding flash. The explosion was like a roar from the depths of a furnace, a concussive blast that sent searing heat washing over the beach. Izuku was thrown back, the force of the detonation lifting him off his feet and flinging him through the air. Sand flew up in all directions, and a thick plume of steam and smoke billowed upwards, swirling chaotically under the stormy sky. He hit the ground hard, sliding several feet before coming to a halt, his breath knocked from his lungs. The heat was intense, almost unbearable, the air filled with the acrid stench of burning flesh and the sizzling hiss of evaporating blood. For a moment, his ears rang with the deafening silence that followed the explosion. The only sound was the crackling of flames, devouring the orphan like a pyre. With a swift, determined movement, Izuku pushed himself to his feet, feeling the sand shift beneath his boots. His limbs were shaky, his vision blurred by the aftershock of the explosion, but he bared his teeth in a fierce grin. The relentless roar of the sea faded to the background, drowned out by the relentless hammering of his heart. Above the crackle of flames, the haunting wail of the orphan split the smoke-filled air, a scream that mingled pain and fury in equal measure. He raised his gauntlet, the familiar hum of arcane energy singing to his fingertips. The metal thrummed with power as he called upon the wrath of the tiny Tonitrus, and the storm above seemed to answer his call. Blue light flared from his gauntlet, illuminating the blackened beach and turning the thick smoke into a shifting wall of shadows. For a moment, everything stood still. The flames, the crashing waves, the crumbling ruins, all bathed in that ghostly electric glow. With a deafening crack, lightning split the sky. The bolt struck true, a blinding spear of raw energy slamming down onto the orphan's burning form. The creature convulsed, its skeletal silhouette outlined in vivid, searing blue as the power coursed through its broken flesh. The air was charged with ozone, a sharp, metallic tang that mixed with the stench of charred meat and smoldering blood. The orphan's scream rose to a fever pitch, a piercing wail that echoed across the beach and into the depths of Izuku's soul. His grip tightened on the gauntlet, feeling the raw power surging beneath his palm, and he poured more energy into the strike, willing the heavens to answer his rage. The thunder rolled overhead like the roar of some primal beast, and the lightning's fury cascaded down in jagged branches, turning the dark world into a shattered kaleidoscope of blinding light and shadow. Rain hissed as it met the flames, steam spiraling up from the charred sands in thick, twisting tendrils. The storm, drawn by the violence below, unleashed its fury with renewed force, rain pelting down like arrows from the heavens, sizzling against the still-burning beach and washing the blood from Izuku's face. He knew the orphan wasn't dead. Not yet. But he also knew this was his chance, perhaps his only chance to finish it once and for all. His eyes narrowed, and he began to move forward, determination in every step, lightning dancing at his fingertips, the next strike already crackling in his mind. The air between them shattered as a clawed hand lunged for his throat. Instinct drove Izuku, his body dissolving into the thick, red-tinged smoke of his quickening just as the orphan's claws grazed the space where his neck had been. He reformed a dozen feet away, his boots striking the charred, glassed sands with a sharp crack. There was no time to breathe. The orphan, wreathed in flames and fury, was already upon him, a blazing comet of rage trailing black smoke like a locomotive. Izuku snapped his whip with brutal precision. The bladed tip found its mark, biting deep into the orphan's leg and dragging another howl from its charred throat. The flames on the whip flared as they caught on the beast's flesh, adding to the inferno that already burned across its body. A strike came. Izuku ducked low, feeling the heat of the orphan's arm swing past him, a scorching wind that smelled of burnt flesh and blood. Before the creature could recover, Izuku moved his offhand forward, palm slamming against its chest. The arcane energy coiled within his hand, the trembling power of his beast claw, surged with a wild hunger, pouring into the orphan's chest like a wave of force. The air around them warped, a sickening pressure that burst outward with a deafening crack, sending the orphan flying back into the smoke. Izuku only had a heartbeat to move before the creature was up again, a hunched shadow amidst the drifting ash, its eyes burning with rage. It charged, the ground shuddering with each step, and in that split second, Izuku saw his chance. His fist clenched, the flickering red energy of the executed souls gathering just beneath the fabric of his gloves, the wails of the Dmed whispering in his ears. He stepped into the charge, teeth gritted, and punched forward with all his strength. The orphan's claws swiped at his face, its razor-sharp nails slicing open his cheek in a spray of blood. But Izuku didn't flinch. The power of the executed was already in motion. With a thunderous roar, the screaming skulls of the Dmed erupted from his fist. They swarmed the orphan, gnashing teeth and tearing claws sinking into its exposed gut, their wails merging with the beast's agonized scream. They clung to the creature like ravenous phantoms, ripping and gnawing, each skull fighting to devour the burning flesh. Blood and smoke mingled in the air, a red mist that turned the battlefield into a hellish fog. Izuku's eyes never wavered, his breath ragged, as the orphan staggered, the skulls biting deeper and deeper into its corrupted form. Izuku's breath hitched as the orphan's body twisted, the sinew and muscle beneath its burned flesh rippling with unnatural vigor. His grin widened in spite of himself, excitement and dread mingling in his chest like a hot coal. He took a shaky breath, his lungs aching. "Is that all you got?" he taunted, even as his own muscles felt like they might seize up at any moment. But the orphan's gaze had shifted, dark and fathomless. It stared at the dripping, fleshy mass in its hand, the chunk of visceral tissue pulsing with an obscene life of its own. Time slowed for Izuku as he watched the creature raise the mass to its maw, jagged teeth sinking into the fleshiest part with a sickening crunch. A shudder ran down the length of its body, the scorched and shredded flesh knitting itself together with horrifying speed. The beast's frame stretched and elongated, its bones cracking audibly beneath the new surge of power. Gossamer thin wings, glistening with wet translucence, sprouted from its back, twitching as if testing the thick, storm-filled air. Izuku's eyes widened as the creature let out a keening wail, no longer just a mindless shriek, but a sound that carried something deeper, a raw, human sorrow twisted into fury. He felt the hairs on his arms rise as the atmosphere shifted, an electric tension snapping through the smoke. The creature's gaze bore into him, a look of almost sentient malice flickering in the depths of its dark eyes. He breathed, heart pounding as he felt the air split. Before he could react, the storm answered the orphan's call. Bolts of deep, purplish-blue lightning rained down from the heavens, jagged spears of energy lancing toward the beach. Instead of vanishing into the sand, the arcs of electricity crackled and danced across the surface like serpents, leaving trails of glowing, molten glass in their wake. Izuku's body moved on instinct, legs pumping as he leapt clear of a bolt that split the ground where he'd stood a moment before. He landed and rolled, feeling the charge prickle against his skin, only to be forced into another desperate jump as more lightning crashed down, relentless and unyielding. Each flash illuminated the orphan's shifting form, its flayed skin peeling away to reveal a new, glistening layer beneath, the old flesh pooling in a grotesque heap around its feet. The electric onslaught pushed Izuku to his limit, every muscle and tendon screaming in protest. A bolt grazed his arm, sending a shock through his entire body, making him stumble as the searing heat radiated up his side. He hissed through clenched teeth and righted himself just in time to see the orphan's newest transformation, its wings catching a stray gust of wind, flickering like thin, membranous veils behind it. Izuku's breath came in ragged gasps. He couldn't let up. If he slowed for even a second, he knew the creature would rip him apart before he could react. The sands shifted beneath him, each step churning up the scorched and glassy grains as he kept moving, always a step ahead of the lightning. He reached for the nearest bottle of his handmade fuel tied at his belt, yanking it free with his offhand. "All right, then," he muttered, wiping a streak of blood from his cheek with the back of his wrist, "let's see how you handle a real storm." He sneered out, his body ached but he ignored its plea. The orphan's eyes narrowed, sensing the challenge in his voice. It lunged, wings flaring wide, a blur of shadow and rage against the stormy sky, but Izuku was ready. He squeezed the glass bottle and shattered it in his hand, the glass piercing his flesh, blood and fuel pooled into the palm of his hand. Izuku stilled his heart as the distance between them closed. He ducked under the flurry of blows, no breaths left his lungs as he held the words in his mouth, prepared to pour everything into this. He felt the opening before he saw it, a flare of pain in his hunter's mark as the beast went to scream. He slammed his fuel-soaked palm into the stomach of the orphan, Ignis fire heat conflagration, a burst of blood flooded, but he kept chanting in that forbidden tongue, Fullman flash disaster. His mouth ruptured in agony as the layers of flesh burst as if pressure had built up in his jaw and cheeks. The last word tore from Izuku's lips, each syllable a razor blade dragged through his throat. Blood mixed with fuel in the wound on his palm, and for a split second, time seemed to hold its breath. Then the world shattered. A blinding column of fire and lightning erupted from his hand, a raw explosion of arcane fury that roared through the storm-choked air. The impact sent shockwaves rippling across the beach, lifting sand and charred debris into a swirling cyclone. Heat blasted outward, an inferno that seared Izuku's skin, singeing his hair and tearing at his clothes. The air was filled with the deafening crackle of unleashed power, drowning out even the howl of the storm. The orphan's scream was swallowed by the explosion, its form engulfed in a seething blaze of white-hot flame and crackling, jagged bolts of electric energy. The force of the blast drove the creature back, its membrane-like wings catching the flames and disintegrating into a storm of ash and embers. For a moment, the night turned to day, the beach illuminated with the blinding flash of raw, unbridled destruction. Izuku's knees buckled as the recoil hit him like a sledgehammer. His body felt like it was being torn apart from the inside, every nerve ablaze with searing pain. His mouth was full of blood, the taste metallic and hot, and he could feel the ragged edges of torn flesh where his cheeks had split. But he held firm, his bloodied hand still pressed against the orphan's burning flesh, feeding the inferno that consumed them both. His vision blurred as the heat grew unbearable, but he didn't let go. He poured everything he had into the incantation, forcing more power through his shattered voice, even as his lungs burned and his skin blistered from the heat. The orphan thrashed and writhed, the flayed and molten flesh crackling and splitting as it tried to claw away from him, but Izuku's grip was iron, his determination unyielding. With a final, desperate roar, he pushed all the remaining energy through his body, feeling the very bones in his arm begin to fracture under the strain. The column of fire surged brighter, hotter until, with a shuddering crack, the world seemed to fold in on itself. The explosion detonated with a thunderous boom, a shockwave of heat and force that sent Izuku flying backward. He felt himself tumbling through the air, the ground dropping away as his body was tossed like a rag doll by the force of his own attack. The impact knocked the breath from his lungs, and he skidded across the glassy, molten sand, his vision going black at the edges. He coughed, his chest spasming as he forced air back into his scorched lungs. Through the stinging haze of smoke and steam, he could barely make out the shape of the orphan, its body a writhing, half-charred silhouette against the blazing inferno, its form still shifting, still changing. The creature staggered, smoke pouring from its mouth as it struggled to keep its balance, the raw energy tearing it apart from within. Izuku forced himself up on one knee, his head spinning, blood dripping from his split lips. His entire body felt like it was on fire, and he could barely move his left arm, the bones shattered from the force of the spell. But he couldn't stop now, not when the orphan was still standing, its eyes burning with the same dark fury as before. The storm above them churned, the lightning growing fiercer, the wind whipping around them in a frenzied dance. Blood and sweat mingled on Izuku's face as he dragged himself to his feet, every muscle screaming in agony. He raised his trembling right hand, the gauntlet song barely a whisper now, the flames of the whip flickering weakly. "Not yet," he rasped, his voice hoarse and broken. His vision was a blur of red and shadows, but he saw the orphan's outline clearly enough, the massive, distorted form staggering forward, its remaining eye locking onto him with a fury that seemed to pierce his very soul. Izuku's eyes narrowed, the blood dripping down his face mingling with the rain. He took a step forward, his legs shaking but holding firm. If he was going to end this, he had to do it now while the orphan was weakened, while his own heart still beat. One more, he thought, his mind ablaze with pain and purpose. The remnants of the fire oil burned in his palm, mixing with the blood and arcane residue, sparking faintly in the storm's light. His eyes fixed on the orphan as it came at him, one slow, lumbering step at a time. Izuku felt almost bad. He pulled 3 vials from his coat and injected them into his leg. Feeling quickly returned to everything. His vision cleared in moments as the blood spread through his body. Muscles ached as they healed, bones stitched together and hardened, his mouth repaired as if nothing had ever happened, only a thin set of scars marking their existence. He could even feel the tooth reforming and shifting back into place. He smiled at the orphan, its inky eyes glaring at him. "You got a second phase." His smile turned feral, "And so do I." His heartbeat drummed in his ears, matching the rhythmic crash of the waves and the rumble of thunder overhead. He could feel the regenerative blood coursing through his veins like fire, burning away his pain, and he stood taller, straighter. The orphan paused, almost sensing the change, its dark eyes narrowing as if to say, "What are you?" Izuku rolled his shoulders, his bones creaking as if in response to the lightning that danced across the stormy sky. The scars on his face itched as he spoke, his voice low, barely more than a whisper that cut through the rain and chaos. "You feel that," he said, his words punctuated by the roll of thunder, "the storm's coming down hard. I used to fear thunder." The orphan's body tensed, wings spreading wide, the tattered membranes catching the howling wind. Its new, elongated form seemed to stretch into the darkness, limbs quivering with barely contained rage. It moved like a shadow, darting forward with a speed that defied its size, and the ground trembled beneath its charge. With a fluid motion, Izuku brought his whip up in a twisting motion. The searing chain cracked through the air, sparking and shimmering in the dim light as it coiled around the orphan's wrist, digging into the molten flesh like a serpent's fangs. Izuku threw himself to the side of the orphan's charge and yanked hard, feeling the resistance as the orphan slid to a stop and snarled. Its muscles spasmed while fighting against the pull. He could see the hatred blazing in those oil-slick eyes, but he didn't flinch. "Ignis," he hissed through bloodied teeth, and the whip ignited, flames racing down the chain and searing the orphan's flesh. It screamed a sound more animal than human, a guttural roar that reverberated across the battlefield. But Izuku was already moving, muscles surging with fresh strength as he closed the gap between them, the heat of the flames liking at his face. The orphan's free hand swung down like a guillotine, claws slicing through the rain-soaked air, but Izuku sidestepped, letting the momentum carry him past the strike. He felt the rush of air, the prickling sensation of the near miss, and he used it, channeling the speed of his dodge into a brutal, upward strike with his free hand. His fist connected with the orphan's jaw, shattering the blackened teeth with a crack that rang out like a gunshot. The impact was like hitting solid stone, sending shockwaves up his arm, but he didn't care. The orphan's head snapped back, and Izuku followed through, twisting his body to bring his gauntlet-covered fist slamming down on the creature's shoulder. He heard the bones break, felt the give of cartilage, the orphan staggered, falling to one knee in the glassed sand. This was it. The moment he had been fighting for. The rain pounded down, the storm intensifying, each droplet feeling like a needle on his skin. He could see the fury in the orphan's eyes, the raw, desperate will to keep fighting, to keep living, and in that split second, he understood. They were the same two beings struggling against impossible odds, clawing for survival, defying the very nature of the world that sought to consume them. He hesitated for only a split second, but that's all it took. The orphan swung a sloppy punch but still powerful into Izuku's leg, the femur snapping on contact. Izuku's teeth gritted and he forgot any pity. He couldn't let himself pity it. Not now. Not when the hunt was so close to its end. He raised his palm, blood still dripping from the cuts left by the shattered glass, the remnants of fire oil burning hotter than ever. The arcane symbols in his mind flared, searing his thoughts, but he didn't hesitate. He had only one shot, and he poured everything, every drop of his strength, his will, his fury into the final incantation. Fulmen Invictus. The words tore themselves from his throat like a primal scream, and the world answered. The sky split open as a bolt of lightning descended, a jagged lance of purplish-blue light that speared down from the heavens, drawn by the power of his words. It struck his outstretched hand, and the world exploded into blinding, searing light. Izuku felt the raw energy surge through him, felt his heart skip and his muscles convulse as the power coursed through every fiber of his being. And then he moved his burning, crackling palm into the orphan's chest, his roar mingling with the deafening thunderclap as he unleashed the storm within him. The force of the impact drove the creature back, its eyes wide with shock and agony, and the lightning spread from Izuku's hand into the orphan's body like a living thing racing through flesh and bone, igniting every nerve with blazing fury. For a heartbeat, they stood locked together, hunter and prey, bound by the unstoppable force of the storm. Then the orphan's body convulsed, the raw energy overwhelming it, flesh and sinew unraveling under the sheer intensity. A shockwave erupted outward, sending waves of glassed sand and steam into the air as the orphan's form began to flay from the inside, the lightning acting as cutting blades that seemed to swim under its skin. Points of flesh burst as the heat turned blood to steam. There was no time to scream for the orphan, its body convulsing and tearing. In moments the lighting burned out, scattering across the sands and dispersing from its summoner. Izuku stumbled back, his knees buckling as the last of his strength bled away. The storm above them began to grow more restless, the furious winds picking up into a maelstrom, the thunder booming in the distance. He fell to one knee, gasping for breath, his body shaking with exhaustion, the rain washing away the blood and grime that covered him. He saw the orphan's chest shake, deep breaths barely audible over the continuous rain. Izuku went to grab his whip and found it had been flung across the sands. With a shuddering breath he stood, body aching in an impossible agony. He injected 7 vials of blood to no real effect, the arcane pains beyond the capabilities of the blood. He grabbed the whip, his favored weapon beyond anything simple as efficiency, and limped to the still prone form of the newborn eldritch god. Its eyes stared glassy at the raining sky, bloody tears streaming from its dark sockets. Izuku's breaths came shallow and ragged, each step dragging him closer to the broken, twitching form of the orphan. His muscles felt off, the arcane energy that had surged through him leaving behind a hollowness that gnawed at his core. A new agony he had yet to become familiar with. His eyes were locked on the orphan, and despite the creature's battered state, he almost felt that lingering fear he had when it had first crawled out of its mother. The problem was it wasn't scary anymore. The first battle was the test of Izuku's fear, the time he let himself feel that horrid emotion. The thing in front of him wasn't deserving of his fear, not anymore. He almost wanted to spare the foul thing. But he couldn't. The hunt was nearly over, and he had to finish what he'd started. His fingers, still slick with blood, both real and imagined, fumbled to collect the whip around his wrist. The weapon, now scarred and blackened from the intensity of the battle, felt heavier in his grip, its razor edges gleaming faintly under the storm's fitful flashes of light. He could barely keep his eyes open, each blink threatening to drag him down into unconsciousness, but he forced himself to stay awake. The orphan's ragged breathing echoed in his ears, labored, desperate, a sound that resonated with the raw ache inside his own chest. "I used to fear thunder," Izuku muttered, his voice raw and barely audible. He staggered closer, the orphan's eyes tracking his movements with that same glassy stare, unseeing yet aware. Terrified of every flash and boom of a storm. "Hell. I used to fear a lot of things," he went on, his tone almost conversational, as if he were telling a secret to an old friend. A half-step more, and he was right above the orphan, towering over its prone form, his shadow stretching long across the wet sands. His fingers worked the whip's handle, looping the razor chain around the orphan's neck in multiple loops, a fluid motion, not tight enough to cause the sharp edges to bite, but enough to leave them pressed into the flesh. The creature didn't move, didn't struggle, its battered chest rising and falling with slow, shallow breaths. He tightened the chain, feeling the familiar pull of resistance, the deadly tension humming between them. The orphan's eyes fluttered, something almost like recognition flickering in their depths. Izuku's expression hardened, his voice dropping to a cold, almost gentle whisper as he leaned in. "But then I learned something." His gaze never wavered, even as the storm raged above them, the wind tugging at his blood-soaked coat, the rain pelting his face. He tightened his grip, feeling the whip's blades press deeper, the skin beneath beginning to split. Fear doesn't come from the storm. It doesn't come from the dark. It isn't the beasts that lurk in nightmares, or the villains who thrive on terror. His fingers flexed, drawing the chain taut, feeling the whip bite deeper with each word. "Fear isn't about what's out there," he hissed, leaning closer. "It's what's inside you, the weakness you can't stand to face, the lies you tell yourself to keep the shadows away. Fear is the truth you bury deep down, the truth that eats at you when you're alone." He paused, his gaze turning almost reflective, a faint smile twisting his lips despite the carnage around them. "I've been killed by things I feared," he admitted, voice low and steady. "Again and again. But every time, once I stopped running. Once I faced them. I always won." His eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint in them as he leaned closer, the storm's fury reflected in his gaze. The orphan's eyes twitched, but it didn't look away, and neither did Izuku. His grip tightened further, his voice a low, almost taunting murmur, full of raw, unyielding conviction. "The only real fear is knowing you're not strong enough. Knowing the worst thing you can face is yourself." For a single heartbeat, the world seemed to still. The orphan's body shuddered, its hands twitching weakly at its sides, but it made no move to resist. The rain fell in heavy sheets, the storm roaring in the distance, and Izuku's gaze softened just for a moment. He almost believed that he saw something like understanding in those black eyes. Then he pulled. The whip bit deep, slicing through flesh and sinew with the finality of the sun setting. Blood sprayed, mingling with the rain, and the orphan's body jerked violently, its form spasming under the brutal force of the cut. The dull thud of its severed head hitting the sand echoed in Izuku's ears, a sound that seemed to resonate far beyond the battlefield. He watched, detached, as the orphan's body convulsed one last time before going still, its eyes dimming as life drained away. Izuku stood there, his arms hanging limply at his sides, the blood-slick chain dangling from his fingers. The wind howled around him, and he felt his knees begin to give, the strength finally leaving his legs. He collapsed to the ground, kneeling over the orphan's lifeless body, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest, each beat slower and heavier than the last. The rain had soaked him through, his body numb and shaking, but he didn't care. It was over. The storm rumbled overhead, as if unwilling to accept the finality of the hunt, the clouds swirling and darkening even further while the orphan's blood soaked into the glassed sand. Izuku's vision blurred, the edges of the world wavering and fading, like the last echoes of a dream. He was so tired, more tired than he had ever been in his life. The weight of the hunt settled over him like a suffocating shroud, yet there was a strange, fragile peace nestled in the hollow of his chest. He had won, and whatever the cost had been, it was enough. His hand, trembling and numb, reached out to close the orphan's lifeless eyes. Gently, he wiped away the final streaks of bloody tears with the back of his knuckles, as if to offer a small, unspoken comfort. A faint, weary smile tugged at his lips, the sheer weight of exhaustion pulling him down like a tide. "Guess I was scarier, huh?" he whispered, his voice barely louder than the whispering rain. I did it. 2 tries. That's good, right?" He lifted his gaze to the storm-torn sky, searching the roiling darkness as if it might offer him some kind of sign. "Did I do good? Was it worth it?" There was no answer. Only the distant roar of thunder, the crack of lightning splitting the sea. He sat there, feeling the weight of the moment settle into his bones as his mind struggled through the haze of exhaustion. He knew, deep down, there would be no answer. Flora hadn't spoken to him since he claimed the Moonlight Blade, and perhaps he was too far from her reach, now adrift in a realm that even she couldn't touch. He didn't know. All he knew was the silence. His eyes refocused, sweeping across the battlefield. The beach was scarred and broken, craters marred the sands, deep gashes cut through it like old wounds, and much of it had been transformed into jagged shards of glass. A bitter chuckle escaped him. Before he became a hunter, he never would have imagined himself wielding such destructive power, much less surviving a confrontation with a creature like the orphan. But the smile faded, leaving a hollow ache behind. The victory felt empty. There was no great prize awaiting him, no souls to be saved, no redemption to be won. Only a small fraction of his long, grueling task was completed. The orphan's head was his to claim. Yet it felt meaningless. Then his gaze fell on the orphan's weapon, half buried in the glassy sand. The PLCNT Kosa's request. His breath caught, and a chill washed over him, freezing him in place. Flora's words echoed in his mind, the request he had tried so hard to push aside. Eat a piece of it, she had said. Take a part of the orphan's PLCNT. He hesitated, his entire body freezing as the weight of the choice settled over him like a shroud. Was he truly prepared to go that far? To cross a line that even now teetered dangerously close to madness? His mind reeled, turning over the possibilities, searching for a way out that didn't feel like surrender. He could walk away, leave this place behind him, and return to the lamp the messengers had prepared just for him, a promise of escape. He could step into the light, turn his back on the nightmare forever, and never look back. He could silence the nagging voice inside him that begged for something more, something beyond survival. But even as he thought it, his gaze remained fixed on the PLCNT, drawn to it like a moth to flame. The urge was small, just a flicker, but it was enough to make him hesitate. A part of him, buried deep beneath layers of resolve and determination, wanted it, craved the acceptance the ancient being had offered. The dark promise of belonging, of having someone to rely on, even if that someone was a twisted, alien presence that lurked in the far reaches of his nightmares. If he walked away, he'd be free. Free from the pull of that ancient, toxic desire. Free from her influence and the whispers that lingered in his mind like a shadow, always just out of reach. He could go back to being the hunter, the solitary warrior who fought alone. But if he stayed, if he allowed himself to give in, to partake of the orphan's remains, he knew he would be crossing a line he could never uncross. Yet, the yearning tugged at him, relentless and unyielding. It was the promise of companionship in a world that had offered him nothing but violence and solitude. The weight of his loneliness pressed down on him, crushing his resolve, and he couldn't help but wonder. What would it be like to have someone, even if that someone was her? The desire gnawed at him, dug its claws into his heart, and he hated himself for wanting it. But he couldn't tear his eyes away. He couldn't stop himself from imagining what it would be like to be needed, to be seen, even if it meant embracing something twisted and wrong. His fingers twitched, hovering inches from the grotesque weapon that lay half buried in the sand. He knew deep down, he knew that if he took this step, if he let her in, there would be no going back. And yet, the promise of that poisonous connection, the idea of having someone who would never abandon him. It was almost too much to resist. It would cost him everything. Maybe even his sanity. But at that moment, he wasn't sure if it mattered anymore. Izuku's fingers dug into the cold, slick flesh of the orphan's weapon. It was no longer pulsing with power, the orphan's fury now a fading echo in the wind. He grasped a chunk of the strange meat, and as he pulled it free, it glistened wetly in his palm like the shimmering surface of ancient cold blood, yet heavier, denser. He had become numb to the grotesque over time, biting into lukewarm organs and blood-rich flesh that once made his stomach turn. But this was different. This felt different. The chunk of meat was warm, unnervingly so, and as he brought it closer to his lips, his hands began to tremble. His mouth tasted sour with anticipation, the bile already rising in his throat. He hesitated, a voice screaming at him to stop, to throw it away, to walk back to the lamp and leave this cursed beach behind. But the gnawing, aching need overpowered everything else. His teeth sank into the spongy, rancid flesh, and the vile fluid burst onto his tongue, bitter and thick. He gagged, his body shuddering violently, but he didn't stop. He chewed, forcing himself to swallow, even as his stomach twisted in revulsion. He couldn't stop now. The dam had broken, and every truth he had buried deep inside himself came rushing out, spilling over the jagged edges of his fragile mind. He needed this. He was desperate for someone to fill the void that had hollowed him out from the inside, leaving nothing but a cold, empty shell behind. Not like the doll, who offered care to every hunter who passed through the dream, her kindness unchanging and impersonal. Not like Gehrman, who treated him with the detached affection of a weary mentor, never truly seeing him. Not like Flora, whose distant, maternal love was as untouchable as the moon. Not like the villagers of the dream, who clung to him as a savior, as someone to idolize and rely upon, without ever understanding the weight of his loneliness. Not like Eileen, who guided him with the detached resolve of a seasoned killer, never allowing herself to get too close. No, this was different. He needed more. He needed something fierce and raw, something that would consume him whole and leave nothing untouched. He wanted the thing that had always eluded him, something deeper, something real. A love that burned like wildfire, that wouldn't fade away when the dawn broke. He needed to be needed, not just as a hunter or a hero or a savior, but as Izuku. As himself. And he'd felt it, that flicker of warmth, the possibility of something more, when he'd been with Mina. The girl with the bright smile and the infectious laugh who had made his heart stutter in his chest. The one he thought he could have something real with, a life, a future, a love that wasn't tangled up in blood and shadow. But he didn't know how much time had passed since he'd been trapped in this nightmare. She could have moved on, forgotten him, found someone else who wasn't tainted by the dark. She could be living her life while he was still trapped in his endless, bloody hunt. But now, he had a chance. A twisted, broken chance to fill that void, to have something, someone, who was his alone. It didn't matter if it was overbearing or incomprehensible, if it made him more monster than man. It was something, and that was more than he had right now. It was a chance to have the connection he craved, no matter how distorted or grotesque. It was the only chance he had left. Izuku chewed and swallowed again, his body convulsing with disgust and a strange, feverish exhilaration. He could feel the ancient power settle in his veins like a promise, burning and twisting, and he couldn't tell if he was crying or laughing. All he knew was that he couldn't stop, because now that the dam had broken, now that the truth had clawed its way to the surface, there was no going back. He was already too far gone. As he sat beneath the raging storm, the rain drenching his bloodied form, Izuku felt the weight of his choice settle like lead in his chest. Small hands tugged at his coat, the messengers crowding around him, their thin, pale fingers clutching with an odd sense of urgency. Their eyeless faces held a strange, almost pitying sorrow, as if they understood the depths of what he had just done even if he didn't. The cold rain still stung as it lashed against his skin, but he barely noticed. His own tears mingled with the downpour, streaming hot and fast down his face as he sat there, shivering and hollow. The emptiness was suffocating, crushing him from all sides. He was desperate for the feeling he had chased, the connection, the warmth, the answer to that unspoken need, and yet, nothing. There was no change. No sudden spark of power, no whisper from the beyond, no comfort to ease the ache in his heart. It was all a lie. It had to be. Izuku staggered to his feet, his body heavy and unsteady. He moved toward the lamp, each step a struggle against the screaming exhaustion that clawed at him, threatening to drag him back down. The messengers scattered as he stumbled forward, their silent pleas falling on deaf ears. He couldn't look at them, couldn't stand to see their pity. He reached out for the lamp, its light flickering dimly in the storm's chaos, but the moment his fingers brushed the ethereal flame, it flared to life, brilliant and blinding. He froze, hand hovering over the light, his breath catching in his throat. The weight in his chest twisted and writhed, a scream caught somewhere deep inside. Anger, frustration, despair, all of it boiling over in a fierce, sudden rage. He wrenched his hand back and spun around, grabbing one of the worn glass fuel bottles hanging from his belt. He flung it toward the lifeless form of Kos, the bottle spinning through the rain before it shattered against the dead flesh. The liquid pooled around the corpse, soaking the sand, and without hesitation, he raised his hand, channeling the last bit of strength he had left. Ignis, he spat, the word leaving his lips like a curse. The fire roared to life, flames bursting from the corpse and devouring it whole. He watched, his eyes burning with unshed tears as the twisted body of Kos was consumed, the flames liking higher and higher until they were all he could see. It was a cleansing, a purging, a final, futile attempt to erase what had happened, to wipe away the stain of his choice. But it was too late. The choice had been made, the line crossed, and he could never go back. Izuku's legs buckled as the last of his strength left him. He fell forward, collapsing into the warm glow of the lamp, and as the light swallowed him, the storm, the beach, the flames, they all faded to nothing. The dream's embrace was cold and unyielding as it took him, pulling him away from the smoldering remains of the beach, from the rain that had become his tears, and from the corpse that now burned like a pyre beneath the howling sky. He was whisked away, into the darkness of the dream, and all that remained was the lingering scent of salt and ash. And the bitter taste of what he had believed to be a chance. Izuku's return to consciousness was sluggish, like rising to the surface of a deep, dark lake. His body felt heavy, and the blankets encasing him were far too soft and warm to be real. He stirred, feeling the weight of the fabric settle against his skin, and slowly, the familiar sounds of the hunter's dream began to filter through his dulled senses. The first thing he noticed was the laughter of children, soft, bright, and carefree, drifting in from the flower fields. His heart ached at the sound. He had almost forgotten what innocence sounded like. Then came the voices low and heated from somewhere nearby. He recognized Gehrman's gruff tone, sharp and reprimanding, but it was the second voice that made him hesitate. Was that Maria? He strained to hear, but the words were blurred, swallowed by the gentle rustle of wind and the ever-present hum of the dream. For a moment, Izuku let himself just be cradled in the warmth of his bed, half listening to the world outside, and feeling, for once, almost at peace. However, something wasn't as it usually was. He could feel the faint weight of a presence next to him, the subtle warmth of a body close to his own. His heart skipped a beat, and he opened his left eye, a crack at first. Crimson. Ebrieta's. Her blood-red curls were the first thing he saw, draping over the bed in a wild, untamed mass of fiery locks. She was sitting at his side, her back leaning into a small pile of pillows as she worked. The crimson tangle framed her delicate face, falling in loose waves around the coral-like horns that protruded from her skull at odd angles. He could see her hand small and nimble deftly stitching a tear in one of his garbs. It had to be the one he wore into the nightmare. It looked like it had been through hell. His breath caught in his throat as his eyes flickered down. He could just barely make out the edges of her silhouette, her slender form beneath the sheets. Wait. His heart skipped a beat, the fog in his mind clearing slightly. He blinked, trying to make sense of what he was seeing, or rather, not seeing. There was no sign of the flowing starry dress she always wore, no elaborate fabric or shimmering threads. Instead, her bare skin seemed to glow faintly in the dim light of the room, pale and delicate in a way that was both strange and alluring. She was in underclothes, from what he could tell, the thick wrapping around her chest barely visible through his cracked vision. His face flushed, realizing he was very naked under the sheets as well. It was becoming a disturbingly familiar pattern. The dream's lesser great one, Ebrieta's, seemed to have a habit of stripping him of his gear whenever he returned unconscious. He made a mental note yet again to have a word about that when he got the chance. Ebrieta's presence was both comforting and disconcerting. She had become something of a constant since she had joined their group in the dream. Her aloof nature made it hard to pin down what she thought, but since he had taken up the arcane arts, she had slowly opened up to him. She was a comfort, to say the least, the half-mentor and half-maid, as Gehrman so eloquently and teasingly put it. She was gentle in her teaching, the opposite of Eileen's strict guidance. He watched her work for a moment longer, trying to ignore the lingering chill in his body that eased up as she shifted, moving a fraction of an inch away. A small shiver rocked his body, and he became keenly aware of how awful he felt, but that feeling subsided a bit as her head turned to him and she scooted back into contact with him, his chilled skin meeting hers. He didn't think he had ever seen her so focused on anything. Her eyes, the blackened pits with small star-like speckles, shined with a worry that he hadn't seen before. She was gentle, one of her small hands finding its way to his mop of curled hair, brushing it out of his face. The curtain of green locks with red and white streaks was tucked behind his ear, and then she returned to her task of stitching another hole. It was surreal. She was usually a whirlwind of frenetic energy and strange humor, but right now, she was still and quiet, her entire attention devoted to repairing his ruined clothes and caring for him. He let his cracked eye drift shut again, the warmth and comfort lulling him back to the edge of sleep. Maybe just a little longer. Just a few more minutes in this strange haven, where the nightmare seemed so far away and the pain was dulled by the dream's embrace. The soft argument in the workshop's main room had quieted, and the silence, though young, was broken by a soft knock on the door. Izuku remained in his half-asleep state, listening intently. "Do come in, let the state of the Green One not inhibit your access to this room," came the strange tone of Ebrieta's. It was flat, almost whispered, and coded in an emotion similar to worry. The door opened with a soft squeak of the hinges, a sound Flora had intentionally placed in the dream, to give it a sense of reality. The soft shuffling of fabric and the click of wood as someone entered the room followed, but Izuku couldn't bring himself to open his eyes. He found himself curling up as a cool draft blew in, his face brushing into the side of his mentor as a shiver broke across his skin. "How is the good hunter? It's been a few days since his return, and Flora grows worried," came the soft voice of the doll. He could almost see her gentle, serene expression. "The Green One." Ebrieta's paused, then let out a sigh. Izuku. The use of his name surprised him. He has definitely come down with something. My best guess is the orphan transferred some kind of pathogen to him. There was a pause, the feeling of fingers brushing through his hair was almost soothing. Thankfully, his patron mother is the progenitor of such things. He shall be fine, I suppose. A few more days of rest and enough heat will keep him level. Ebrieta's tone softened, her worry barely hidden beneath her detached words. "Shame, the poor child reeks of Kos. That woman never did anything in half measures. I hope she doesn't wound his soul." There was a bitter edge to her voice when she mentioned Kos, and it caught Izuku's attention even in his foggy state. Indeed, Flora speaks of how Kos likely came to the Good Hunter when he was at his weakest, deep in the nightmare's depths, yet. The doll's voice trailed off, sadness lacing her words. Yet she knows not why her eldritch kin would take such a vested interest in him. Anyway, the doll's tone brightened a fraction. I appreciate your willingness to grant him your body heat, Ebrietas. There's no need to thank me, Ebrietas replied with a soft chuckle. The small one has become one of my closest mortals, she said with a hint of pride. Perhaps he will wake up and stare at this form I crafted. I attempted to make it appealing for young men. Izuku's face heated at that last comment, his mind drifting off into unconsciousness once again. Her words, strangely teasing and unfamiliar, swirled in his thoughts, the warmth of her body close to his becoming a strange source of comfort. For now, he was safe, cradled in the warmth of his bed, the heat of Ebrietas soaking into him as his mind turned off once more. The second time Izuku's consciousness returned, he wasn't in his bed. His eyes opened to a dim, hazy world, and he shivered as his body ached for warmth. A thick blanket was wrapped tightly around him, cocooning him against the cool breeze that drifted through the air. He could hear the soft creaking of wood, a slow and steady rhythm that seemed to lull him further into a daze. The familiar, heady scent of the dream flowers hung heavily in the air, mingling with the distant rustling of leaves. His eyes fluttered shut for a moment before he forced them open again, fighting the sluggishness that seemed to weigh him down. Nausea coiled in his stomach, and a faint sense of disorientation gnawed at him as he realized he wasn't lying down. He was sitting up, bundled tightly in blankets. Slowly, his vision cleared, and he recognized the place, the familiar terrace of the dream, where the flowers swayed gently under the shifting sky. He had sat here before with Gehrman, the two of them sharing silent moments while the old man napped. Now, he found himself in Gehrman's old wheelchair, its worn leather creaking beneath him. And beside him, patiently whittling a small block of wood, was the old man himself. Gehrman's low humming filled the silence, the soft tune steady and soothing. His eyes were downcast, focused on the piece of wood he was carefully shaping with a knife. A faint, contented smile tugged at his lips as he worked, the rhythmic motion of the blade a comforting familiarity. Izuku swallowed, wincing as the motion sent a raw ache through his throat. He didn't try to speak, didn't want to disturb the peaceful moment, so he simply stared out at the dream's strange, ethereal horizon. You scared us something fierce, Gehrman said suddenly, his voice gruff but gentle. Izuku turned his gaze back to the old man, who had stopped his whittling to meet his eyes. There was a sadness there, a depth of worry that Izuku hadn't expected. I'm glad you're able to open your eyes, Gehrman continued, his lips curving into a crooked, relieved smile. I thought I might have to go and hunt those final beasts for you. The elder's laugh was soft and brittle, his eyes glimmering with unshed tears. You got this old coot so worried he even started sharpening his tools again. Couldn't let you stay here forever, boy. Gehrman's smile widened, and he reached over, patting Izuku's blanketed shoulder with a gentle, fatherly hand. Izuku's throat tightened, emotion welling up inside him. There were no words he could say, not yet, but he didn't need them. The dream had a way of speaking in silences, in the spaces between moments, and this was one of those times. Silent tears drifted down his cheeks as Izuku allowed himself to sink into the quiet, to simply be, next to the man who had guided him through so much. The hunt still needed to continue, at least for a moment longer, but for now, he was home. Izuku woke slowly, his eyelids heavy and sticky, dragging open with the same resistance as pulling wet fabric apart. For the first time since his battle with the orphan of Kos, he felt truly aware of the rawness in his throat, the ache in his chest, and the unsettling dampness of sweat-soaked sheets clinging to his body. His tongue was sandpaper, scraping the roof of his mouth with each parched attempt to swallow. The motion sent a spark of pain through his head, sharp and sudden, leaving him gasping softly in the stale air of the dream. Memories of the past few days, or was it weeks? Bled together into an indistinct haze. He knew he had been awake, but the moments were fractured, a patchwork of sensations and fleeting images. Soft freckled skin brushing against his clammy cheek. The old man's crooked smile, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. The doll's cold, porcelain hand pressing gently to his fevered forehead, soothing the fire in his skull while he trembled uncontrollably. He vaguely recalled the sour tang of bile splattering her pristine dress as she cradled his head in her lap, her delicate fingers carding through his matted hair. It wasn't just his body that betrayed him. Something deeper, something woven into the fabric of his being, felt fractured. The sickness seems to be never ending, coiling tighter and tighter with every passing moment. He felt worse with each breath, his muscles burning as if doused in acid, his veins molten with fever. Every movement, every twitch of his fingers, was a fresh agony. Izuku groaned softly, the sound more of a rasp than a voice. He tilted his head to the side, catching sight of the familiar pale flowers swaying gently in an unseen breeze. The beauty of the dream, once a strange comfort, now felt like mockery. How could something so serene surround him when his every moment was hell? A warm hand brushed through Izuku's hair, the softness of the gesture lulling him into a momentary reprieve. The winds outside his room had stilled, leaving the air heavy and oppressive. The unnatural silence clawed at his nerves, a silence that felt alive, as though it were waiting for him to break. His stomach churned violently, nausea clawing at his insides. He curled in on himself, seeking refuge from the relentless, alien discomfort. A second hand joined, scratching gently at his back, and then a third, softly rubbing behind his right ear. The sensations multiplied 4 hands, 5, 6 until it felt like his entire body was under siege. Fingers poked and prodded, rubbed and squeezed, pressing into places that sent sharp shivers down his spine. His breaths came shallow and quick, his wide, bloodshot eyes darting around the room. Nothing. The familiar, confined space of his quarters was unchanged, the bed he'd dragged himself to, the simple dresser, the faintly glowing lamp casting weak light over the wooden walls. Nothing and no one was near him. The sensations didn't care. They pressed into him, intangible and insistent, as though his very flesh were betraying him. Desperation clawed at his mind, and he swatted at the invisible touches, his hands meeting nothing but air. The phantom hands didn't fade. If anything, they grew bolder, their ghostly persistence spreading like fire through his nerves. With a panicked cry, he flung himself from the bed. His body hit the floor hard, the boards creaking under his weight. Pain shot through his knees and elbows as he scrambled to the window. Outside, the quiet garden stretched before him. White flowers swayed faintly in an unseen breeze, their tranquility at odds with the storm raging inside him. The nausea surged, and Izuku doubled over, bile forcing its way up his throat. He vomited out of the window, thick, sticky strands of orange and red fluid pooling onto the flowers below. It glinted dully in the pale light, viscous and wrong. He coughed, his chest heaving as his eyes scanned the mess. No worms. No parasites. Yet he could feel them. Crawling. Wriggling beneath his skin, behind his eyes, slithering over his teeth. A phantom torment, deeper than flesh. His legs gave out, and he collapsed backward, landing hard on the wooden floor. For a fleeting moment, his vision blurred, and the dream melted away. He was on the beach. Alone. The crashing waves and acrid scent of salt and decay assaulted his senses. His fevered body trembled as he clawed at the wet sand, dragging himself toward the shimmering water. His skin felt like a prison, teeming with things that didn't belong. He reached for the ocean. But his breath faltered, his strength failing before his fingers could touch the waves. Izuku blinked, the scene vanishing as abruptly as it had come. He was back in his room, sprawled on the wooden floor, his breath shallow and ragged. The phantom hands were gone, but the feeling they left behind clung to him like oil. He clawed at his clothes, ripping them off in a frenzy as he tried to escape the suffocating itch beneath his skin. He was too hot, too cold, and everything in between. His heart thundered in his chest, each beat pounding the undeniable truth of his own existence into him. His hands trembled as his eyes darted over his body. His left arm bore the mark of his mother, the intricate branding that declared him her child and her chosen hunter. The deep crimson lines traced delicately over his artery, a stark contrast to the pale expanse of his skin. Scars crisscrossed his form, faint silver trails that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. They were there and not there, memories etched into his flesh yet devoid of texture. He could trace every line in his mind, recalling the moments they were born, and yet his fingertips found no ridges, no valleys. His hair, once pure green curly locks now laced intricately with silver and red hairs, fell into his vision, not new. He couldn't check his eyes, he had no mirror in his room, but the once pure green should be the same as his hair, more silver than red. But nothing new. Please, nothing new. His gaze returned to his skin and lingered on each freckle, every imperfection, searching desperately for something wrong, something that wasn't supposed to be there. The heat suffusing his body burned like a warning, but he forced himself to breathe, to ground his racing thoughts. Nothing new, he whispered, the words shaking with fragile hope. His hands curled against his chest, clutching at himself as if to hold everything together. Nothing new. Please. With a shuddering breath, Izuku dragged himself to his feet. The rough soles of his feet protested against the cold wooden floor, his body trembling with the effort. His knees buckled, but he forced himself to move. He needed to get back to bed. He needed to sleep. Sleep would fix this. It had to. He stumbled forward, his body tilting precariously as he lunged for the bed. The woolen sheets were his goal, their familiar warmth promising solace. But the moment never came. Instead, his face collided with something firm and unyielding. Not the soft embrace of his bedding, but something else entirely. Izuku froze, his breath hitching. Slowly, painfully, he peeled himself back, his muscles taut with trepidation as his exhausted body fell back once more, a low pain blooming in his backside as he slammed into the wooden floor yet again. His breath hitched, his hands trembling against the boards as he struggled to push himself upright. His body, heavy with exhaustion and fever, refused his commands. He willed his eyes to open, to see who or what had dared block his path to the solace of his bed. It felt like a monumental task, his lids heavy as if burdened by the weight of the entire hunter's nightmare. Slowly, painfully, they cracked open, and his heart nearly stopped. Before him, a tall woman sat perched on his bed, her posture regal and poised. Her presence radiated an air of ancient authority, a cosmic power far beyond his comprehension, yet undeniably familiar. Izuku's trembling arms gave out beneath him, and he fell fully to the floor once more, his chest heaving with labored breaths. The room felt colder now, the air thick and oppressive, as though it, too, acknowledged the presence of the figure before him. He averted his eyes quickly down, his head swimming. Who? He croaked, his voice barely audible over the pounding in his ears. His gaze darted upward despite himself, his vision tracing the ethereal glow of her form. She was tall, impossibly so, her body radiating a cosmic grace that seemed untouched by mortal understanding. Pale as the moonlit sea, her skin shimmered faintly, smooth and unblemished, every curve of her form exuding an otherworldly perfection. She wore nothing, her bare figure unapologetic, neither shy nor brazen. It was simply hers, a form that transcended human concepts of beauty or propriety. To Izuku, it was overwhelming. He averted his eyes instinctively, his cheeks burning, but not out of desire. There was something sacred, incomprehensible, and terrifying about her presence, as though he gazed upon a truth far beyond his mortal comprehension. The woman tilted her head slightly, her flowing silver hair cascading over her shoulders like liquid starlight. Her lips curved into that same chilling, knowing smile, devious yet oddly tender. "You felt my touch, little one," she said, her voice melodic, each word dripping with an ancient authority that echoed in the corners of the room. "But now, you see me." Izuku's heart hammered in his chest. His mouth opened to speak, but no words came. The dream itself seemed to shrink away from her, the room growing dimmer as if the very walls feared to enclose her. "Do you understand what it means to stand before me?" she asked, leaning forward slightly, her gaze piercing. Her words were both a challenge and a promise, each syllable crawling beneath his skin like a whispered secret. Izuku shook his head, his throat dry and uncooperative. "Keikos," he stammered, his voice cracking. Her smile widened at the sound of her name, and the weight of her presence grew, pressing against his very soul. He couldn't meet her eyes. Every time he tried, nausea churned in his stomach, and the room spun faster, a relentless tide pulling him under. His trembling legs pushed him backward, his palms scraping against the rough wooden floor as he scrambled to create distance from her. From it. The thing that didn't lie to him. His heart clenched painfully, a bitter ache that gnawed at his very core. If he'd had the energy, he might have laughed a broken, hysterical sound. She hadn't lied. She had never lied. And now, his consequences sat tall and proud before him, regal and unyielding on the bed he had once called his refuge. Her smile deepened, a curve of soft, deceptively tender lips that made his stomach twist in knots. Her eyes, those unfathomable eyes, stayed locked on him, boring into his soul. He couldn't see them, couldn't bear to look, but he felt their weight all the same, like they were carving him open and leaving a part of her behind. Staining him. Why did I eat it? The question rattled through his mind, desperate and pleading, only to meet its own cruel answer. She promised to love me. She promised to make me hers. His muscles froze the moment his back collided with the hardwood of the wall. The cold press of it did nothing to soothe the fiery chill spreading through his veins, but it marked something. He had made distance. He had put a wall between himself and her. But it didn't matter. Not when her gaze reached him just the same. Not when the haunting echo of her promise rang in his ears, binding him tighter than the strongest chains. "You are mine now," Kos murmured, her voice soft as a lullaby but laced with an edge of finality. "No matter where you run." Izuku's breath hitched as she moved. The air in the room seemed to shift with her, heavy and suffocating. He pressed himself harder against the wall, his chest rising and falling in panicked gasps as Kos stood from his bed. Her movements were fluid, unnatural in their perfection. She unfolded herself like a coiled spring, her body rising higher and higher until her head nearly brushed the ceiling. She was taller than he had realized, taller than anyone should be, and yet she didn't stoop or falter. Every motion was deliberate, each step slow and measured as she moved toward him. The wooden floor creaked beneath her bare feet, the sound dragging a shudder out of him. Each step felt like a heartbeat, his heartbeat pounding louder and louder, faster and faster, until it drowned out everything else. Izuku's mind raced, spiraling deeper into chaos with every deliberate motion she made. What have I done? The thought screamed in his head, clawing at his sanity. He had survived horrors beyond comprehension, had fought nightmares made flesh, and yet none of it had prepared him for this. He could still feel the gentle touch of the doll's hands, the warmth of Gehrman's smile, the soft murmurs of the messengers as they tended to him. Ebrieda's warm arms as she wrapped them around him. They had cared for him, shown him a kindness that had been lost in the nightmare, and he had thrown it away. All for a promise he didn't fully understand, a love that now felt like a trap closing in around him. Her footsteps drew closer, and his body betrayed him, trembling as if the very act of being in her presence threatened to break him apart. Why did I eat it? The question repeated, relentless and demeaning. He had wanted to be loved, to be chosen, to matter to someone beyond the dream. But now he knew. The love she had promised was twisted, tainted, wrong. A love that didn't nurture or heal but consumed, devoured, and left nothing but ruin in its wake. Her shadow fell over him, towering and oppressive, and Izuku's nails bit into his palms as his hands clenched into fists. Self-loathing bubbled to the surface, hot and acidic. This is your fault. You wanted this. You let her in. Tears pricked at his eyes, but he refused to let them fall. She didn't deserve to see them. She didn't deserve to see how much of him she had already broken. Her shadow loomed over him, swallowing him whole as her presence pressed down like an iron weight. Izuku's breath hitched when her voice came, soft and saccharine, yet dripping with a sickening possessiveness that made his stomach churn. You tremble so beautifully, my little one, she murmured, her head tilting ever so slightly as if to savor the sight of him. Do you shake because you fear me, or because you finally understand that you are mine? Her smile deepened, the corners of her mouth curling in a way that felt less like warmth and more like a predator enjoying its prey. There is no need to run, no need to fight. You have already given yourself to me, body and soul. Did you think you could undo what was promised? What you devoured? No, sweet boy, you are mine, and nothing will ever change that. Her words slithered into his mind like venom, coiling around his thoughts and strangling any hope of escape. His trembling grew worse, his hands clutching at the wooden floor beneath him as if he could anchor himself against the pull of her voice. His eyes squeezed shut, his teeth grinding from the strain of clenching his jaw. Every muscle in his body screamed at him to move, to fight, but he felt her touch before he could even attempt resistance. Soft, cold hands cupped his chin, slipping between it and his chest with a grace that mocked his strength. It was effortless, as if his defiance was a fleeting thought to her. He jerked his head, desperate to pull away, but the rough wood behind him caught his scalp. Splinters dug into his back, sharp and unforgiving, as if the room itself sought to trap him with her. A small, broken cry escaped his lips before he could stop it. Please, he stammered, his voice raw, his thoughts too scattered to finish. What could he even say? What could he do against this? Mine, she purred, her voice low and NTMT, wrapping around him like chains. Her breath ghosted over his ear, cold and deliberate, each word a dagger sinking deeper into his psyche. Even here in the dream, where you are safest, you are mine. His eyes burned as tears threatened to spill, and his lungs heaved in a vain attempt to find air. The room spun around him, his mind a whirl of static and dread. Blood roared in his ears like a storm, drowning out rational thought. His arms felt impossibly heavy, pinned to his sides by something he couldn't see but could feel, something real and immovable. Mine, 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 mine. The word echoed in his mind, relentless, each repetition driving him closer to the edge. It was like poison, seeping into his veins, tainting everything it touched. He didn't want this. He couldn't want this. He had longed to be loved, to be wanted, but not like this. Not this suffocating, all-consuming claim. This wasn't love. This wasn't what he needed. The weight in his chest grew unbearable, and his vision blurred. Before he could spiral further, a sharp tug yanked him back. He gasped, his lungs finally dragging in air as something yanked him away, the force jarring and undeniable. The sudden motion smashed through the oppressive haze, ripping him from Kosa's spidery grasp. Her touch was gone, but the memory of it lingered, crawling beneath his skin like writhing worms. Izuku curled in on himself, trembling as the world blurred into confusion. His throat tightened, choking off any sound as he clung desperately to the figure that had dragged him free. His fingers gripped soft, unfamiliar fabric, grounding him against the overwhelming tide of nausea and fear. Then, a voice broke through the oppressive silence, so soft and otherworldly that the ambient hum of the dream itself seemed to hush in reverence. Sister. The word came from Flora, spoken not with warmth but with venom. Her ethereal tone carried the weight of an ancient grudge, slicing through the air like a blade. What do you think? Her words were cut off by a lilting, melodic voice that set Izuku's heart pounding anew. Kin, how are you? It's been what, generations of mortal beings since we last crossed paths? Kosa's sing-song tone was unnervingly casual, her words dripping with mockery. He could feel her presence growing closer, each step sending a chill down his spine. Izuku tried to shift, instinct screaming at him to flee, but the arms around him tightened, pulling him closer. "Don't move, little one." The voice was soft yet firm, carrying an undertone of worry that Izuku had never heard before. Ebriates's usual monotone was gone, replaced with something raw and fragile. "I can't protect you from Auntie if you're too far away. Please, cease movement." "Yes," Flora interjected, her voice low and seething with restrained fury. "The last time we were together, we forged the bonds of sisterhood and forsook the flesh. But you," her tone grew sharper, more dangerous, each word laced with barely contained rage. "You seem to think you have a claim to my child. We both know I can't allow you to embrace him as your own. The strain would kill him, just as Eden's children are devoured by their parents' madness." Two sets of footsteps echoed in Izuku's ears, drawing nearer. His breath was shallow, but his heartbeat had begun to steady as Flora's words filled the room. "Embrace him as my child? Oh, my dear sister, you're positively deranged." Kos tooted, her voice laced with mock amusement. "I have no intention of taking him as a child, dear Flora. No, no. I only wish to make him mine." She purred the words, her tone dripping with a possessiveness that sent a fresh wave of nausea crashing over Izuku. Ebriates's hold on Izuku tightened as he shuddered uncontrollably. He knew he needed to see what was happening, needed to witness the confrontation unfolding before him, but the thought of facing two great ones at once made his stomach churn. Just glimpsing Kos had sent waves of nausea rippling through him. Still, he adjusted himself, pressing further into Ebriates's comforting embrace. Taking a shaky breath, he tilted his head up and dared to crack his eyes open. Flora stood about 10 feet ahead, her presence towering yet protective, a barrier between him and Kos. Her hair cascaded like a living stream, deep black streaked with rivers of molten red and silver. She wore a simple garment, a single piece of fabric that clung to her form with a balance of elegance and restraint, as if nature itself had adorned her. He couldn't see her face from his position, but the warmth emanating from her presence washed over him, soothing and oppressive all at once. Tears welled in his eyes, unbidden, at the sheer magnitude of her existence. And then the nausea struck anew as Kos moved into view. Her eyes found him instantly, piercing through the barriers of space and will as if nothing could shield him from her gaze. He couldn't bring himself to meet them, couldn't endure the weight they carried, but he felt them burrowing into his very soul, branding him with her presence. "You don't mean," Flora's voice wavered, her tall form distorting subtly as something deeper than anger filled her tone, a crack in her usually serene composure. "Oh, but I do," Kos purred, her voice honeyed and filled with wicked delight. "He made the deal. He accepted my terms. All it took was a little persuasion." Flora bristled, her silhouette shifting as though the very fabric of the dream threatened to unravel around her. "Persuasion," she bit out, her voice low and dangerous. "Yes," Kos continued, savoring each word like a fine wine. "It wasn't hard, really. Once he was beyond your nurturing gaze, deep in the darkest depths, all it took was a promise." She giggled softly, the sound a chilling mockery of innocence. "Oh, he tried to fight it. Poor, sweet boy, so determined. But once a seed like that is planted," she trailed off, her smile widening as her gaze flicked back to Izuku. "He was mine." Izuku felt his chest constrict, the weight of her words pressing down on him like a physical force. His breaths came shallow and uneven, each one a struggle against the rising despair that nested in him. Flora turned her head to glance back at Izuku, but the weight of her gaze was too much. Shame clawed at him, burning his cheeks and churning his stomach. He shrank further into himself, unable to meet her eyes. The enormity of his actions pressed down on him like a vice, leaving him dizzy and nauseated. "Even still," Flora began, her voice steady but edged with authority. "By the laws of our kind, unless he were to willingly bring you the ring of betrothal," her words hung heavy in the air, laced with unspoken condemnation. She took a deliberate step forward, her movements precise and full of purpose, the sound of her footsteps echoing ominously in the space that was the dream. Izuku's breath hitched as she advanced, each step distancing her from him but drawing her closer to Kos. "You are prohibited," Flora continued, her tone hardening, "from physically seeking him out. And unlike Eden, I know you follow the old laws no matter how loosely you may cling to them." Her voice turned to steel, every syllable carrying the weight of an unshakable decree. Kos's smirk faltered for a moment, but only just. Flora's step ceased abruptly, and she stood tall, her presence looming. "I'll allow this transgression to pass," she said coldly, "only because you have just clawed your way out of death's embrace. But heed me, sister." She turned her head slightly, her profile a dark silhouette of menace against the ethereal glow of the dream. "Unless you can make him bring you that ring, willingly stay out of his room." Each word landed like a hammer blow, punctuated with an icy finality. The shack. His sanctuary. These are safe places. Off limits. Kos let out a soft, amused hum, her smirk returning in full force. Oh, dearest sister, she cooed, her tone a sickly sweet mockery of affection, if that's the game you wish to play, so be it. She took a languid step back, her movements fluid and unhurried. But you know I'm nothing if not persistent. Her gaze flicked toward Izuku, who was still trembling in Ebrietas's arms. I will watch him. Always. From just beyond the threshold, just outside his precious little room. And when the time comes, she let the thought linger, her voice dipping into a possessive purr. He'll come to me. Ring in hand, should he ever need my aid, that would be the price. Flora's form shimmered with barely contained fury, her voice lowering to a deadly growl. You will not cross this line again, Kos. Her words were a promise, heavy with an ancient power that seemed to make the dream itself tremble. Kos merely tilted her head, her eyes gleaming with dark amusement. Oh, Flora, you always were so dramatic, she purred, before fading into the shadows like a whisper, her presence lingering like the ghost of a storm. Izuku's shoulders sagged as tension fled, the cold air warming as she vanished from sight, but the oppressive weight of Kos's words remained, pressing down on him. Flora turned back toward him, her expression softening as she knelt beside him. You'll be safe, she said gently, though her voice carried an edge of exhaustion. But you must promise me, Izuku, she placed a hand over his trembling ones. Never make another deal with her. Not ever again. Izuku's body convulsed with a sob, curling in on itself as if he were a frightened child, once more a far cry from the resilience he thought he had gained in this accursed world. Shame and helplessness bled from him in waves, his trembling hands clutching at Ebrietas like a lifeline. He wanted to promise Flora, to give her his word, but the moment his lips parted, no sound came but another choked sob. Words failed him. Ebrietas's voice cut through the silence, soft and sorrowful, her tone steeped in resignation. You know he cannot promise you that, Auntie. She held him tighter, her embrace more a shield than comfort. Now that Kos has staked her claim, she will linger. Whether he dies, or becomes one of us, she will not relent. And even then, she may still pursue him. Flora sighed, the sound ancient and weary, carrying the weight of countless lifetimes. You are right, she admitted, her voice quieter now, tinged with a melancholy acceptance. A gentle hand brushed through Izuku's hair, her touch a balm against his shaking form. Listen to me, my beauty. Her words wrapped around him like a fragile cocoon, soothing yet heavy with an unyielding truth. Even if Kos waits beyond the veil, you still hold the power to choose. Find a true love, someone mortal, someone who can love you as you are, unburdened by our laws or claims. Even if you were to bring Kos the ring, whether of your own free will or in pursuit of something else, she will not bind you completely. She cannot. Her hand lingered in his hair as she continued, her tone firm yet tender. The bonds of the great ones are transactional, I suppose. We are possessive, yes, but when it comes to mortals, our claims are different. Limited. She paused, her voice softening further. You still have a chance, Izuku. To find love. To live as you wish. To have children, if that is what you desire. She will have no power to stop you if you find a love that is true. Flora's hand stilled, resting against his head, her presence grounding him amidst the storm of emotions. This dream may not feel safe, not now, but you will endure. And I will do all I can to protect you. Always. Ebrietas nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. You are not alone, little one. Even if the shadows cling to you, there is light yet. Izuku's sob slowed, his breathing still uneven as he tried to process everything. Flora's words offered a fragile comfort, but the lingering thought of Kos forever watching, forever waiting wrapped itself around his mind like a cold chain. His fingers twitched anxiously, the space between them itching with unease. Then, as if in a dream within a dream, the world shifted. The firm ground beneath him became the familiar softness of the cushioned bed he had claimed as his own. The transition was seamless yet surreal, and though his mind registered the change, his body was too drained to react. Ebrietas was still there, her protective embrace steady and warm. Izuku became vaguely aware of his state, realizing he was still bare, but the exhaustion that weighed on him was heavier than any embarrassment. He pressed closer into her side, seeking solace in her presence. A kiss landed gently on his brow, a warmth radiating from the spot and spreading through his body like a calming wave. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the tension in his chest began to ease. Watch him, Ibri, Flora's voice came softly, a tender command. I'd trust you with his welfare long before Kos. Ebrietas's tone shifted to something teasing, a faint spark of humor breaking through her usual monotone. Does that mean if he brings me the ring, he can be mine? A soft thwop echoed as a pillow materialized from above, falling squarely onto Ebrietas's face. She didn't flinch, the action received with a quiet acceptance that bordered on comedic. "I'll take that as a maybe," she said, her voice returning to its usual flatness, though there was a faint undercurrent of amusement. Izuku couldn't help the small, breathy laugh that escaped him, more a reflex than an intentional response. It was a tiny moment of levity, but it felt monumental in the face of all that had transpired. Wrapped in the warmth of Ebrietas and soothed by Flora's steady presence, he felt, for a fleeting moment, a fragile sense of safety. The hunter's dream had taken on a gentler atmosphere since Izuku's first awakening on the cool stones outside the workshop. It truly felt like a dream, now softly surreal, quiet, and full of beauty that was just distant enough to remain untouchable. The building on the hill, though still dusty in places, had become a sanctuary for him. The white flowers surrounding it had grown so familiar that he could almost count the petals in his mind without looking. For the moment, he was alone. The other denizens of the dream, Flora, Ebrietas, the children, and the many from the church he had brought here, even the doll, were elsewhere, each occupying spaces that Flora had crafted to house them. Even Gehrman was absent, his usual stoic form not haunting the field as it often did. Izuku didn't mind. He preferred the solitude of the workshop. It gave him time to think, to work, and to process. Recovering from the ordeal with Kos had been slow, but the time spent here had become his balm. He occupied himself with tinkering at the weapons bench or staring into the dimly lit corners of the room where shadows seemed to shift and stir. There was something lurking in those depths, something even Flora could not drive out, but he had learned to ignore it, or at least, not acknowledge it openly. He sighed, running a hand through his hair as he eyed the dark beast battery on the workbench. The wiring had failed again. He'd tried to repair it several times, but with no proper text on electrical engineering in all of Yharnam, the task felt insurmountable. The frustration was mounting, but he buried it under a sense of grim determination. Nearby, his threaded cane sat retired on a rack. He still felt a pang of regret whenever his eyes passed over it, but it wasn't practical anymore. As much as he had loved the weapon, its whip-like extended form made close-quarters combat increasingly difficult in the frenetic skirmishes he often found himself in. Its place had been taken by his scythe, a weapon he had come to rely on for its medium-range versatility, though it lacked the speed he needed for closer engagements. That was the purpose of his current project, a new close-range weapon, something fast and deadly to balance his scythe. His fight with the orphan had made it painfully clear that speed and precision were just as crucial as reach and power. He thought back to the only time he had left the safety of the workshop. He had needed advice from the one hunter who could assist him in close-range weapons, Eileen. His neck still stung from that encounter, though it was more from the awkwardness of the conversation than any physical pain. He had approached her while she was resting in the field of flowers, her mask tilted slightly to reveal the sharp lines of her face. She'd listened to his questions with her usual air of disinterest, but she hadn't dismissed him. She gave no forward answer, only handed him a bundle of metal and a blueprint written in a language he had never seen before, even from the hundreds of books he had read from the streets of Yharnam. Izuku shook his head as he looked down at the old blueprints. The weapon was familiar, but new lines had been added. The new ink is nearly impossible to notice as it was barely a shade darker. Izuku turned back to the bench, staring down at the half-finished weapon. It wasn't much yet, little more than some raw materials, but it was a start. He picked up his hammer and got back to work, the silence of the dream enveloping him like a protective shroud. He stood and brought the metals and papers to the forge. Izuku loved the feeling of the forge's heat, the way it pressed against his skin and dried his eyes as he worked. His foot pumped the bellows rhythmically, each burst of air feeding the fire until it roared like a living beast. The steady clang of his hammer striking metal echoed through the workshop, each blow deliberate and resolute. This was liberation, reclaiming something that had been stolen from him piece by piece, slide by slide. The siderite lay on the workbench, a gift from Gehrman himself. The dark, silvery metal was heavier than steel and tougher to work with, but it held a unique property. Its edge, once properly forged and sharpened, would remain unyielding, capable of cutting even through the sinews of beasts with a single strike. Izuku had marveled at it when Gehrman placed it in his hands. "This metal is older than even the healing church," Gehrman had said, his voice quiet, reverent. "Rarely found, rarely used. But I believe it belongs to you now. Make it yours, lad." Now, Izuku worked tirelessly to fulfill that charge. The siderite was stubborn, resisting the hammer's blows at first. But Izuku pressed on, his strikes growing stronger, more confident. The metal began to yield under his persistence, softening with the forge's heat and bending to his will. He had sketched his altered designs in advance, pages of notes scattered across the workbench before him. The twin daggers would resemble Eileen's blades of mercy in form, but not in function. These were his blades of the moon, crafted for speed and precision, their edges sharper and their curves more aggressive. He envisioned them as extensions of his own will, fast and unrelenting in battle. He reheated the siderite, folding it meticulously, layering the metal again and again. Sparks danced in the air with every hammer blow, each one illuminating the dim workshop. Sweat dripped down his temples, but he didn't stop. The rhythm of his work became a mantra, steady and unyielding. When the blades began to take shape, he turned his attention to the hilts. Bone, salvaged from a long-dead dark beast, was carved into smooth, elegant grips. He etched crescent moons and flowing patterns into the handles, a homage to the dream and the strange beauty of the night sky. The engravings were precise, each curve and line deliberate. He poured liquid silver into the carvings, watching in sick fascination as the living bone twitched and sparked. As the blades neared completion, Izuku tempered them, plunging the glowing metal into a bath of oil. The forge hissed and spat as steam rose in thick clouds, filling the workshop with the sharp smell of heated oil. The siderite responded beautifully, its surface taking on a dark, polished sheen with veins of silver running through it. Finally, he moved to sharpening. The whetstone sang as he drew each blade across its surface, the sound sharp and clean. He tested the edges with the lightest touch of his thumb, pulling back immediately when they bit into his skin effortlessly. When the blades of the moon were finished, Izuku held them up, the workshop's faint light catching the silver veins in the siderite. They gleamed like twin crescents, their edges whispering of lethality. He twirled one blade experimentally, feeling the perfect balance, the way it seemed to move with him rather than against him. They whispered through the air and sizzled lightly as the beast bone twitched against the metal. "These are mine," he murmured, his voice steady despite the storm of emotions inside him. Strapping the daggers to his hips, Izuku stood tall, the weight of the siderite weapons grounding him. They were daggers forged from the roots of Eileen's weapons. Made of metal gifted from Gurman, and forged with his own blood and sweat. He found himself smiling. Izuku turned back to the forge, his gaze lingering on the embers still glowing faintly, like the dying heartbeat of the beast that had birthed his weapons. He pulled the blades from their sheaths, the polished siderite glinting in the dim light. The weight felt perfect in his hands, a reflection of his labor and resolve. Carrying the weapons to the cooler section of the workshop, he settled at the sturdy desk in the main room. With careful precision, he laid the blades of the moon down on the work surface, the etchings in the bone hilts catching the flicker of lamplight. He unstoppered a vial of liquefied bloodstone, the crimson substance gleaming as if alive, and poured it slowly over the blades. The siderite hissed softly, drinking in the bloodstone like parched earth. Izuku watched as the etched symbols carved into the metal and bone began to glow faintly, the infusion taking hold. He knew this process would take hours, but it was necessary. The bloodstone would saturate the blades, strengthening their edges and amplifying their already lethal sharpness. The infusion would make them not just weapons, but tools of unmatched precision, capable of cleaving through the thickest hide or the strongest bone. Once this was complete, he would slot in the blood gems he had carefully selected, each one a perfect complement to the blade's design. They would enhance the weapons further, imbuing them with the unique properties he needed to survive the battles yet to come. Izuku leaned back, rolling his shoulder with a satisfying pop. A small, familiar noise drew his attention, and he looked up to see Ebriadas silently placing a cup of tea beside him. Her movements were graceful, almost serene, and she gave him a quiet glance that spoke of understanding before retreating back into the shadows. He smiled faintly, picking up the warm cup and taking a sip. The tea was soothing, its subtle bitterness grounding him in the present. He returned his attention to the blades, watching the slow, deliberate process unfold. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, he allowed himself to feel a sliver of satisfaction. The workshop was silent, save for the faint crackle of the forge in the distance and the occasional soft hiss of bloodstone seeping into siderite. The air felt heavy with potential, a quiet promise of the battles yet to come and the strength he was forging within himself. Izuku ran a finger over one of the glowing crescent symbols on the blade's hilt and whispered softly to himself, "Soon." There was nothing quite as terrifying as being caught between the glares of two women who looked almost identical but were upset for entirely different reasons. On one side stood the doll Izuku's caretaker and constant companion. She was the one who patiently accepted the echoes of blood he offered, empowering him with strength that defied mortal limits. Despite her calm demeanor, her piercing gaze now held a tinge of disappointment that cut through him like a blade. On the other side was Lady Maria of the Astral Clock Tower, a hunter of legend. Taller, more commanding, and infinitely more intimidating, she exuded an air of deadly precision that reminded Izuku how easily she could have left him in a broken heap had he been weaker. The two women might have shared features, but Maria's fiery temper and stern disposition were a stark contrast to the doll's serene gentleness. Izuku tried to piece together why they were both angry at him. His mind raced, but all he could recall was giving a quick hug to the two little girls and accepting a small treat from the old lady. Oh, sheet! It hit him like a cannonball. He had brought Lady Maria to the Hunter's Dream, a monumental event, really for the people of the dream, and had yet to speak with her since. Not even a word of acknowledgement of her presence. Worse still, he'd been so consumed with his tasks that he hadn't properly expressed his gratitude to the doll for her unwavering kindness and care through the bout of sickness. That has to be it, right? Izuku glanced nervously between the two women, Maria's glare burning into him like molten steel. She didn't say a word, but the weight of her gaze was enough to make his knees tremble. Just as he opened his mouth to stammer out some kind of apology, Maria sighed sharply, her expression shifting from irritation to exasperation. With a dismissive shake of her head, she turned her attention to Gehrman, who sat in his chair nearby, looking like a scolded schoolboy. Maria's voice rose sharply, and Izuku winced as she animatedly yelled at the old man, punctuating her frustration with the occasional slap to the back of his head. Gehrman flinched but otherwise took the scolding in stride, muttering what sounded like half-hearted excuses under his breath. Izuku took that as his chance to escape. He skirted the scene briskly, offering a sheepish smile in Maria's direction before making his way to the doll. Her gaze softened slightly as he approached, though a faint shadow of disapproval still lingered in her otherwise serene expression. Doll dash, Izuku began, his voice tentative. I'm sorry. I've been so caught up in everything that I haven't been as thankful as I should be. You've always been here for me, and I really appreciate you. He spoke softly as he bowed to her. He truly felt bad. He focused so hard on improving his tools he had lost track of making sure his closest friend was feeling appreciated. The doll's lips curved into a gentle smile, her hands folding in front of her. "Oh, Hunter," she said softly, "it brings me joy to see you thrive. There is no need for apologies." But, her head tilted slightly, a glint of amusement in her pale eyes, "a kind word now and then does warm this cold shell." Izuku chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. I'll work on that." He meant it. If it hadn't been for her and Gehrman in the early days, he would have folded under the stress. He forgot that in the nightmare, but he wouldn't again. Behind him, the sound of Maria's continued chastisement of Gehrman echoed through the dream, punctuated by yet another loud smack. Izuku shuddered. Better her focus is on him than me, he thought as he gave the doll a quick hug. Her arms wrapped around him tightly, a moment of warmth and calm in the chaotic world they inhabited, before he softly pulled away and headed back up the cracked stone stairs and into the hunter's workshop. He wasn't in there for long, moving with practiced efficiency as he collected his items and tools. Beast blood pellets, enhanced Molotovs, and spare vials of quicksilver were carefully packed away into his satchel. He double-checked his gear, ensuring that every strap was secure and every weapon sharpened. This journey would take him deep into the dungeons beneath Yharnam, far past the reaches of any known map. The maps left behind by long-dead spelunkers provided only the faintest guidance. Their tattered pages were marked with cryptic notes and warnings that sent a chill down Izuku's spine. The furthest explored section by any ordinary hunter was ominously labeled as the Cursed Layers. The author's final entries told of horrors that grew more nightmarish the deeper they ventured. One note in particular stood out, scrawled in hurried, uneven writing. After 10 layers, the monsters grew stronger, more cunning. My companions, gone. My body, frail. By the 11th layer, even brushing against fallen stones left my skin bruised. A mere scratch would fester and worsen as though the dungeon itself sought to consume me. Izuku frowned as he reread the words, his mark itching faintly. He hadn't experienced anything like what the note described, not yet, at least. But something about the warning felt uncomfortably true, a whispered threat that settled in his gut like a stone. He closed the map carefully, tucking it into his bag. Whatever lay ahead, he knew he couldn't afford to let his guard down. He knew that there were people who had gone farther than this map showed. Legends of men who first found the crypts and labyrinths beneath the city, all of which were now dead and gone. All their notes that they may have had hidden in relation to the dungeon's maps, books, any form of writing were long gone, either burned or lost. Izuku had looked thoroughly for anything more than what he had already stumbled upon. From the upper cathedral ward to the hunter's workshops through Yharnam, every book he had collected from the nightmare. Nothing he had was as detailed as the scrawled notes of Morgan Lucille, a compatriot of irreverent Izzy. With a final stretch, Izuku made his way to a gravestone that once stood empty, now thriving with motion. The messengers that claimed it as their own waved at him excitedly, their skeletal hands jittering with energy. Their eyeless sockets seemed fixed on him as he knelt before them. "Take me to the entrance to the first level of the dungeons below the city, my little friends," he said softly. They chattered eagerly, their small hands reaching out to grasp him. In a wash of fading, false light, he vanished from the hunter's dream. A breath later, Izuku stood beneath the blood moon's heavy gaze once more. The air here was oppressive, thick with the scent of rot and decay. He gripped the twin daggers tightly, the weight of them familiar and comforting in his hands. His eyes scanned his surroundings, his grin spreading slowly across his face. The sharp glint of his teeth far more predatory than any human's caught the faint moonlight as he descended the first steps. This place was old, older than even the foundations of Yharnam. It could even be considered the foundation now that Izuku thought about it. Everything linked back to these labyrinthine halls. The stench grew worse with every step, an ancient and overwhelming reek of death and stagnant air seeping from the depths below. The stairs were cracked and uneven, slick with moss and something darker. This was the city's underbelly, a festering pit hidden beneath the streets where he had hunted for what felt like an eternity. To the people of Yharnam, it had all been but a single night. To him, it was a lifetime of survival, bloodshed, and nightmares. Flipping the dagger in his left hand, Izuku muttered a word in the incomprehensible tongue of the Great Ones. Flame. His lips didn't rip, his tongue didn't flay, progress he thought. The blade roared to life, blood-red fire engulfing the steel in a vivid, flickering light. The crimson glow illuminated the stairwell, casting jagged shadows that seemed to twist and writhe on the walls. He felt their gaze, eyes hidden in the shadows, unblinking, waiting. His spine tingled as he moved forward. Kos was always watching, wasn't she? Izuku's free hand hovered briefly over the mark burned into his arm. He felt it pulse faintly, a reminder of the pact he had made to his mother. The sensation filled him with a strange mixture of reverence and love, and yet dread. Kos, the incomprehensible, infinite being, was the only thing he truly feared. Nothing in the abyss before him could ever compare to the overwhelming love of something so far beyond human understanding. He shook his head, forcing the thought aside, and continued his descent, mumbling his lessons from Ebrietas with each step. The arcane arts are not magic, but fundamentals, he recited, his voice a faint murmur against the suffocating silence that was only broke by each echoing step. Hunter tools are the application of these principles, a will exerted upon reality. He adjusted his grip on the daggers, the weight of their blood-hardened siderite grounding him as he pressed forward. The executioner gloves shackle the dead, forcing their tortured hatred to manifest when the correct amount of blood or quicksilver were absorbed by the ever-thirsting fabric. He paused for a moment to catch a breath. The tiny tonitrus bends the laws of lightning into obedience, consuming blood or quicksilver to bridge the gap between thought and thunder. He paused once more, briefly, his chest rising and falling with controlled breaths as he took the stairs slowly. His eyes flicked across the darkened stairwell, his thoughts settling on the truth of the Carol runes. Runes, symbols carved into memory itself, a cost taken from the mind to grant power. He could still feel the cold absence left behind by his chosen three. Unlike most hunters, who were blind to what they lost, Izuku knew. He had memorized every detail of those memories before they slipped away out of his reach. They would never be the same, never again. The old man in the park who handed him a coin for the bus, his mother's exact eye color, a green so soft it rivaled moss kissed by rain, the price of rice from the grocery store in Muzudafu. The knowledge was a double-edged blade. It strengthened his resolve but tore at him with the weight of what was missing. He felt the edges of them, rough and absent. He could remember describing them out loud, and yet, he couldn't remember them from his own point of view. The runes, however, could be invoked by those strong enough to wield them like the most basic of arcane words. But even for Izuku, invoking the runes was a test of will. The costs blood, quicksilver, his very health. They had once been beyond his reach. Not anymore. He stopped just shy of the final step, his breath misting in the stale, icy air. His eyes fixed on the rotted door before him, the weight of the unknown pressing on his chest. His foot was barely above the final step as his mind raced. What rune would help him here that he didn't lose memories for? What would be worth the cost of blood? With a deep breath, he spoke. The word was an order. Yet the final ORL movement faltered as he spoke. The effect was immediate, pain crashing through him like a tidal wave. His legs buckled, and his foot caught the edge of the step too late to stop his fall. With a choked cry, Izuku swung his dagger down, the blade screeching against the stone as it found purchase in the nearby wall, barely keeping him upright. Agony exploded through his jaw. He doubled over, gasping, as the flesh beneath his skin writhed unnaturally. His lower jaw's muscles gave way as if a blade sliced through them, the stringy muscle pulling away with wet, sickening snaps like soaked ropes. Warm blood poured from his mouth in torrents, its metallic tang flooding his senses as it splattered against the stone steps below. His mind barely registered his right hand catching his jaw before it fell off. His left hand fumbled for his bag as he leaned against the wall, the dagger buried deep in the stone. Izuku's vision was blurring from the pain as his jugular arteries splattered blood onto everything around him. His fingers found the vial he needed, and he wrenched it free, his breath ragged as he, with a sharp motion, he drove the vial into his cheekbone. The glass shattered with a gruesome crunch, embedding itself into his flesh. The blood within the vial coursed through the wound, its restorative properties surging to life. He tried to grit his teeth but realized as he flexed muscles long snapped it was worthless. Muscle and sinew began to knit back together like spiderwebs. The process was violent and unnatural, his jaw snapping back into its sockets as though jerked into place by invisible hands. The nauseating crack echoed in the silence as the jaw reset itself. Izuku spat a glob of blood onto the stone, the sharp taste lingering on his reforming tongue. His breath came in shaky gasps, his body trembling as he wiped his chin with the back of his hand. "DMN it," he attempted to mutter, his voice hoarse but steady. He wasn't sure if it worked. The shards of the broken vial crunched underfoot as he straightened, retrieving his daggers from the gouged stone. His mark throbbed faintly, a distant hum of energy reminding him of the weight he bore. He shook his head, small tinks sounded off as the glass in his cheek fell loose. He fixed his gaze on the door ahead, its ancient wood warped and twisted by time. Beyond it lay the barely mapped catacombs, a path that promised only blood and madness. Izuku adjusted the grip on his daggers, the blades glinting faintly in the dim light. He had dealt with both in spades. A little more couldn't break him any further. His hand fell to his bag, pulled out a small watch, and clicked it to start. Just in case. With a final breath, he stepped forward. His gloved hands pressed into the old wood, muscles tensing as he heaved it open. His eyes caught the faint ridges clawed into the wood, fingernail gouges and jagged tally marks etched into the surface. Passing through the ancient archway, he blinked, the air thick with dust and stagnant decay. With a thought, fire engulfed his left blade once more, the crimson light bathing the narrow hall. The flames revealed even more. The claw marks continued on the walls, carving a path of desperation. Small stains of dried blood dotted the floor, dark brown against gray stone. He wouldn't have noticed these details if not for how much clearer everything was since he spoke the word. A grin split his face, the firelight glinting off his blood-stained teeth. He had succeeded. His moment of triumph was cut short as a thin, frail figure lunged at him from the creeping shadows. The attack came with a pitiful growl, the sound wet and gurgling, more animal than human. The figure's long nails scraped against the thick fabric of Izuku's garb, leaving shallow marks but nothing more. Their grip was weak, pitiful even, a ghost of strength that would have been no threat to him even when he first arrived in this nightmare. Izuku grabbed a handful of the thin, greasy hair from atop their head and slammed them into the stone floor with a brutal crack. Their brittle skull gave way on impact, dark brackish blood erupting like tar from the shattered remains. The wall beside him was splattered in a sickly black smear, chunks of bone and brain clinging to the cracks between the stones. He didn't pause to look at the lifeless body as he wiped his hand on the fabric of his coat and kept moving. He entered the next room and let out a low chuckle. 3 doors greeted him, 2 closed, 1 locked, and no immediate path forward. The map flashed through his mind, and he cursed under his breath. Of course, the way down was locked. He hated the architects of Yharnam for their twisted city, but now his hatred extended to the ancients who had built this labyrinthine catacomb. He made his way to the locked door, glaring at the rusted grips that held it shut. His gloved fingers wrapped around the handle, giving it a tentative lift. The lock groaned in protest, but the mechanism was stubborn, sturdier than he'd anticipated. But it wasn't beyond his strength. Planting his feet wide, he squared his shoulders and braced himself. With a sharp crack of his back, he heaved. The ancient mechanism resisted for a brief moment before giving way with a thunderous snap. The lock shattered, fragments of rusted iron scattering across the floor as the door groaned open. The sharp echo of metal breaking reverberated through the first floor, a sound that made Izuku instinctively grab for his daggers. With the path ahead opened, he stepped forward into the dark, fire still dancing across his blade and his grin still firmly in place. A low whistle escaped his lips as he descended another small flight of stairs, the stone beneath his boots the same aged Yharnam masonry as the floor he had bypassed with brute strength. He needed to be quick. The first few floors were guarded by weak-hearted beasts and raving madmen, but the deeper he went, the more strain he would have to endure. The horrors below would not tire, but his supplies would. At the base of the stairs, a large brass door loomed before him, tarnished with age and streaked with something dark that had dried long ago. He pressed his shoulder against it, the metal groaning as it gave way, scraping along the stone floor with a sound that set his teeth on edge. His mind, however, was elsewhere, calculating. How many bullets could he afford to spare on each floor before he would have to send messengers to fetch more? Every shot counted, and he had no idea how deep he'd have to go before he found the Queen's resting place. With one final shove, the door fully creaked open, revealing the next stretch of his descent. The air that greeted him was thick and sour, the unmistakable scent of rot curling into his lungs. Whatever awaited him in the darkness beyond was far more decrepit than he had anticipated from the first floor. And that excited him. Izuku ducked into a roll just as the massive beast lunged from the shadows, its grotesque form hurtling toward him with terrifying speed. His body dissolved into a crimson mist, a cloud of thick, clotted blood that blinded the creature as it slammed into the already fractured stone floor, the impact sending cracks outward from the impact like a spiderweb. Reforming in the middle of the room, Izuku landed ankle-deep in a bubbling sludge of filth and congealed gore. The acrid stench of decay burned his nose, but his sharp eyes caught something amid the carnage: fragments of tattered fabric, insignias barely visible through the grime. His stomach twisted as he recognized the emblem sewn into a bisected chest lying in the muck. The Tomb Prospector's crest. The explorer had been torn apart, his torso separated in a jagged, uneven mess, gnawed and hollowed out like a carrion feast. The corpse's arms were still reaching toward something, fingers curled in a final grasp for a weapon that was no longer there. Izuku exhaled slowly through his nose, steadying his grip before tossing his flaming dagger at the beast. The blade embedded itself deep in its swollen flesh with a sickening squelch, steam hissing as the eldritch fire fought against the beast's putrid bodily fluids. Now that he could see it clearly, the creature was reminiscent of the cathedral ward giants, at least in sheer size. But where those behemoths were clad in tattered robes, their forms vaguely human, this monstrosity was a swollen, malformed abomination. Its skin was stretched tight over a grotesquely engorged body, pustules the size of fists leaking a viscous, yellow-green fluid. Its arms, ending in gnarled, clawed fingers, were unnaturally long, dragging through the filth as it turned toward him. The beast's empty sockets locked onto him, and in an instant, it lunged. It shouldn't have been fast. Not with a frame so bloated, not with flesh that sagged and split at the joints, not with the rot devouring it from the inside out. But in the span of a heartbeat, it was already where Izuku had been standing, its massive hands sinking into the sludge with a wet, sking noise, sending a wave of filth splashing outward. It was fast. But Izuku had fought the orphan of Kos. He had battled something that moved with the speed of lightning itself. This thing was nothing in comparison. Izuku moved the instant the beast's feet hit the muck, his dagger a blur in his hand. He danced around the creature's hulking form, each step precise, each strike deliberate. The razor-sharp edge of his blade carved effortlessly through bloated, pus-filled blisters, splitting sickly yellow sacs that ruptured with wet pops, spilling putrid fluid into the filth below. It was like playing a sadistic game of connect the dots. The air filled with the stench of rot and burning flesh as his fire-lit dagger sizzled where it remained buried in the creature's shoulder. His strikes were merciless. As he circled behind it, his dagger traced deep, cruel lines across its Achilles tendons, severing the thick cords of muscle and sending tremors through the beast's legs. It staggered, its grotesque form lurching as Izuku leapt, driving his blade into the gnarled ridge of its spine. The bone let out a soft crack, the noise like splitting the exoskeleton of a crab. In one fluid motion, he grasped the burning dagger embedded in its shoulder and pulled, throwing his weight into both weapons. Metal bit through flesh, shearing twin gashes down its back, one cutting from mid-spine to lumbar, the other raking from shoulder to ribcage. The sequence of pops filled the air like popping popcorn as bones split as easily as muscle. Izuku landed lightly, already bracing for the inevitable retaliation. He expected a frenzied, blood-mad counterattack, a desperate attempt to crush him beneath its massive hands. Instead, the beast simply collapsed. It crumpled like a sack of rotting meat, its ruined body slamming into the filth with a sickening, wet impact. The only sound that followed was the soft crackle of flame as Izuku straightened, staring at the unmoving heap before him. That was it? His grip on his daggers tightened, watching for any sign of movement. But the beast remained still, its body rapidly cooling, its blood leaking into the sludge in thick, brackish pools. Izuku exhaled, his grin sharp. Pathetic. He wiped the blades on his coat as he survived the room. The blood of the beast was a sour scent. Like vomit. But beasts like this always held the potential. Izuku waited, watching as the thick pool of coagulated blood slowly began to shift. The congealed vitae darkened, hardening into something crystalline, another blood gem. This one was large, far denser than the lesser gems he had gathered before. He plucked it from the filth, rolling it between his fingers, feeling the faint pulse of power within. This will need study. The dream would reveal its properties in time. With a final glance at the fallen beast, he turned and strode deeper into the chamber. Another door loomed ahead, its rusted metal groaning against the stone as he pushed it open. Beyond, a narrow stairwell spiraled downward, disappearing into the dark. The air changed as soon as he stepped through, thicker, heavier. Older. The same old Yarnum stone framed the path downward, but the atmosphere here was different. Stagnant. Stale in a way that felt untouched for centuries, if not longer. He moved swiftly, descending 2 steps at a time, boots echoing against the cold rock. 10 steps. 20. 40. 70. The descent. finally broke into a landing, a small, enclosed space before another door. This one was different. Unlike the rotting wood, rusted iron, and tarnished bronze of the catacombs layer above, this door was carved from a deep blackened stone, its surface marred by age. Time had been unkind, etched cuts and gouges scarred its face, spiderweb cracks ran deep through its foundation, and thick, blood-red moss blossomed from its edges like a wound left too long to fester. And yet, at its very center, one section remained untouched, a small, deliberate indentation, no larger than a cup. A chalice. A key. Izuku pulled his bag around and rifled through it. 3 such chalices lay within, each one a relic of the hunters before him, each one taken or in a single case, gifted to him through his travels. Carefully, he withdrew the first, a delicate, unassuming thing, a cup no larger than what a noble might use to sip wine. He traced its edges, feeling the weight of history in its form. He had read of this door, of the mad hunter who had last set foot here. Irreverent Izzy, they called him that due to his eccentricity. A man whose descent had been chronicled only through the words of those who fled. Izuku had wanted to meet the man early on, to talk of cures to the beasthood affliction, but all the notes and maps said the same thing. He had stayed on Layer 12. Where the tombs and catacombs of Yharnam met with the forgotten cities and endless halls that the Thumerians once lived. Izuku exhaled, rolling his shoulders as he stepped forward. He slotted the chalice into the waiting indent, its bronze surface fitting with a soft click. He knew what was required to fill it. He had read the rites, studied the materials that ancient tomb prospectors carried for this purpose. But he needed none of them. His veins ran thick with the blood of the Great Ones, a gift that set him apart from every hunter before him. Sure, they could have gotten close, but the marking on his arm spoke of his difference. Without hesitation, he drew his dagger and dragged it across his palm, then pressed the wound against the cracked stone above the chalice. His blood spilled freely, dark and rich, pooling into the small vessel. The chalice drank greedily, its intricate etchings igniting as the arcane symbols greedily absorbed the offering. The lines pulsed with a sickly red glow, creeping outward like veins spreading through flesh. Then, the stone door trembled. A deep, resonating thud echoed through the chamber, shaking dust from the ceiling as unseen mechanisms groaned to life. The cracks in the stone widened, red light spilling from them like an infection, and with a final, shuddering grind, the ancient seal broke. The door lurched open. Beyond it, the darkness loomed, thick and suffocating. The air that bled from the gap smelled of rot and stagnation, of things long buried that should have remained undisturbed. Where the door once stood, only the small pedestal for the chalice remained, the crimson lights fading as the base of the cup was released from the stone. Izuku took a steadying breath and stepped forward, grabbing the cup and sliding it into his bag as his firelit blade, the only source of light in the darkness around him, blazed. The stale air clung to him, thick with moisture that sizzled against his skin. Izuku pulled up the fabric of his mask, the coarse material doing little to filter out the choking stench of rot and damp stone. The taste of old blood and stagnant water settled at the back of his throat, but he pushed it aside. His mind flicked back to the map 2 lefts, then a dead sprint to the next descent. The diagrams had never been to scale, but the notations were precise enough to navigate by. Silence. The word left his lips in a whisper, and the arcane took hold. The clinking of his tools ceased, his footsteps became nothing more than muted ghosts upon the stone. Yet even in the suffocating quiet, he felt them. Eyes in the dark. Watching. Waiting. Kos? Or something else? He had no desire to find out. Izuku ran. Izuku burst forward, his body dissolving into a crimson mist as he veered left, narrowly slipping beneath a massive, clawed hand that lashed out from the darkness. The air behind him split with the force of the strike, but he didn't dare stop. His boots slammed against the stone wall, momentum coiling in his legs before he pushed off, launching himself into the second turn. He didn't see the end of the corridor, only the endless, yawning black ahead, but he didn't slow. His body reformed mid-stride, feet pounding against the cold ground as he widened the gap between himself and whatever thing lurked behind him. 20 yards. 60. 100. A flicker of movement, the jagged edge of stairs plunging downward. The main path. Izuku dove, his body twisting as he hit the first steps, skipping entire sections as he dropped down the staircase. The floor blurred beneath him, the descent barely controlled, until he hit the landing and saw the half-broken door. He didn't stop running. Didn't bother trying to push it open. He misted through it. The moment he reformed, he threw himself behind the nearest stone pillar just as a gunshot rang out. The deafening crack echoed through the chamber, dust shaking loose from the ceiling as the bullet embedded itself somewhere unseen. Izuku's breathing steadied, fingers tightening around his daggers. He wasn't alone. Izuku's grin twisted into something hungry as the heavy footfalls closed in. 3 of them. Good. He flipped his daggers in his hands, catching the blades by their tips. A whispered word, lightning. The response was instant. A surge of crimson-red electricity crackled to life along the edges of his weapons, the air around him humming with charged energy. The arcane pulsed through his body, he felt ecstatic, his lips stayed intact. He moved. Diving from cover, his left hand snapped forward. The blade whistled through the air before embedding itself deep into the bulbous eye of the nearest creature, a grotesquely overweight thing, its gray-blue skin slick and unnatural. The moment the dagger struck, the lightning detonated within, its body seizing as arcs of energy cooked it from the inside out. A gunshot rang out. Izuku twisted, the bullet missing by inches as he ducked low, his right arm already in motion. Another throw, another flash of crimson lightning. This time, the blade buried itself in the chest of a second creature. It let out a choked gasp, its grip tightening around a rusted metal pipe just before the surge of energy fused the weapon to its gnarled flesh and burned through its insides. Izuku didn't slow. He moved like a wraith, his form dissolving between the pillars in mere moments, weaving through the battlefield in a blur of mist and motion. Above him, the telltale rustling of a messenger signaled its arrival. From the ceiling, a gnarled hand dropped his scythe. Izuku grinned. Perfect. Reforming midair, he caught the weapon in a single motion, his body twisting into a controlled spin. The gun-wielding creature barely had time to react before the scythe's blade sang through the air, one clean, effortless slice. A sharp wetness, then silence. The thing's head tumbled free from its shoulders, hitting the floor with a dull thud before its body crumpled in a heap beside it. Izuku landed lightly, rolling his shoulders as the last arcs of red lightning danced across his scythe. 3 bodies. 3 clean kills. His grin widened. Not bad. He had been tormented so long through the nightmare, through Kosa's relentless grip on his mind, that he had almost forgotten how much he enjoyed. Izuku shook his head. No. Not now. His grin didn't waver, sharp and feral as ever. With a practiced flick, he detached the scythe's head and hung it on his hip, the massive handle collapsing into a compact form before locking onto a hook at his back. A sharp whistle left his lips, and the daggers embedded in the corpses shimmered, dissolving into streams of teal light, the same glow that pulsed from the moonlight greatsword before reforming in his waiting hands. He loved the hunt. There was no use lying to himself anymore. To deny it would be to invite madness, to let his mind spiral into the endless pit of doubt and hesitation. He had seen what happened to hunters who faltered. To those who denied what they had become. With deft movements, he rifled through the gunner's remains, pulling free a handful of bullets, feeling the familiar weight of them settle into his belt. A pool of blood at his feet shimmered faintly, his fingers dipped in, retrieving a freshly formed blood gem. Large. Promising. He tucked it away, barely sparing it another glance. Then, without hesitation, he turned and pressed forward, steps carrying him to the next descent into the depths. His past self, the boy who once dreamed of heroism in its purest form, would have hated the pride swelling in his chest. Izuku didn't care. He continued his descent, bounding down the endless stairs 3 at a time, his body thrumming with the aftershocks of battle. He had no sense of how long he had been running, how many halls and chambers he had bypassed and left behind, but it didn't matter. The tension, the weight of the nightmare, of everything he had endured, was sloughing off like old, dead skin. For the first time since he had awoken in this accursed place, since the sickness had racked his body and left him hollow, he felt alive. The fire of life churned in his chest, hot and restless, and the smoke of desire filled his lungs. How deep was the queen buried? Flora had told him she was deeper than Izzy had ever reached, but not at the true depths. Only the great ones knew how far these tunnels stretched, how deep these graves truly ran. The last person, according to her, to have been on the same layer as the queen was Ludwig himself, but his descent was stopped by his discovery of the moonlight blade. Izuku shook his head as his mother softly whispered encouragement to his mind. Yet she would not whisper the secrets of the abyss and where the queen was truly located. Not even to him. Excitement coursed through him like fire in his veins. When he survived this, and finished his quest for Flora, he would have the chance to go even deeper. To uncover the buried secrets of the dungeons, to map out the unknown. The first 12 descents had been documented, vast labyrinths stretching for hundreds of miles, yet no one had made it beyond them. That made him grin. His hands moved through his bag with practiced ease, fingers closing around a small pellet. He popped it into his mouth, biting down with a satisfying crunch. The taste was bitter, thick with the essence of the hunt. He could go faster. So much faster. Beast's embrace. Pain. Not sharp and isolated, not focused like the lesser runes he had forced into speech, but vast, all-encompassing. His body shifted, bones stretching and reforming in ways that felt at once unnatural and right. His fingers tore through his gloves as his nails became talons, thick and wickedly curved. He let out a breathy chuckle, flexing his new claws even as he reached into his coat and jammed a vial into his thigh. He'd need new gloves. He pulled out another small watch from his bag and started it. Learning timing was important. The bottom of the stairwell met him like a hammer strike, his feet barely touching the stone before he swallowed. The thick blood slid down his throat, and his pulse roared to life. 20 yards right. 60 yards left. 100 yards another right, then the descent. He slammed his foot into the door, sending it flying open on ruined hinges. And then he bounded forward. His mind narrowed to a singular focus, the rush of the hunt overtaking all else. His body moved as if it belonged in this state, leaning forward with unnatural grace, his claws carving deep into the stone as he twisted into his first turn. Boots scraped against the ground, kicking up dust as he came face to face with a beast-cloaked man. Instinct took over. Izuku lunged, ripping his mask down in the same breath as his fangs sank into flesh. The taste of fresh, hot blood flooded his mouth. The thing beneath him barely had time to shriek before he wrenched its throat free, his weight forcing it backward. A sickening crack split the air as its spine snapped clean in half, its body crumpling mid-motion while Izuku vaulted over it. He landed light on his feet, barely slowing. With a sharp spit, the torn throat hit the stone behind him. He sprinted forward, faster than before. He cleared the 60 yards before the body even hit the ground. Less than a second. The crash of its corpse never made it to him. His next turn came in a blur. He pivoted sharply, his momentum sending him feet first into the wall. Instead of slowing, he pushed off, launching forward even faster as the stones of the wall jostled and cracked. The next descent opened before him, a 40-step staircase stretching into darkness. He didn't bother with the steps. His body twisted mid-air, and he slammed into the rough stone below, the impact cracking the already fractured floor beneath him. The metal door ahead loomed, heavy and ancient. If it was locked, he didn't notice. He simply reached down, fingers finding the rusted edge, and heaved. The door roared upward, locking into place with a jarring clang as he sprinted forward, unimpeded. His sharp, single-minded gaze met that of a waiting guardian. The watchdog stood in the center of the chamber, its massive form tensed and ready. Crocodilian in shape but grotesquely warped, its body bristled with uneven ridges of bone and fire-glazed flesh. Multiple eyes, burning with an unnatural flame, tracked him as it loomed. Yet it hesitated. Izuku did not. In a blink, his daggers were in his hands. In the next, he was gone, fading into a swirl of crimson mist. The first dagger buried itself deep into one of the beast's left eyes. The second found purchase in one of its right. From the empty air where he had once stood when he threw the blades, a whisper. Lightning. He had spoke then words as they left his hands, yet the arcane relied upon the sound to activate. Eldritch sparks erupted within the creature's skull. The reaction was instant. Its head snapped back, a guttural roar clawing at its throat, its exposed chest heaving with pain. Izuku was already there. The moment before sound shattered the air, he struck. His scythe's blade slammed deep into its chest, the force of the impact carving upward in a brutal arc. In the same movement, he twisted the weapon's base, locking it into place with a practiced flick. The scythe snapped to full length, the curved blade humming through the air as he spun. Two deep, effortless slashes carved through the watchdog's throat. Izuku landed lightly and drew his gun in a fluid motion, leveling it at the beast. Boom. One eye burst. Boom. Another. The roar never got a chance to be born. The creature let out a strangled whimper before crashing to the stone, a lifeless heap of smoldering flesh. Silence returned. Izuku watched the corpse for a moment, ensuring the fight was truly over. Then, with a slow exhale, he holstered his scythe. The daggers reformed in his hands with a shimmer of teal light. He knelt by the beast's still-warm blood, fingers sifting through the cooling pool. His search yielded a gem, larger than the other's embers still smoldered within its depths, glowing with an eerie inner light. A rare find. He pocketed it and rose to his feet. His nose twitched at the wretched sense from the stairs down. It was time to move. He pressed forward, already descending the next staircase when he felt it, his blood, no longer surging with wild hunger, but settling. Not fading. Not yet. Just enough to let him think. He had scavenged the rune from a skull, long buried beneath the nightmare's weight. It had rested beneath the elevator altar, hidden and waiting, its power undisturbed until he pried it free. He knew it had importance. Even as he crushed the brittle bone beneath his grip, he felt the lingering traces of its arcane link unravel. Whatever it was connected to died, and its power dissolved into the unseen winds of the hunter's nightmare. Beast's Embrace was only one of the forbidden runes he had claimed, but it was far from the only one he wanted to test out. Most hunters could etch 3 basic runes into their minds, along with a single advanced rune, powerful, but limited. Any more runes and they would lose themselves, forget their purpose. Die. Izuku wasn't like most hunters. He couldn't bear an advanced rune. Something had been placed in his mind long before he had ever set foot in the dungeons. Long before he had entered the hunter's nightmare. A mark, a binding, woven into him not by his own will, but by his mother's. He still didn't know its name, but he could feel it, always. It whispered through his veins, threading through his blood like an unbroken tether. A kinship rune. A bond to Flora. Would he ever be able to speak it? To give it form, to understand what it truly was? One day. He hoped. The last step met his boots, and he came to a halt before another towering door. His hands pressed against its surface, fingers running over the cold, aged metal. Once, he had feared the blood. Feared the pull of the hunt, the slow, creeping loss of self that consumed those who let the beast take hold. But he had come to understand. Bloodlust was not a curse. It was a tool. And those who lost themselves to it were never going to end the scourge. Izuku had always wanted to be a hero. Someone's hero. If he could find a way to fix the beast plague, to uncover some cure, some secret buried in these forsaken depths, then maybe, just maybe, he could matter. Maybe he could save something. Even if it wasn't his own world. His task was simple in name but steeped in blood: kill the queen, buried so far beneath the city that her existence was little more than a whisper, a nightmare muttered among hunters and scholars. She had been here long before the city above ever took shape, sealed in the deepest, blackest crypts where only the desperate or the dead dared to tread. But the queen was not the only reason he wanted to push further, deeper into the endless maze of catacombs and tombs. Izzy had been lost on floor 12. But lost did not mean dead. If he had survived, then the blood in his veins would have ensured he persisted even now, whether as a man, a husk, or a wandering corpse, driven mad by eternity. Izzy had been brilliant. A scholar of blood, a theorist who had once pushed the boundaries of what hunters understood. His books, his notes, his ideas? If there was any insight left in the depths, Izuku needed it. And if that meant robbing a corpse of its wisdom? Well, it wouldn't be the first time. Izuku pushed the door open with ease, feeling the last remnants of restraint, both conscious and unconscious, slip away from his body. He rolled his neck, a sharp pop echoing through the dim corridor, and stepped forward. Floor 4. Or, as the notes called it, the pit of fire. The heat struck him first, thick and suffocating. The air was heavy with humidity, tinged with the unmistakable stench of charred and rotting flesh. The walls bore the remains of long-dead torches, blackened stubs of wood, their iron sconces still glowing faintly with trapped heat. Yarnum's mines reached this deep, extracting molten rock from a stray fissure in the depths. It was a small vein, but the damage was done. This floor, and the two beneath it, had been transformed into a furnace. Many passages had collapsed, sealed beneath layers of cooled magma, leaving only a handful of viable paths forward. 2 routes remained. Both led deeper. And at the end of at least one of them, past the searing heat and shifting rock, another great beast would be waiting. Izuku bounded forward, already pushing his body to its peak before anything lurking at the floor's entrance could even register his presence. 400 yards. That was the distance he had to clear. The only documented path was a straight shot, a brutal sprint through the heat and shadows. The second path, splitting off at 300 yards, was longer, winding, forcing a detour through the depths of floor 5. He chose the direct route. A sharp right, his sheer momentum sent a bulbous beast stumbling. Before it could react, Izuku's clawed hand raked through its throat, using the force to pivot his body and propel himself forward. 20 yards. He slammed into the dead-end T-split, his boots carving divots into the stone as he ricocheted left without pause. Another right. Another left. Then the stairs. The moment his eyes locked onto them, he flew, descending like a beast possessed, his body blurring with raw, unrelenting speed. Izuku barreled through the wooden door as it came into view, his shoulder slamming into it with enough force to send splinters flying. The impact barely slowed him. He tucked into a roll, his instincts screaming just in time to dodge a searing wave of fire. He sprang up mid-motion, launching himself over the flames. Then there it was. A beast, trembling, its grotesque form reminiscent of one he had faced before. It barely had time to react before Izuku closed the distance, his daggers flashing in the dim light. The creature's back slammed into the stone wall as Izuku drove both blades deep into its chest. He gave it no chance to fight back. Again and again, the daggers struck, piercing, twisting, tearing. Its heart became nothing more than a ruined mass of punctures, a cratered ruin like the shattered face of the moon. With a final shudder, the beast went limp. Izuku wasted no time. He drove his fist into the still-warm corpse, fingers closing around the forming blood gem. He wrenched it free before it could harden, the soft, pulsing stone slick in his grasp. Then he was moving again. Izuku had no thoughts beyond movement. No hesitation. Just speed. Stairs blurred past beneath him, each step taken 6 at a time. A door. Barely a pause, he crashed through it, splintering wood and stone as he surged forward. More stairs. Down, down, faster. His momentum carried him in a near freefall, boots skimming the steps more than touching them. His body barely registered the impacts. The antechamber to floor 5 loomed ahead. He would not slow. Then a figure. A man, or something close enough to one, clad in bone and tattered cloth, waiting. Unmoving. No fear in his stance. Steps measured. Balanced. Izuku lunged. The man moved a sidestep, an attempt to escape. But there was no escape. Not from him. Not at this speed. Any direction was into his range. A plume of blood mist, and Izuku was behind him. The twin daggers struck true, their tips meeting inside the man's gut. A twist. A pull. The outward slice tore through flesh before the pain could even register. Izuku flipped the daggers into a reverse grip, muscles coiling like a spring before he drove them home. Blades punched through clavicle and tendon, severing the delicate mechanics of motion. Ribs split apart as metal carved deep, but the true retaliation wasn't from steel, it was fire. Heat roared around him, eldritch and searing, but not his. Not blood red. Not his fire. Flames rushed up his arms, liking at his coat, scorching the edges of his vision. His hair sizzled, the whites of his eyes seared with pain. He snarled and launched himself back, boots skidding across the stone. The man still stood, though barely a burning, twitching wreck of tattered bone and cloth. Izuku didn't give him the chance to recover. With a flick of his wrist, the daggers reformed in his grasp. He hurled them forward, watching them bury themselves into the man's back with a sickening crunch. The force sent him sprawling, his body convulsing, eldritch flames still dancing over his ruined form. Izuku exhaled, steam curling from his lips as his heartbeat thundered in his ears. His hand snapped to his belt, fingers closing around a glass vial. Without hesitation, he injected the diluted blood into his leg, and then discarded the empty vial to the floor. It shattered against the floor into hundreds of shards. Cold relief flooded his body. The burns knitted themselves shut, the pain dulled into nothing. And as the fire in his veins settled, the grin returned. Another gem lay amidst the blood and embers, its glow pulsating in the dim light. Izuku knelt, scooping it up, watching as light refracted through the precious stone. It was hot to the touch, more heat imbued into a single gem than he had seen before. He should have come here earlier. The dungeons were dangerous, yes. But they held so many options. And Izuku always wanted more. Izuku let out a quiet chuckle, the sound barely audible over the rhythmic drip of blood and the distant, muted howls of the dungeon's depths. With a final glance at the charred remains behind him, he turned, already moving downward. Floor 6. The last of the noted destruction caused by the lava, the final floor with a simple path before the longer, winding paths took hold. The heat that had pressed against his skin like an open furnace was already beginning to fade. The deeper he went, the less suffocating the air became. By floor 11, it would be ice. A sigh left his lips, one not of exhaustion, but of awareness. The runes were fading. Izuku pulled the 2 small, pocket watches from his bag, their delicate frames and cold silver nothing of note. But they read the time like any other tool, and kept ticking through any damage they were inflicted with. Izuku's eyes scanned the clock faces and he clicked them open, reading the time passing by the second. The eye rune had lasted a solid 20 minutes. His beast rune? Barely 12. He felt anger fill him. He needed those times longer. But the heat subsided quickly as realization hit. Had it only been 20 minutes since he entered? His brows furrowed as he considered the passage of time. He had spent minutes harvesting blood gems, waiting for them to settle, perhaps longer than he realized. And yet, even with that time accounted for, his progress was unbelievable. His hand drifted back into his bag, fingers brushing against the map. Every documented path, every turn had proven accurate. That was the only reason he could move. This fast. Izuku's lips curled into a smirk. Anger forgotten. He was making incredible time. Izuku's fingers traced the worn edges of his map as he descended, his mind turning over the notes left behind. Izzy and his companions had taken nearly 10 days to reach this point, navigating the labyrinth of winding paths, dead ends, and collapsing stairwells. The deeper they ventured, the slower they moved, meticulously scouting each floor, marking every odd stone, every unstable wall, every trace of something unseen lurking in the dark. They had mapped the path with caution. Izuku had taken it at a dead sprint. They hadn't simply been delving blindly. They had a purpose, a lead Izzy had uncovered. Something that had driven them to descend toward floor 15. But what? Izuku had scoured every book he could find, every scrap of paper left behind by long-dead hunters. Not one of them said what lay that deep. He knew the queen was there. Trapped. Waiting. But what else lurked in the depths with such a figure? What knowledge was left forgotten with that ancient civilization lost underground? Izuku tightened his grip on the map. He intended to find out. Izuku moved like a specter through floor 6, the heat waning with each step, the air thick with stillness. Not a single beast pursued him. The silence was unsettling. This place was different. The walls where they weren't melted or collapsed held a fusion of stonework from wildly different ages. Yharnam's familiar, crude masonry met something older, far more refined. Some stones bore intricate engravings, sharper, untouched by time, their runes whispering of something beyond even the city's ancient blood rites. Izuku let his fingers graze one of the etchings, memorizing its twists and lines. Something about them felt significant. He continued downward, his steps soundless until movement caught his eye. A cluster of messengers scuttled over the lip of an ancient stone birdbath, their bodies jostling against one another in frantic, eager waves. The sight gave him pause. They turned as one, hollow eyes gleaming as they noticed him. Merchants. Like the ones in the dream. But their wares were not the same. Izuku stepped forward, scanning what they offered. Undiluted blood, the kind that could turn a normal man into a beast with just one vial. Raw quicksilver, unrefined or cleaned due to the impurities. Bloodstones purer, richer than any found in Yharnam. And in Izuku's opinion, the most interesting thing they sold. Altered versions of hunter weapons. Their forms were the same, yet they bore gem slots that seemed adaptive. Different. Izuku wasted no time. He bought everything they had, sending it all to the dream storage. He could study the weapons later, dissect the mystery of how they accepted gems of different types so readily. With one last glance at the messengers, he turned toward the next descent. The great beast of this floor awaited. And so did floor 7. Izuku pushed the door after the stairs, mindlessly at first. But then he tensed, his grip firm on his daggers as he stepped forward, the sheer weight of bloodlust in the air pressing against his senses like a physical force. This chamber was different. Larger. Ancient. The crude, familiar masonry of Yharnam was gone. Replaced entirely by pristine, seamless stone that had seen centuries, perhaps millennia beyond human memory. The room stretched circular and vast, its center dominated by a gaping pit. Bottomless. The void yawned before him, yet it was not the pit that set his instincts aflame. It was the thing beyond it. Izuku almost missed them in the haze of predatory intent. A man or something close. Tall. Gaunt. Stretched unnaturally thin. He moved slowly, deliberately, his gait methodical as he circled the pit. Stalking. His skin held an eerie, corpse-like pallor, but his features were too sharp, too refined, almost sculpted. Human, but more. The twin sickle-like blades in his hands gleamed in the dim light, their curved edges whispering of ritual use rather than mere violence. He breathed deeply. Inhaled. Savoring the scent of Izuku's presence. The tension stretched, the distance closing. Izuku exhaled, lowering his stance, the flickering light catching the hungry gleam in his green eyes. Then, with a final, deliberate step, the man lunged. Izuku sidestepped the man's strike. Mindlessly as he studied the creature. Not man. Something far more ancient. Yet not an eldritch old one. A descendant of the queen's race perhaps? He ducked under the next strike and let his own killer intent bleed through his dissection of the man's musculature. It was simply more practical than that of a human. Stronger, faster, sturdier. But how sturdy? Izuku lunged under a wide strike and sliced deep into the man's shoulder, separating arm and chest. He caught the arm and compared its density in his head to the common men he had fought through central Yharnam. Far heavier. He ducked under another strike and sliced deep in the man's chest, hearing the bones pop like cheap plastic. In his head he wondered what one of these beings in their prime would be like. Perhaps on par with a hunter? Perhaps stronger still? Izuku slipped behind the being and ripped the cloak off of them, sighting the bent spine as he placed a finger to it. Melt. His words were final. A dull ache entered Izuku's back teeth, but it was ignorable as the skin layer of the creature began to dissolve, showing muscle and tendons beneath. The creature would die of shock before long. But it was a good source of information to see its muscles flex as it jumped away from him. It fixed him with lidless eyes. Full of fear. And something else. Admiration? It fell to its knees and clasped its hands together. Izuku watched, head tilting slightly as the creature knelt before him. It was a first to be sure. The final layers of skin sloughed away, muscles twitching in their final throes, exposed and raw, as blood poured freely from every ruined vessel. But it did not lash out. Did not snarl, nor attempt a final, desperate strike. Instead, it prayed. Its lidless eyes locked onto him not in hatred, not in rage, but in something akin to reverence. The murmured words, low and breathless, slipped from its trembling lips. The sounds were ancient, distant, like echoes from a time before men had shaped language. Izuku frowned, his grip on his dagger tightening. It was begging. Not for life. For understanding. It recognized him. Not as prey, not as hunter. As something else. Izuku stepped closer, boots splashing in the growing pool of thick, dark blood. The creature did not flinch. Its hands clenched tighter in prayer, its voice rising, desperate. His eyes flickered over its ruined form. Even kneeling, it was built for power. Every fiber of its being was denser, stronger, more refined than anything human. If this was a remnant, a pale, decayed descendant, what were they at their height? What were they meant to be? He crouched, fingers ghosting over the jagged remains of its shoulder, where his blade had severed the arm cleanly. The creature shuddered at his touch. Not in pain. But in awe. Its breath hitched, and with its final strength, it whispered something soft. Something that made the air hum around them. Then, at last, it slumped forward, dead. Izuku stood, rolling his shoulders, the ache in his molars fading as the aftershock of his command wore off. Something in the back of his mind itched. Izuku shuddered. The words echoed in his skull, seared into him, not merely spoken but implanted, a prayer, a plea, a purpose. It had called him Living God. A name it gave him. Not out of fear. Not in desperation. In devotion. Izuku felt euphoric. A rush so overwhelming, it was almost too much, like he had downed 3 energy drinks, like his body had been set ablaze from the inside. Yet the high didn't fade. The blood pooled at his feet sizzled, smoke not evaporating, but instead seeping into him. The creature's corpse wasted away before his eyes. Its muscles decayed, peeled, fell apart in thick, meaty strands, breaking down into raw essence, smoke that slithered, crawled, reached for him. It sank into his skin. And he breathed it in. The last remnants of the being, its flesh, its power, its final offering, all of it absorbed, taken, accepted. A final whisper curled around his thoughts, words once incomprehensible now understood. A prayer. A sacrifice. Take me, as a sacrifice, O living thing. O living God. Great and new, formed of flesh and bone. Living amongst us anew. The rest had left us. The rest had ascended. Yet you still walk? O great one who hunts me like a toy to dissect and learn from? Take me. Take my blood to fuel you. Take my muscles to liberate you. Walk amongst the home of your predecessors, O living God. Izuku exhaled. His blood felt thicker. His skin hotter. His body humming, thrumming, alive. The prayer had been answered. He had taken everything. And yet, he still felt hungry. Izuku shook his head to push the thoughts out. Izuku turned the new blood gem over in his palm, feeling its unnatural weight and density far stronger than it had any right to be. The remains of his worshipper had left it behind, hands once clasped in prayer now reduced to ash. Your first worship, my child? Flora's voice curled through his mind, as soft as ever, like a mother marveling at her child's first steps. Izuku swallowed, rubbing a hand over his face. I think so, he admitted. The words felt foreign in his mouth. I didn't know I could be worshipped. Or that someone could just sacrifice themselves to me. He cast a glance at the scorched patch of ground, where his worshipper had knelt. With a slow breath, he draped their tattered robe over it, a simple, hollow gesture, but it felt necessary. Only in your presence, Flora corrected, her voice laced with amusement, as if she were explaining a natural bodily function. You are but a child, my little one. But as you grow, so too will your domain of influence. The older you become, the further your reach will extend. These people, they know more of our worship than even we do. Izuku snorted softly at that, shaking his head. They have done so since before my birth in life, and my rebirth in ascension. A mother explaining the workings of his body, like telling a child about growing pains or hunger. In time, others may offer sacrifices of food, gifting you vitality. Some may even sacrifice others to you, hoping to earn your favor. These people, the Thumerians and their descendants, are few now, but they can sense our kind as surely as a human can smell. They are endless in number, not by birth, but by decree of their queen. They will forever be shaped from stone and clay, through her blood, her will, to serve us, to seek Eden's love once more. Flora's voice faltered, ever so slightly. Once, they were cherished by Eden. Granted a child by them. But since that child's birth, Eden has grown angry. Greedy. Izuku exhaled slowly. Eden. He had known that name for a long time. But now, for the first time, he wondered why was Eden worshipped so reverently in the cathedral ward? How had their name become so common? Izuku's mind drifted, unbidden, to the battle with the reborn monstrosity. It felt like a lifetime ago, that towering mass of writhing bodies, stacked upon themselves in a grotesque mockery of life. He had pushed forward, carving his way through its twisted flesh, and ancient power had brought it onto being. Not simply as a foe for Izuku to fight, but a guard for the hall of corpses behind it. He felt sick when he walked into the room of caged-headed men and women. Chains of arcane energy had linked them to one, and that one was a light like a beacon, a doorway. A doorway Izuku had used to enter another nightmare. A labyrinth of crumbling halls and scholarly chambers, warped in the image of Bergenworth's old halls. He had fought to the end and reached a door. When he entered that door he was shunted across reality. Where he ended up made him feel sick. It was so ancient and malicious that he couldn't stay in that plane of existence for long. He had left quicker than he had run from anything before. Something seething had been there. Held by something even stronger, protected by something beyond Izuku's comprehension at the time. It was a presence that gnawed at the edges of his thoughts, turning them sluggish and unfocused. It hated his very existence. He had known then that he wasn't ready. But now? Now, he had slain the orphan of Kos. And soon, he would kill the queen. Yet that same sensation, that slow, sinking dredge of ancient bonds and buried power, stirred in the air here, drifting up from the depths below. The queen bore Eden's child, a stillborn, his mother murmured, her voice softer than before. Izuku's breath hitched. Was that why Eden was angry? It would make sense, old ones always crave children, and if they were to die. And in its first and final moment of thought, as its mother struggled to bring it back, it sent itself into a nightmare, a world where it could live. Where Eden could watch over it forever. The words pressed against him, their weight. Unfamiliar. A child. A newborn had created a nightmare? Had willed itself an entire reality? And it made Izuku run. Was it similar to the orphan then? The orphan had done something similar, but even the hunter's nightmare had been manageable. All the nightmares, and even the beast scourge itself, they are tied to the formless one, Flora finished, a quiet certainty in her tone. The very base of the nightmare you have been through base themselves above Odian's child's creation. Izuku felt himself rooted to the spot. His voice came quieter than he expected. A child caused all of this? It rose, unsteady, as something cold crawled up his spine. How strong was this child? Flora did not hesitate. Stronger than Kos, even the orphan pales in its single moment of strength. A pause. That is why they died at birth. No mortal body could contain such strength. The queen's blood empowered them too greatly. Izuku exhaled sharply, pressing a hand against his temple. The nightmares. The plague. The twisted horrors lurking in the dark. All because a child had been born too strong. The exact opposite of him. His mother's voice echoed once more, threading through his mind like a whisper carried on the wind. It is not just the child that sustains this nightmare. Its creation was impressive, yes, but it would have faded long ago if not for Eden. Eden can only keep its child alive and safe through sacrifice. Izuku's breath came sharp, uneven. His boots met pristine stone as he reached the next set of stairs, and before he could stop himself, his palm slammed against the cold surface. Yarnum? The healing church? All of it? The words left him in a whisper, but his pulse roared in his ears. He already knew the answer. But when Flora spoke again, her presence slipping from his mind like a retreating tide, it still struck like a blade to the chest. Yes. Beast's embrace, beast clawmark, 3 runes at once. Pain flared through his body, worse than anything he had ever known. Worse than the hundreds of deaths he had suffered. Worse than the orphan's final, desperate shriek. Worse than the first blood transfusion. A blood vial was already stabbed into his leg, its contents flooding his veins, but it was like pouring water over a wildfire. His body spasmed, writhed, relief fought agony, and agony won. Blood poured from his mouth in thick, bubbling streams. His fingernails split, beds cracking open as red dripped down his shaking hands. His vision blurred, not from weakness, but from the bloodied tears that rolled freely from his eyes. He barely registered the fall down the stairs, hitting the ground in a heap of trembling limbs. His mind was hazy. Everything hurt. Everything hurt so good. The mutations were stronger than ever before. His fingers curled, claws fully formed and pulsing with strength. His teeth had grown too sharp, so keen that simply existing made them carve into his own cheeks. Izuku forced himself upright. 3 vials shattered at his feet, their glass biting into his palms as he jammed them into his skin, flooding his body with more blood, more relief, more fuel. He needed to push himself further. He clocked his watch on. If the child of Eden caused this world to fall into nightmare, then he needed to be strong enough to kill a god. If Eden refused to mourn. If it defied death itself, seeding bloodshed into humanity, offering blood healing at the cost of every life lost. Then Izuku would find a way to kill something formless. Eden didn't want to grieve. It wanted to reject the laws of nature at the cost of everything else. Izuku's breath came slow and measured, his claws flexing as he took his first steady step forward. Then he'd make it grieve. Floor 7 greeted him with teeth. A beast lunged, its maw stretching wide to close around him only for its fangs to skid uselessly against his skin. Izuku caught its jaws in both hands. And ripped. It came apart like string cheese, flesh and sinew snapping beneath his grip. Unlike before, his mind remained clear. Focused. Controlled. At least, at first. Halfway to the stairs where yet another great beast likely waited to bar his path, his vision blurred at the edges. Not fatigue. Not strain. Blood loss. He slammed another vial into his leg, feeling the blood rush to mend the damage his transformation had wrought. Skin closed over the wounds, but it was temporary. No sooner had the flesh healed than it split open once more, deep crimson rivulets cascading down his arms, raining onto the stone below. Too much. His body had been pushed too far. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to care. Every drop of blood was just weakness leaving his body. If his sinew, his bones, his very being had to be torn apart and reforged into something stronger, then so be it. If his body was the price, he would pay it in full. He no longer cared about merely going back. Yes, he still wanted to return to his world. To go home. But this place, this nightmare, held people who had come to love him. People he refused to abandon. And he wanted more than survival. More than just leaving. He wanted to carve a path through the horrors of this world. To tear apart the beasts and nightmares, root and stem, until there was nothing left to torment those who remained. If Izzy was dead, then so be it. If it took 1,000 years of bloodshed, of an endless hunt under an endless night, just to wring the life out of the formless thing that had condemned this world to suffering, then so be it. He ran out of blood vials just as he reached the next door. The descent had been agonizingly slow, his body teetering on the edge of collapse. His watch flickered in the dim light, 3 minutes left in this transformation. He threw his shoulder against the door, forcing it open with a heavy groan of wood and stone. Beyond the antechamber lay floor 8. If he could reach it, he could rest. Just a little further. Stopping wasn't an option. He would rather die and do this all again than stop now. The moment he stepped forward, they rushed him. 3 of them. Familiar gray flesh, hunched forms, but these ones were better armed. One wielded a flaming metal bat, embers spitting as it swung through the air. Another brandished a large, rusted saw, still slick with the blood of its last victim. The third a flash of steel, a gunshot that thundered through the chamber. Izuku's body jerked back as the bullet tore through his shoulder, sending him sliding back a few inches. Izuku fell forward onto all fours, clawed hands biting into stone. A stronger gun than before. Interesting. He had no time to process it. The 2 melee fighters were already upon him, their weapons swinging in synchronized brutality. They struck. Metal met stone. A miss. Blood mist exploded outward, thick and suffocating. But Izuku was gone. Not reforming. Not lunging. Not moving at all. The mist churned unnaturally, twisting, condensing. Clawed hands formed first. Then arms. Then the beast he had become lashed out. His talons ripped into the first one, carving through bone, tendon, and ligament with precise, agonizing slowness. He drowned in the blood. Foul. Rotten. Sickly. But his body drank it all the same, repurposing the tainted ichor to seal his wounds. The creature screamed as its body came apart in sections, falling in slick, quivering heaps. The second one wasn't far behind. By the time Izuku was done, there was nothing left of them but piles of shredded meat. The last one stood frozen, gun shaking in trembling hands. It knew couldn't fire fast enough. The scent of bloodlust filled the chamber once more as it hesitated. Its fatal mistake. Izuku's claws drove forward, tearing through the air before the beast could even think to pull the trigger. Its arms went first, ripped from their sockets in a violent spray of crimson. The gun clattered uselessly to the floor as it staggered back, mouth gaping in a silent scream. It didn't even get the chance to fall. Teeth. Izuku's jaw snapped shut around its throat, serrated fangs shearing through flesh and cartilage like wet parchment. The thing twitched in his grasp, its final, feeble spasms barely registering. Then stillness. Blood poured down his throat, hot and putrid, but fuel all the same. He let the corpse drop, the remains joining the others in mangled heaps. Breathe. The room swayed. His vision blurred, limbs leaden with exhaustion. His watch flickered. 1 minute left. Not enough. His body was eating itself alive. The transformation was meant to be temporary, never meant to be coupled with the other runes in this way. Without blood vials, without another source of healing, he was burning himself out. But he was so close. Izuku took a step forward, towards the next door, towards floor 8. Another step. His knees buckled. He caught himself against the stone wall, claws raking deep gashes into the surface as he forced himself upright. Keep moving. Survive. A sound wet, labored breathing. Izuku's head snapped up. Something was still alive. One of the shredded bodies twitched. The first one. The one with the saw. Or what was left of it. Its jaw moved, barely clinging to the ruined wreck of its face. A gurgle, a soundless plea. Izuku stepped closer. It was still alive. That meant it still had blood to give. His fangs bared. His claws tightened. And then the door ahead creaked open. Izuku's breath hitched. Something was coming. The creaking door gave way to a shadow. A new beast. Larger than the others, easily twice their size. Gray, mottled skin stretched taut over sinew and bone, its frame hunched but powerful. Clawed hands gripped a weapon, a massive cleaver, its serrated edge still dripping with old, blackened gore. Its eyes burned, hollow pits of molten gold. It had been watching. Waiting. Izuku straightened, his breath slow and steady despite the burning in his limbs. The thing huffed, steam curling from its maw, its own jagged fangs bared. A challenge. Izuku grinned. Prey. The beast lunged. Izuku met it head-on. Its cleaver swung, a brutal downward arc meant to split him in two. He dodged, twisting aside just enough for the blade to graze his shoulder, splitting flesh but not stopping him. He tore into its ribs. Claws sank deep, his hand piercing through muscle and bone as he went for the heart. The beast roared, its free hand grabbing his wrist with inhuman strength and ripping him away. Izuku flew, slamming into the stone floor with a sickening crack. Pain. Brief. Fleeting. He was already moving. The beast rushed forward, cleaver raised for the kill. Izuku rolled under the swing, his claws tearing across its gut in a vicious, upward slash. It howled. Dark, thick blood spilled, intestines threatening to slip free from the ragged wound. Not enough. Izuku latched onto its throat. The beast staggered back, claws grasping at him, trying to pry him off. Izuku bit down. Flesh ripped. Blood flooded his mouth. The beast choked, its death throes violent but futile. Izuku drank deep. The wounds on his body knitted shut, muscle reweaving, flesh restoring itself with every pulse of stolen vitality. The thing shuddered one final time. Then it collapsed. Izuku stood over its corpse, panting. Alive. He was still not done. The next door, floor 8, stood ahead. The click of his watch snapped him back. Relief crashed over him like a wave, washing away the last vestiges of his beastly form. His body buckled. A sharp, shuddering breath tore from his throat as he collapsed to his knees, pain erupting through his limbs. Bones cracked and ground together, shifting back into their proper places, claws retracting, fangs dulling, muscles unraveling from their unnatural tautness. His ribs ached as they settled, his heartbeat hammering against them like a caged animal. And then clarity. His mind no longer clouded by instinct and bloodlust, the haze lifted. But nausea took its place. The coppery, rotten taste of the beast's blood still coated his tongue, thick and cloying. His stomach turned, protesting, but he forced it down. He spat a glob of darkened, blood-laced saliva onto the stone floor and wiped his mouth with the back of his trembling hand. His tongue felt sluggish, words catching in his throat as he tried to speak. A rasp, barely a whisper. He forced the syllables out, hoarse but firm. Messengers. Blood. And, collect the treasures in this room. Only now did he truly see the chamber around him. Chests and coffins lined the walls, some intact, some split open, their contents spilling onto the floor, glittering gold, strange tools, artifacts, forgotten goods. Riches left behind by those who had descended into this abyss before him, their bodies long since claimed by the horrors lurking within. The messengers skittered forward, their pale, withered fingers twitching in excitement as they obeyed. Some scurried to his side, pressing vials of blood into his shaking hands. Others clambered over coffins, prying them open with gleeful little gasps, hoisting treasures and tools into the dream with an eerie, silent efficiency. Izuku exhaled, steadying himself. He had made it this far, he wasn't just going.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.